We are hot starting. Not browser source. Hello, hi guys. Sorry, I'm usually a yapper before we have friend slop. But where's the slop friends? The friend slop's coming. Hello, mummy. Display. No, capture method. Where am I? How do I get this up again? Oh, I can do this. That's right. Hello. Usually I'm all organized. No, that doesn't work. Okay. Carla from that old Wait, huh? Matt, it is! Hello! I was like, wait, what? And I was like, oh yeah, that interview. How are you guys? Hello. Let me just join the thing so they know I'm...
So, click one.
Bacon.
Oh my.
There
They're just letting
she
anybody
is.
in these Discord calls.
Bogos bacon.
What's up?
Put
Hello.
your ass away, child.
Hello.
Are
Just
you putting,
Jules89 just subscribed.
Hello? Did you put
Hello,
any heat?
almost 2 years.
Shane,
I'm
pull
ever
the
so
dark cry, bro.
thankful for this
Yeah, of
wonderful
course.
place.
Yeah.
I love you
Crispy-
so much,
Crispy,
Carla.
pull
Less
his
than
fucking
3,
leg,
you are a
walk
rare
into the
treasure.
kitchen to get a drink.
Yeah, I pulled my freaking ankle.
Carla, you're echoing on for everyone, by the way.
Sorry.
Yeah, echo.
My bad.
Wait,
Holly
you're not echoing
underscore
for me?
just
It's
subscribed.
because of my
We hear
thing.
Us. She puts her headphone right against her fucking mic, so we hear our voices.
Oh,
I don't mean to. Sorry. I
Wait,
get too excited.
How loud are your headphones jacked up?
Girl, so loud. No, I'm
They
kidding.
have to be so loud.
They have to be
It's
so
it's
loud.
a new thing. It was never like this. She definitely just came
Yeah.
here after stream.
No. It's I don't know why. I don't know why it does it. I have to look into it. My bad. Let me get
Roseanne
You're
Connor's
so
Odyssey
chill.
over there in her headphones.
Girl, it's IMAX over here. You know we only have
Little
one in the
70
southern
millimeter over
hemisphere.
Really?
I had no idea.
There's only 26 in the U.S.
Only.
There's only 26.
Only. I have
Yeah.
one, brother.
Yeah, but the U.S. is huge, dude. Australia is so small.
Yeah, so tiny doesn't exist.
Actually, I saw a video that Australia and the United States are
Put your ass
Ali.
away, child.
Thank you.
What?
You guys
Is
know
that
this
true?
Family just
Yeah, I
subscribed.
I didn't know that.
You could put Australia in the United States. There's a little bit of wiggle room, but pretty close in size.
That's interesting to me.
Wow.
Thanks.
I'm sorry for the delay, guys.
That's
In the
a
hot
great
start.
thing.
Hi, Caitlin.
Could be fake, and I just
Ooh.
got goofed.
Hot start. Usually I'm
Wait,
more
what if it was
organized,
fake?
but today I'm not
Do
organized.
you feel like a
Anything
weird
could
guy?
happen, guys.
No, I don't care about anything.
Anything? Wait, Sammy. Anything?
No, Crispy, like I've genuinely been thinking about how anything could happen lately.
Sammy, like my mind's blown at the possibilities that anything
can
literally
happen.
Graceland
Anything
just
can
resubbed
happen.
for 37 months.
There she is.
That Sammy was like, sing it, girl. Sing it.
Girl, keep it up. You're
Sing
slaying.
it, girl. You're slaying, dude. That's
Sing
so
it,
right.
girl.
You got this.
And you get my the background change? Is there a background change?
Nebula Lionheart just resubbed for 24
see it.
months. 2
Oh
years in
yes,
the
the
arena,
background
let's
change.
go.
Sorry.
There you go, Mish.
How do I get you guys? Where are you?
Browser source, guest star.
I know, but where? Oh, there you go.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay. I heard a quick echo. Wasn't sure.
Blur.
Not the quick. Hello.
Oh, there it is.
Sorry.
It is. I heard it.
Sorry.
Hello.
Wait, Sammy with the fit. Is that Adidas? Or should I say Adidas?
No,
Wait.
it's not. I got it in Japan.
Oh, arigato gozaimasu.
Oh snap.
She got it
Japanese
with you. You
track
remember that
shoe?
really fun shopping day?
I don't think I was when Sammy bought that one. I don't think I was there.
Oh, my bad.
But thanks.
Really fun shopping day.
Sammy's always
some
glowing.
Nah, stop. Come on.
Nah, it's true.
Guys, I might be
Call-
glowing. I might be glowing because of my new Helix mattress. We're sponsored today by
Whoa.
Helix Sleep. It's really
I'll take $500. I'll take $500.
cool. Thank you,
Helix
guys. Thank you
mattress.
so much.
Helix
Thank you so
mattress.
much.
Wait, do you have a code?
Helix.
I do have. Well, I have a link. I
Oh
have a
yeah,
link.
link it, baby.
Wait, link me, dude. And
Link
also,
me,
what about
dude.
I wouldn't mind having using a mighty patch after eating some KFC.
Yeah.
Oh, mattress. I could really use a new mattress right now.
Wait, there you guys go. I put it in squad eyes.
Ah,
for you. Guys,
thanks,
don't forget to take the
babe.
sleep quiz if you want to be matched
Arigato
with your perfect mattress.
Yeah.
You know what? That's awesome.
And I've been saying
Also,
that.
27% off site-wide.
Whoa!
Whoa!
27%
That's your age, am I right? 27-year-old?
I know that's right.
Thank you guys so much for all the resubs. Nebula, Grace,
Wow.
Alec, Hooley, Jules. I did a
Cool.
hot start because I was
Guys,
late.
You all have
I'm so sorry.
GeoGuessr accounts?
I will.
I do.
Yeah.
But do
Make sure I love
do
on you
need,
big
the
time.
paid
No.
tier to do
When I
this?
can.
Also, Carla, I can't see you.
Okay, good.
You can't see me?
I was gonna
Oh,
say, please
sorry.
don't be paid.
You're gray as hell.
Hey.
Oh.
There she is.
Where the heck is my... Oh,
Not me going.
Oh,
No.
look at her.
Look at her.
Sammy, I was doing this
Look
before.
at it.
I was going, oh, and I was like, no one's reacting to that. Hell yeah, they're used to it. Sick. That's so funny.
No, girl, I didn't even see you doing all
Girl, I'm in PJs. I can't glow like Sammy today.
that. Let her.
Let her be in pages.
Oh yeah.
Let me be in Page.
Crispy took a shot.
Really?
I did.
Really?
Yeah.
Bao
Grab my
goes
sorrows
pancake.
away.
For you.
I did a hot start today, guys,
Okay,
by the way. I'm
fancy.
feeling so like, hot starts are
Wait,
crazy.
dude, we
'cause
love a
I can't-
hot start.
I usually
love
do,
it.
but I felt so like disorganized. And so you're just trying to like catch up and you're like, oh, no, I need a new mattress.
Right.
Ugh.
No, exactly.
You know?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wait, so can we real quick go over the vibes of what we're
Yes,
thinking this is gonna be
please.
like?
Yes. Talk
So I'm
to me.
gonna send you so we're doing a community world.
Yeah.
It's only us in the game. Still hear my voice in your headphones.
Yeah. Still hear the voice.
No worries though. So it's gonna be the Giggle Gals versus the Crispy Pals.
Oh, I like
and then, thank you. 5 locations. The bingo board is in the Discord DM that we have together. And the way it's gonna work, we're gonna play blocking for this one. So if you guys get dog first, you click the fucking thing.
Yep.
It shows up on our screen as well.
Yep.
No more dog for us. You have it.
No dog. Bye dog.
No
that.
dice.
No dog, no
So
dice. Okay.
We're either gonna play one bingo, but if it's impossible, then we'll play whoever has the most squares.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds good. So we're doing a
do you guys
line
wanna-
first? Sorry, bingo line
You're gonna-
first?
Bingo line, obviously you want to go for first, but it might be a challenge if someone blocks it, because
So,
we'll
okay.
be out here trying to block anything.
Right. Okay, Sammy, yep. Sammy, we got
And I'm
this.
doing 5. We're gonna do 5 locations on a community world.
Yeah.
10 minutes each. So you want to utilize the 10 minutes as much as you can, but you also can say, "Fuck it, this area sucks." We move on, but you get 5 locations.
Right.
That's fair.
Okay.
And it doesn't matter if we get the location right. It's only about the.
No,
It's only about the
don't-
bingo board.
It's all You can say you're in Zimbabwe or Saskatchewan and it's New York City. Doesn't matter. All it matters is you're looking for the
Hannah,
little
know
things for the bingo
you.
board.
How are you, doll?
Okay.
Hi,
And
guys.
chat could help. Chat could, could give you
Hi,
little hints if you
Brandy. Hi,
want, but
Con.
mainly.
Sorry, I'm
if
missing
you
everyone, guys. This hot
communicate,
start
be like,
stuffs
where would
me
we
up.
find a dog? Well, I mean,
I
have to go
love
down
you,
this road.
though.
Where
I'm
would
excited
Dick
to
Graffiti be?
catch up.
Maybe down this path. You know what I mean?
Because
But
you're always looking
also-
for that.
A mattress. Let's just go back to the mattress. I really want a Helix sleep partner. Now, Sammy, tell me more about that sleep partner real quick.
Carla, you're too kind. Truly, you are just too. You're too kind.
I just need to know more because apparently it's made with your unique sleep preferences in mind.
Guys, I could take the day off and just like Carla.
Like
Carla
Carla,
can do my
Carla's
ad
so
reads.
brand.
Honestly. Hey, let
Do
her.
the reads.
Let her.
Do the
I'm
reads.
so brand pilled at the moment.
Oh
Must-
my
I love
god.
it.
Must be nice.
Must
Hey,
be nice.
long time coming, my cat's dead. Oh. Sorry, too soon? Sorry, I wanted to hear that.
Anyways, we got Geo.
Oh. Sorry, guys.
Hey, guys, so
sorry,
Geo.
sorry. Wait. Back to Helix. Sorry, too soon, too
Wait, no,
soon.
I have a question about
Wait,
Geo.
there's-
I have a question about Geo. So
Yes.
how do we join the teams or whatever? Because
My bad! I thought it would be more of a
Yeah, I
haha.
have no idea what I'm
Put
doing
some
with
respect
Geo.
on Quinn's name. Guys, I'm getting her
So you're
ashes
gonna
this
click
week,
that link,
okay?
and
I'm
you guys are
feeling
all
some sort of
playing
way.
solo, but talking together. So we're working as a team with our partner.
Let me take my
but
sleep
like,
quiz
you're
real
not gonna
quick.
see what they're up to. You're doing your own
But I
thing.
need to know-
But we could split
Emma.
up into 2 different discords
Hi,
and
Leah.
cook,
Hi, Connie.
or we could all be in the same one, and just talk shit, whatever you'd
Oh,
rather
talk some shit.
Ooh, wait. That's kind of fun.
Wait, the talking shiz?
Yeah.
I just realized
Or
I
do
was
we- do
swearing
we
up
wanna
the
break off?
wazoo.
You're okay, babe.
I don't mind doing either or. Like, I love a bit of shit talk, but then also if we want to break up, that's fine. But
Yeah,
also,
let's,
the shit talk is hilarious. Maybe we can see how it goes, and if it's too much, we can split up.
If it's overstimming, we could switch it up. But I think it might be. I might be moving in silence personally.
Really?
Damn.
Like I'll be in the call with you guys while you're giving away information, and I'll be like over here.
Wait,
getting
Kristen.
that,
Yeah. No, we're not
Yeah,
breaking up,
okay.
Matt. We're not breaking up.
Did you guys all click that link? Are you in it?
I think I'm
Uh,
in. How do you
oh, yeah,
confirm?
here.
Like I'm just.
I'm putting the bingo
Says I'm
board
in.
on.
Did you just say
screen.
meow?
Meow.
Cute.
Miam?
Wait, I reckon, Sammy, we can keep them in our call, but we do like our code words
Okay,
Mm.
then.
and make them feel a little bit like, you know, like, I don't know. Also, it says this challenge is invite only. Ask the challenger to go to this page and add you to the allow list. Oh,
Huh?
locked out of heaven for too long. Hi, Molly.
Oh, what the fuck?
Oh my God,
How the fuck do I
Henry.
do this?
Wait, there's a
See here.
high-end mattress designed for side sleepers and those who toss and turn. Sammy, I'm a rotisserie chicken.
Wait, I did.
Rotisserie
Wait,
chicken.
we did take a poll earlier in chat, and apparently a lot of people are tossers and turners.
I'm a tosser.
Are you guys side sleepers, back sleepers, stomach sleepers,
Oh,
or tossers
Sammy?
and turners?
All of the above. All of the
Guys,
above.
Really?
let me know
Yeah.
your user IDs.
Yeah.
I'm a back sleeper or a side sleeper. User IDs as well.
I sleep. I'm a side sleeper.
I know that's right. I've
Where
slept
do you
with
want me
Sammy
to
twice.
Send it, Chris.
Oh, send it in the old fucks Discord channel.
Okay.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Sammy and I just roll over every time in the plant room. We're either facing
This
each
is
other,
true.
and then we go, you know what?
No.
I'll give
Wait,
you a
Is that
break.
your user ID? Let's see.
I think. I don't know.
User
No,
ID.
that's-
How do I know?
User ID.
I think the ID would probably be like numbers.
How do I? Where
How
do
do
I see
find that?
No idea.
Well, I don't know if I can get that info to you then. I don't know where to find it.
Account maybe,
It's probably
Sammy? I'm
in your
going to
settings.
account.
'Cause it says invite by user ID.
And Carla doesn't
It
work?
won't just. It won't just.
Hey, Chris,
work with
cool.
the link.
Crispy, cool full name.
It says.
Well, that's my
Maybe
name.
not.
I know, it's just funny.
That's my name is so funny. That's my name, man.
That's my name, man. What do you want?
Or Sammy, just add me as a friend and then we're good.
Oh, I have you as a
What's
friend.
your
Can you
username?
invite me?
My username's just Chris Melberger.
Can you invite me
Then
with
why
the
isn't mine
username?
just Hangster Girl when it says it is?
Sammy,
Because
that's so
there's
true.
two different options. There's either invite by user ID or invite friends, but we're not friends on here, so that's why.
Side sleeper and back sleeper.
How do I add you?
John, real.
Let me see.
Real. I can't wait to love on you guys.
Don't
I'm sorry
know.
about my hot
Looking right
start.
now.
I was so late this morning. Usually I get time to talk
Yeah,
to you.
Hangster girl.
So complicated over the years. It's like, hey, what happened to like the 2 clicks that I need to do to play?
Wait, can you
How
invite
do you-
me,
Oh, there we go.
Chris, with the
Okay.
add friend thing? Or nah?
Yeah, I'm going to. Give me a second.
Bro's figuring it out.
Okay.
Anything
Take it
can
one
happen.
step at a time.
What was I doing before? Let me just click this. Okay. Community World, 10 minutes per round. Okay, invite friends. Here we go.
Wait, what happened, Leah?
Crispy, Carla, and Hangster Girl in challenge.
No.
Let me know when you're here.
Is there a new link or is it the old one?
I just sent you an invite.
I don't have it yet.
There's so much stuff on here.
It says you're allowed, so maybe if you're in the link, it'll just work. If you click on that link that I sent.
Okay.
Okay, back sleeper. 1 second.
All right, I'm gonna click start, and maybe it'll work.
Oh
How do
yeah,
I know if I'm
I
in?
have start game now.
I think if you click on the link, you're good. Crispy, did you click on the
Okay,
link as well?
I clicked on the link.
I did.
but
It
It
says.
looks the same.
Here we are. Started. Can you guys see?
Wait, do you see it,
No.
Sammy? No.
No.
Did you click on the right link?
Mm-hmm.
What does it say?
And
You
Crispy,
not
do you see it
added?
or no?
No, mine just says you've been challenged. I don't know.
That's exactly what mine says.
So why did it work for Carla?
It says this is this challenge is invite only. Ask the challenger to go to this page and add you to the allow list.
You were.
Oh.
We'll restart. We'll leave and restart.
Should
No
I
worries.
just-
Can you
What if I
like,
just
relink
refresh?
it?
Oh, it says
when
start
you're at
game
the
now if I
host?
refresh.
Oh, that was probably what we had to do. No, and everyone
Oh.
leave. I'm starting again.
Okay.
Everyone leave. I'm gonna start a new one. 5. Invite friends. Okay, I'm inviting you guys. So just everyone do that. Challenge. So let me know if you got the invite link.
All right, hold. How do I get out of this?
Do we know where it would pop up hypothetically? Oh wait.
Top-
Oh, I got
top
it. I
right.
got it. Yep. Okay, I won't press
Play.
start until everyone's there.
Okay.
My bad. I
There
thought
we
it just
go.
started mine.
Okay, I think it's working.
All right, let me get
Crispy,
the
are you in?
bingo sheet up. Sammy. Do you want to be
Yeah,
the
it's cool
same
how it's
color,
super
Sammy?
easy.
Wait,
I don't know.
choose color. Can you be purple too? Okay, cool. Perfect.
Hold on 1 second.
W.
Purple.
Purple.
What's our strat? Just to find as much as possible, Sammy?
Yeah, and you guys are purple. We are orange.
Yeah.
All right, let me know when you guys are good.
I am.
But it's still
good.
same link, right? Or no? Am
No,
I
new
goofy?
link. New link.
Wait, where?
In
Oh,
the group chat.
Right here. Or you also just got an invite that also works.
Oh
I think
shit! I
top
just
right.
moved it.
okay. I think I'm in. Do I hit start game or no?
No, I think we have to time it,
Oh.
right? So we
All right,
all hit
ready?
at the same time.
Okay.
Okay.
3, 2. Wait, hold on. Just 1 second.
Chris.
No, my bingo board went away.
Yeah, same. I had to move it. Okay.
Okay, it's back. Okay, 3,
2,
2, 1.
1.
Click. Start
There
game.
we go.
Are we all in?
Are you guys in?
Okay, I'm in.
I'm in.
Oh, there's
Okay.
music.
Oh, there's music.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
It's so loud
Okay.
though.
No,
So
you.
we're looking
Hi,
for
Striker. Hi, guys.
anything on this fucking thing right here.
Hello.
Dog should be free here, Crispy.
All right, Sammy, talk to me.
Oh no, shit! I just left the game. Damn
Good,
it.
good. We won,
I-
Sammy. We got
I
this.
think you
Good,
can
good,
rejoin.
No, I'm
great.
kidding. I'm
I think
kidding.
you can
Sorry.
rejoin.
I did not mean to. Fuck.
Rejoin
buttons
for
are-
sure.
Okay, I'm in.
Okay.
I got nothing so far, Carla.
All right, Sammy.
I was trying to turn down the
You
music.
may have
it's so
nothing, but you
loud.
know what you have? A great back for
Thank you so
sleeping
much, babe.
intelligently with your Helix mattress. I think is the pronunciation of that.
Wait, what is what's a scooter considered? Like, is
Like
like a
a-
dirt bike considered?
No, like a scooter, like a razor scooter.
Oh, okay.
Oh, like a playground scooter.
Yeah, because it would be too free if it was like for international.
Okay.
Oh, I think
Oh,
I'm gonna
wait,
get shirtless for sure.
There's
Shirtless
got
would go
Chris,
crazy
shirtless
here.
has got to be a lock-in right now, right?
Shirtless, overflowing trash, and maybe a cat or dog would go nuts here.
Wait, Sammy, if we find someone kissing.
Is that overflowing trash?
Oh wait, I think
It's
I've
gotta be
got
in the trash
overflowing
can.
trash.
Oh,
In
trash
trash
can?
can.
Okay, okay.
Like
What
not
about-
a
Trash
dumpster?
can.
Like
What
an
about
actual
what
trash
about a
can?
bag of trash and a basket that's
It's
full
gotta
of
be
trash?
in a trash can, I think.
But what if that's their trash can?
What does it say on it?
There's no sign, but it's like it's definitely trash.
Is this a temple? How do I know?
Sarah's like, is this a thing? What the heck? What's going on
What
here?
is this?
We're doing
I don't think so. It looks like a military building.
Dogs, bang!
Oh, we found dogs.
Girl got dogs.
2 dogs in water, 2 dogs in water.
I honestly want to give
Two
the
dogs in
trash
water.
thing for us. Can we give the trash thing? Because that was definitely overflowing trash.
Give it to yourself. Give it to yourself.
Go ahead, babe.
All right,
Go
thanks,
ahead.
babe.
You know what?
Go
Do
ahead,
it.
buddy.
We're in the game, Sammy.
Wait. Oh, it's a moped. It's not a scooter.
I'm looking for a cat.
I'm looking for a dog, Sammy.
I'm
We already
looking for
got dog.
anything.
All right, I want someone kissing.
Oh, there's another dog.
Wouldn't mind someone with no shirt on.
Pizza
Guys,
place.
we're playing bingo,
Preferably a
so
man.
anything that's on the board is what we're looking for. The actual location doesn't matter.
He says.
Yes, yes. If you see anything, guys, yell
Yeah,
at
let
me.
us know. I'm actually so locked in though that chat is I can't even like look at it really.
The
Dude,
Beagle
I'm
girls
literally
need this.
staring at the world. I'm exploring the world right now.
I'm gonna go back this way.
Christmas man, Christmas tree.
Also remember guys, we can just leave to the next place if we're not feeling it after a while
Oh, true,
too. Which
Sammy.
is a
True,
strat
true,
in
true, true.
itself.
Okay.
If you're like,
But
okay,
there's only 5 total, right?
Yeah.
that's right, so it's risky to
Okay.
do that.
Right. Okay. I'll listen to Sammy.
I'm staying here, babe, but I'm
All
not
right.
really finding anything.
No, real. I know we can find a dog though, because they found a dog.
Well, no, it doesn't matter. We already got the dog spot, bud.
Yeah, so we
oh,
can't get it.
my bad.
We got the dog.
No,
Yeah.
you're
You're
not
right.
here.
But that's
No,
but,
you're
but
right.
that's why you got overflowing garbage, which is sick.
True,
That's
true,
really
true,
that's
true,
really
true.
good. Crispy, a superhero shirt would go crazy right now.
Oh, I found a New York Yankees shirt, but
Oh.
not superhero, dude.
Hey, man, depending on who you're talking to, Derek Jeter could be
Carla, I
Batman.
might go to the next place.
Hey, you're right.
Is that all of us going?
Wait, Shirley's man! Shirley's man!
Let's go, let's
Shirley's
go.
man!
Shirley's man!
Shirley's
Click
man!
it! Click
Shirley's
it!
man!
Me when I
let's
see a
go.
shirtless
I'm
man.
in the, Carla, I'm in the middle of nowhere.
I'm staying here, babe. I'm staying
Oh,
here.
Yeah.
Oh, no! Sammy accidentally picked Antarctica.
Wait, that's good for snow, though.
True.
All right, let me see.
We need a woke-ass place for
I
a
just clicked
pride flag.
randomly.
We need some more super woke.
We need Amsterdam for a rainbow flag.
What am I looking for?
Let's see, temple, people kissing religious abandoned building. How
People
do we know if
kissing.
they're
Give us
abandoned?
France and say nothing. It would look abandoned as fuck. Like, I think we could judge. Oh, a bunch of cute dogs.
Wait, we need to get,
Whoa.
guys, we need to get a religious billboard.
I'm going to the next one.
Go
Really?
to America.
Am I going? Should I
Ooh,
leave?
ooh, this looks more promising. This looks more promising. Carla, you can stay wherever you want, babe. If you
Oh,
think
okay.
you're finding
Is this
something
Google car
promising, then
reflection?
stay.
Okay.
That's technically a reflection of the Google car.
Wait,
in
is
that-
does a
or
shadow
no.
count for the reflection or no?
No, that's
It's got to be
a shadow.
reflected.
Is that
Okay,
is that technically the car of the Google car in that? You can see
No,
the-
it's not.
right here. No, it might be. But
No, I don't
you know
think
what?
it is. No, I'm kidding.
It is, but like we'll let it slide.
No,
'cause
no,
can
no,
only
you
see
do
much.
it, babe. You do it. Oh, they're looking at me. Random balloon.
It's right here. There's the butt of the
City name
car. is
longer
in
than
there.
13
Brazil?
letters.
It's a stretch. It's a stretch. It's a stretch. It's not Brazil.
This is. Oh.
We need like a scooter scoot.
There's Barcelona. Oh, that's Spain.
You need like a lime scooter.
Yeah.
Are you guys
Oh, whoa.
staying here? Or are you heading out?
I might head out soon. I'm just trying to
Alright, man.
maximize profits.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
was
gonna
that,
go,
were they waving? Did I miss a
Wait,
wave?
truck?
Okay,
Oh,
next.
that has a trailer.
Christy, I'm out. Oh shit, Sammy, I know what you're saying.
Yeah, good
Bro,
luck,
I might
buddy.
stay here, low
Good
key.
luck.
Just stay there for a little bit. I like that we could like all do whatever. This is so Canada, bro. Give me a dick graffiti or a Christmas tree and say nothing.
This guy? This tree?
Was this abandoned building?
No, I saw that too. There's people living there, I think, low key.
Oh, it's a log. There's logs.
hold.
There's logs. It's a log.
There's
thing.
logs. Oh,
Hey, a
Sammy.
scooter.
Sammy, how long is this road?
Oh, is it back there?
Hey, man, good luck.
Wait, did you leave or are you still there?
No, I left immediately.
What the hell?
There is nothing on that one, I'll tell you that.
Fuck. We need a city. Hey, we need a city. What'd you get?
Bro, I'm in the
Nothing.
Congo right now.
Oh.
Sorry.
Crispy, I left. I'm going to where Sammy is. Oh, Sammy, this is lovely. What the hell is this?
I feel like committing to this is actually a play. I don't know
No,
why.
it is.
I have
It
a
is. No,
feeling.
stay there. Stay there. Look for something that would make sense, like people kissing or
Oh,
gravestone.
abandoned building for sure. You cannot tell me this is not an abandoned building.
We'll need someone to differentiate and decipher.
Chat, this is an
Mm.
abandoned building, dude. No one's living there. There's no shot.
You see the
That's
Google
abandoned as
Earth.
fuck.
Is there broken ass?
Really?
Is there broken ass? Like
It's a wooden
windows?
shack house that has nothing. There's no items.
Oh,
It looks like
it's
empty
Bro's
Fallout
describing
house.
Bro's describing it like it's Minecraft.
No, I don't think the cobblestone street can be a driveway. I think it has to
Does
be
that
like an
count? I
actual
can't see.
street.
Because it's all
Oh no,
about
I do see it. I
pavers.
see the
There's
Google car
no
reflection. I see the
indication
Google
of
car
living
reflection.
here.
Yep, mark it
I
then,
screenshot
babe.
it.
Mark it.
Mark it. Yeah, no, it's there. That's there.
I'm calling it. I think it counts.
Okay.
There's no signs
Yeah.
of life.
Yeah.
No signs of
Yeah.
life. No items. No nothing.
No signs of life is crazy. All right, Sammy,
No
I'm gonna
signs of
I'm gonna
living.
skip. How do I
we
skip?
We need a fucking Christmas tree to block them.
Oh,
we need,
I gotta
this is Trout
move. I
Creek.
gotta move.
How do I
gotta move.
how do I
go to the
move?
next
How do I
world?
go to
It's
the next
abandoned,
world?
W.
How do I go to the next world,
You
guys?
just you guess.
Oh, sorry.
Where-
Oh,
Okay.
you just guessed.
Sorry.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay.
Sorry.
and then
Sorry.
you
Yeah.
continue.
Love. Love. Love.
That was. What was that?
Oh, I've got a bison, but I've got.
Sammy, where is this?
Oh God! Wait,
I don't have
I'm
a deer
immediately
over
leaving.
there.
I'm skipping.
I'm immediately leaving that
Fuck
one.
it, I'm skipping.
Balloon! Random balloon!
You got
Let's
a
fucking
balloon!
go!
He's got
Random
a
Oh
balloon.
my God, bro's got a balloon.
Random fucking balloon! Chat,
Where the hell's
big,
this?
big brain.
Okay, this is
No,
good.
I
This is
think.
good.
Okay, I think for Christmas tree it needs decor. On
Oh,
it.
yeah,
Like,
no,
it
no,
can't just be a
100%.
pine tree.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, no
it's gotta
fucking
be
shot.
like an actual.
Overflowing
No, it's
garbage.
gotta be a Christmas tree.
But you already got it, right? Oh, that's
Yeah,
so overflowing
got it,
garbage.
got
Dude, I feel like a deer could happen
Wait.
here.
Wait, what? Okay, religious. Oh, wait. No, I have a religious signal, but not a billboard.
It's gotta be a billboard.
No.
Gotta be a billboard.
Okay. That's funny.
What else?
Wait. Oh,
Wait,
it's
does
not a-
that count?
I can't tell
as
if
a
that's an animal or
gravestone?
not.
No, it's like a memorial. I don't think that counts.
Gravestone and also someone mowing their lawn is so possible here.
Okay, not here.
Is
Guys-
this
Oh, that's a
Alberta?
fun-
Where the hell are we?
Take me to a town, please.
I might do something
we're so
crazy,
good.
Sammy.
No, I just found balloons. No, bro.
I might do something crazy,
would've
guys.
been
To
so
skip. I might
good.
go to the next one. I'm not gonna lie to you. I might
Really?
YOLO
If
it. Yeah.
you're on that giant
Dude,
road,
this is
get
just
out
a
of there.
long road.
Yellow fire hydrant.
Go to
Really?
location 3.
I am on 3.
I'm going to 4. I'm going to 4.
I was
That
gonna go to
Montana.
4.
There
He's
was
going
nothing
to
going on
4.
there.
Yeah, I was gonna go to
Bro,
4.
Bro's going
Oh,
to
I'm in
4.
Nevada, bro. What the heck?
Okay, I'm not gonna
get
go
a
to
pizza
4.
place ASAP.
Oh, wait. This could be a reflection though.
I already got it.
This is. Oh,
There you got it.
oh,
Carla
you already
got
got
it.
it. Damn it.
Another balloon.
Sorry.
Montana's gonna have to have a weird billboard. Come on.
This is like.
Yes, that's a
This
church.
is very beautiful.
Thank you.
Wow,
We need
not fun.
snow.
Nothing.
Where the hell? Is this the moon? Where? What the fuck?
This is the moon.
Oh.
Oh, a
there-
horse. Horse would have went
Are
crazy here.
people living out here?
What do we got here,
There's got to be deer.
guys?
This is like. This is like the Middle East, I think.
How do you guys feel about deer? Does it have to be an actual deer or could it be a silhouette?
I think a silhouette is fun.
Really? Okay.
Chat, am I
I would
crazy?
say it's
Is this-
fun.
At
It's
the
like
We need a
end.
deer
Egypt or
crossing.
Africa.
Surely here, right?
What's this?
Christmas tree.
This is a town. This is a town. Oh,
Yeah, I
it
think
is.
it-
It is. It is. Humps ahead.
I sure hope it does.
Wait, oh, Dick Graffiti
Nice.
could be so here. Come on, come on. Oh, or Dickless in Seattle.
Real.
Not good.
Ridiculous
I
in
need-
Seattle.
I need something here.
Does it have to be a real? Yeah,
Oh, I
could it
think
be a
this is-
sign
this
with
is
it on it?
literally-
With a bear, a deer on it? Or are we looking at real?
Oh, that's
I think it can
roadkill.
be.
Oh.
Come on, someone mowing their lawn or a deer. Come on, or a deer mowing someone's lawn.
Wait, double.
Yes, dude.
Double.
Double whammy. Thank you, Sammy. Pride flag cat. Dude, come on. Where are we?
Oh. Wait, so it has to be a real bear or horse? Or deer, sorry?
Nope.
None of the above.
Oh, so it can be a
No,
sign.
it could be
Deer
real.
bear,
Yeah.
deer bear.
Yeah,
Sorry,
deer
sorry,
bear,
sorry.
or it could also be a silhouette or a picture or anything.
I said horse. There's no horse on there, is there?
No, horse would be cool. I said it earlier because I think that'd be a good one for next time.
Oh, true. Okay.
Bro, chat's liking this, by the way. I think this is a fun vibe.
I agree.
I need to find something.
Yeah, I need to find something.
Naughty boy.
I'm empty.
I might go to the next
Striker
location. I might go to
underscore
location
500 has
All right,
gifted a
babe.
sub to sing
Really?
underscore psycho underscore
I'll
NL.
find it.
Hey, Striker, thank you.
Go up to-
Thank
Come on,
you for all
there's
the
gotta be a
resubs as
deer
well,
up here,
guys.
dude, or all these stumps. No passing zone.
Was there an Xmas tree?
Come on, give us a weird god
Needs to
billboard.
have decoration. Yeah, semi trucks as well.
Oh, can I go down this weird road? Oh, give me a dead end and say nothing. Give me a dead fucking end and say nothing, bro. Bunkhouse.
No, but
Wanted?
good,
Where
Leah.
are we?
Good thought though. I like it. I like it.
Oh, dude, Crispy, we're so in the mix here for potential. Someone mowing a lawn, maybe a deer.
Sammy, how you going on number 4?
Are you on 4
I'm
or
still on
5,
three.
Chris?
I'm
Okay.
on 3, brother.
Bro, 4 is just like the Iranian desert. Like actually, I'm not even kidding. There's like
Is it-
nothing.
Oh, surely a pride flag. Just in the dirt.
Imagine just like flying.
And then like a random person mowing a lawn and then people kissing in front of the pride flag.
Yeah, and then you win.
Yeah.
You win?
Definitely.
I
Definitely.
guess I could
dude.
try to go the other way.
Where are
This
the
is like
deer?
literally the middle of the
Yeah, I
desert.
know, Sammy. What the hell?
Where are the deer? This is prime deer location.
I
Yeah,
agree.
Prime
We're,
deer.
we're deerless.
Oh, did we?
Come on.
Where, Nero?
Not even a deer crossing.
How far?
Nothing.
Oh
Okay,
dear.
what's this?
Great
Found a
game, by the
flag.
way.
Deerless in Seattle.
I'm on a dirt road.
This goes
Oh, a while
nowhere, I
ago.
think.
Come on, a random
There's
deer
gotta
in
be
front of the
something over
Google
here.
car would be cinema.
Dude, I'll take roadkill at this point.
That's
Oh,
crazy.
Sorry.
That
That's okay.
counts, I guess.
Sorry, I made a bad joke
I saw
earlier.
like five. I saw
even.
5 deers today.
Oh no. My time's
Smart.
coming to an end on map 3.
I saw an 8-point buck yesterday. And it was awesome.
Damn,
What is
that's a
that?
big boy.
He has 8
got 8
points on his
points.
antlers.
Oh.
Come on, there's a cow crossing sign.
Oh,
no deer.
man.
Yeah, tell him.
Oh.
Tell him.
Oh, is that a Christmas tree farm?
It's
There's
gotta
no
have the
way.
decor on it.
I'm looking for a sign, Sammy. Oh, it's called Roti Pines. Oh, they so sell Christmas trees here.
Well, too bad. No decor, no tree.
No decor.
God, I'm in the middle
no
of the
service.
desert.
Oh, this is ass.
I'm in the middle of the desert.
What's this?
Nothing here to see.
That's a dead end, but there was no sign, but it was a dead end.
Oh, Crispy wasn't lying. There's nothing on map
There's
4.
nothing here. It's
Where
literally.
am I?
I'm not even being facetious. Like it's literally
Okay,
just
big
like
word.
it's
Nice word.
Iran in the middle of the desert. Like
Nice
there's
word.
nothing here. It's the middle of the Middle East,
Surely there's a
like
deer
desert.
I
sign
need-
here.
I need the feeling
Sammy,
of finding
I've been going
one.
for 10 minutes down this road. It's just mountain and desert.
Don't forget you can refresh and go the other way if you ever want to.
Wait, hold.
I hit a wall.
Hold, guys.
I couldn't go any further.
Wait. Is this a
Me,
dead end?
8:35.
Hold.
You need a sign though. You need a sign for it.
Nah, dead end's dead.
No. You need a sign. Because
Oh, that's fine.
I've seen 20 dead ends, dude.
All right,
These are
brother.
all
No.
trees?
Wait, where? Am I high?
Where?
Snow on the mountain.
Rack? Snow on the
Oh,
mountain.
that's snow. That's snow.
W.
Oh, got snow.
What's
Fuck,
this?
I can't get a good angle.
Guys,
of it, though.
Is that a sign you need on the building behind you? Wait. Talk
That's
to
what
me.
I'm looking for, Sully.
Is that snow?
I can't get down here.
Sully.
I can't get down here. No.
Get done.
Oh, the season changed. Oh, we had snow
Bottom
for a
left
minute.
square. What, girl? Sorry, I just felt like yelling it.
So giving temple.
Back this way.
Wait, I might have finally reached the town after 10 minutes.
I don't think I can get down there though.
We go down. this
Pink,
way.
get done.
Let's go down that way.
Oh,
This building?
I can't go
Greenhouse.
down any of
I'm in the
these
middle
streets.
of nowhere. I know that's the most frustrating. Like I can't go down any of the side streets to get into these
Wow.
towns.
Oh, up here maybe. Well, you said dead end.
There
Okay.
could be stuff, but like. Oh, it's a literal dead end.
Oh, snow. Sure.
No, sorry. Oh, there's a thing.
Wait,
over here.
this
I
map
climbed out.
literally ends
Oh,
in two. Like, there's
oh,
two ways.
I-
It literally ends on both sides.
Religious.
What the
Wow.
heck? Oh man.
Oh,
I know, I can't find proof because you can't go down any of these roads, so you're just like, looking at
Whoa.
it from a far
The
away.
final map rocks.
Nice.
I just skipped the other one, Crispy. I said, fuck it.
does a community church big ass
I'm
sign
going to the
count?
next one.
Nope, it's gotta be a weird billboard.
Wait, is this a shirtless
Oh,
man?
it was the United Arab Emirates.
Damn.
Interesting.
sure.
Oh, we gotta go.
This is
Okay,
pretty.
we gotta go.
Oh, this place is
Oh wait,
gorgeous.
5 has potential.
All right, I'm going
Wait,
straight
it's
to
literally
5,
the same
babe.
map. 5 is just 1.
I'm on 5. I'm on 5.
Am I high?
No, it's different.
Give me
It's
5.
definitely different, but same vibe.
Oh yeah, it's probably Southeast Asia, but it's still different.
Yeah.
Okay. Guys, don't worry. This is just a practice.
Cattails. And then you know what we could do? We could keep what we have and do another match after this.
I agree.
We already, and then we just keep it going.
I agree.
Yeah, if I time out, then I have to wait for you guys to do stuff and like bloom.
Okay.
True.
It is pretty. Okay. Okay.
Looking for a deer or a bear, which is probably not
It
even
would-
the case. What?
Oh, what's this? He's having the time
Carla,
of his
here,
life.
ready? Thank you.
Something coming
Oh.
up here.
Thank you.
So many bikes.
Needed
with
that.
no scooter.
Oh,
And
it's literally
cat
Indonesia
cobblestone.
again. What the
Okay,
heck? We got 2
No.
Indonesia poles.
Guys, don't shut up. I love your yaps. Sorry I couldn't start the stream off yapping, but
Cobblestone Street.
I will,
Scooter,
after Friends Lock,
Cobblestone,
I
yeah,
will
right.
be giving you so much yapping because I miss you. I need
There's
this. I
nothing
need
here.
you.
A beautiful nature.
Wave at
The
the
only hope is to find maybe a
Wave,
gravestone.
please.
Oh, the workers, Sammy?
Didn't. They didn't.
Didn't.
They're looking at it though.
They were thinking
One
about
wave
it.
would go.
One wave would change everything.
One wave would be so sick.
It would cure my ailments.
One wave could have changed the game.
One
Oh, also,
wave.
city name is a good one.
Could help
city
you
and that's
find your
longer than
helix
13
matches.
letters.
I found some that are 10 and 11, but I haven't found anything 13.
Yeah, 13 was just a
all
random number we
over us.
chose. Oh wait, what is
And the
that?
scooter, Chris said, has to be like a
Kitty.
park scooter, not like a motorized.
One wave is all it takes.
Because
Yep.
I found 50 million motorized.
I think tomorrow, by the way, My
It's
next
got- it's
stream
like a
will
guy
be
sitting in the
finishing
back of
Simpsons
this
Hit and Run.
flatbed truck having a great old time, but he's not waving.
I'm just going down a
Is he
road,
waving?
man.
Yeah, I'm down a dirt road.
I'm roadless and Moriaddle. I don't know, that makes no sense. But I really want to just see some more things. All I'm on is a road.
Man,
Maybe
wait,
to a
getting
city.
those cities has been rough.
Is it always random places?
Yeah.
Okay.
We could do more like locked in ones, but I kind of like we could do like cities instead of like
I guess it's more
The whole
fun
world.
though because it's a challenge.
yeah. We're all working together, like we're working with the same thing, which is cool.
Where are
yeah.
the cats?
Yes, Simpsons returning. What time?
Hey, Sammy,
Couple
you asked
days,
me
Dude,
right?
questions.
This is just all roads of nothing. What we rolled so poorly. on
I gotta
this one.
Looks like a
plan my,
gravestone, but I
um,
don't actually think it is.
I gotta
think it's
plan
a
my week because I'm
marker.
I
seeing
feel like a
mum.
temple would go crazy here.
I'm seeing mum at
There's
some point this
potential.
week, either tomorrow. I think tomorrow.
We were heading towards the secret Indonesian temple grounds.
But I'll just start later because I actually like the Arvo
Look at this little
streams.
place. This is really, it's so pretty. So pretty.
Sammy, I'm not gonna lie to you. I've found nothing. I just keep
It's okay,
going
babe.
down this thing. Wait, do we need
Dirt
gravestone?
All
road.
it takes is one find. That's all it takes.
Country road.
I think this is a gravestone, Sammy. Can someone confirm? I think this is a
Do you
gravestone
think?
on the
'Cause
side of the road.
I thought I saw one too, but it's just a road marker.
I just
Is
found a
that
fuckboy
gravestone?
shack.
Fuckboy Shack.
Oh,
Remember
okay.
PUBG days?
I do remember the fuckboy shacks.
Yup.
Oh, okay. True.
Yeah, there's no animals over here.
Probably I'll
Oh
talk
wait,
to
guys
him.
on the side of the road.
So I gotta buy a
Yeah,
lot of
they're
stuff
not
for
gonna
it.
wave.
So probably
are
after
they doing?
They're not gonna
payday.
wave.
They're waveless.
So I
in
reckon
Seattle.
either August or
them.
start of
They're gone.
September, I
Take me
think.
to a city, please.
Take me to a city, gotta go
Mm.
somewhere.
Okay.
Not bad.
So what if something is shaped like a gravestone on the side of the road and it's like obviously a
No.
memorial?
No, it's gotta be a gravestone.
No, I found a memorial on map 3, but I feel like it didn't count.
I
There's
reckon
gotta be a cat
5.
over here.
I reckon 5
There's
definitely
gotta be
was
a cat,
thing.
guys. Or kissing.
I
Really?
found those guys on the side of the road.
They're
if
looking.
I-
They're looking.
If I
Somebody
if
would.
someone kissed on my Google Maps right now, I think that would just make me so happy. Like I would love to see that. In fact, Sammy,
cat or a
Those guys
kiss.
didn't. Those guys didn't give a fuck.
hi
They're like, "Get
Inky.
outta here,
How are you,
truck."
doll?
Oh, I see the road marker that looks like
Yeah,
a
you're right. You're right,
gravestone,
guys.
but
You're
it's
right.
definitely-
Wheezy,
it's
you're
kinda together, but it's,
right.
yeah,
Yeah.
unfortunate.
Goku does not count as a superhero. He's more of an anime, but he technically is fucking insane and
He's
powerful.
more of an anime. As
Someone
well.
definitely has a Superman shirt on. I just gotta
Oh,
find them.
definitely. Or Batman.
Yeah.
I'll find him first. how about that?
Batman or like a Marvel shirt, like an Iron Man shirt.
Is that a city name?
Thank you, Inky.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Oh
8,
God, why
9,
did we
10,
why did we
11,
pull
12,
off
13.
into a
That's
little side
13.
street?
That's
I nearly
fucked.
didn't
That's a city
stream.
name,
I
that's
nearly
13
just
as
like
fuck.
played off stream because I was feeling
I'm
so.
going directly into the woods. Is this a bad idea?
Guys, I mean, I know this is what grief is, but yesterday and today, like,
stay
I've
on the
been
main
so
road?
like emosh.
I'm going into the jungle. Maybe we'll get a
I was
jungle
like, oh,
deer.
I don't know if I can stream, and I'm like, no,
Jungle deer
pop,
is
pop off, babe. You got
Wait,
this.
if there's like a jungle cat,
things
does
will be
that
done.
count as a cat? It's technically
Chris
a cat.
made
Look at it more
it,
head
but I
on.
guess it's stuff that
It
you
might be a
can
waterfall,
see.
but
Yes,
based on the
the
sign.
kissing one's probably
Oh,
really
fuck,
hard.
You're right.
But
Dang it. Hey, thank you. We tried.
Why is this car going down this road? Is what I want.
I wonder if
Oh,
we're on the
man,
same
I'm just-
road, babe.
I'm just on a lovely drive right now. Like I'm finding nothing, but like I'm having a lovely
Sammy,
drive.
I am finding dirt and leaves.
We got 3 minutes, and then that's
Wait
it.
a minute. Wait a minute. Do we think this is a town?
A what?
This Google
This
card's
is
going to
like
drop off a body right now,
35,000
dude.
letters.
All right,
Do we
send
think-
it, babe.
Do we think this is a town?
I reckon.
Well, double check. It might be a waterfall.
On the lips, yeah.
What's the little logo next to it? Is it a little waterfall logo or what?
No, it's just a circle, and it's a green sign.
Might be.
Do it. Send it, Sammy.
Someone
we deserve this.
translate, please.
Send it, Sammy. We need this.
Well, no, we have to make sure. God.
I just believe Sammy.
I don't know. It's giving like I can't tell.
I have ticks, I think.
Is this guy walking with the camera? Where are we going here?
I'm literally deep.
I only have
I'm
only
going
have 3 minutes
downhill.
left.
I'm about to see Hank Stiana Jones out here.
I'm in the
Wait,
freaking Legends of the Lost Temple right now.
That's a
dude. Like,
fucking.
where?
That's a shanty.
A shanty.
Okay, what does this sign
I'm going
say?
back. You know what? YOLO. Let's go right back. Let's go down here. Surely I can go into this little village.
Do we think this is the waterfall sign that Chris saw? What we think?
Do you
Sammy,
refresh?
I
'Cause
think
probably.
we gotta send it.
No, I didn't
No, you-
refresh. It's giving. This is giving miles. Oh, it says steep slope. Never mind. We're doomed.
Wait,
Is
Sane.
this the end?
Did you know each other? 'Cause
I
that's
went
Bro,
all the
all
way to
broke
the
the
end
game.
of this? Oh, God.
Wait, that sign. Talk to me.
I
Talk
went
to me.
so far.
Does this count as touching grass? Yes.
Wait, what about this one? What about this one?
Guys, you wanna restart?
Wait, hold.
Yes, sucks.
Hold.
I'm in the woods.
Hold.
The jungle,
What about
man.
this one? Is this a town? Ooh, Sully, good to know.
Sully!
help
Which is nice
No?
to say.
Okay,
Sorry.
we go.
It's just nature all day here. It's awesome.
I went down literally a walking path. Like, how did
Yeah,
that
that's
happen?
where I'm at, bro. I'm on a fucking walking path.
Bro,
Red
don't
sign.
go.
Dangerous
Go,
Guys,
go,
I'm not
go
even
other way.
kidding. I
Does
just
still
found
say
a
dangerous
pride
curve?
flag, someone kissing a cat on their shoulder, and they're also waving.
I believe her.
Yeah,
I
sure,
believe her.
Carla, have
sure.
you found that? I'm an uncle's monkey.
Sure.
I love that
If
Sammy.
you found that,
I
I'm
love
I
that.
believe
I'm the
her.
Dark Rise detritus.
I love that Sammy goes, I believe her.
Wait, anybody waving
I
here? These are
believe
kids.
her.
Are they waving?
Chris,
Oh,
don't go
come
down that road.
on.
Don't bother. Go back to the main road.
No, I
Just
don't
keep
feel
going
like
down the main road. No, dude, there's nothing down there.
I'm about
How
to
many
be
letters
honest
is
with
that?
you
I'm enjoying
guys.
my
I'm at
time.
58 seconds.
Bro, this
It's
literally
over
is.
for me.
It's a walking
I think we got the 13
I'm
letters
enjoying my
here. This is a lot of letters.
Yeah, but it might
Avocado
just say like, don't speed.
subscribe.
I'm getting translator.
Yeah.
I'm getting this point for us, babe.
Oh no, I went the wrong way.
That's so
Worst
funny.
locations.
Oh my god, I can't
That's
even
so funny.
navigate.
So it's
10
coming up.
seconds.
It translated to I'm sorry. No, that's not it. Wait. Indonesian.
Surely this is a road.
That's
No, I think this is
absurd.
dangerous curve again.
Community-based
Dangerous curve.
information center. Okay.
Can
Not
we
it.
not go the other way? Oh, we
Xaro86
can.
just
Oh,
subscribed.
it's
What's
over for
going
me.
on there then, you sluts?
Yes, lots. Oh shit.
Carla, you go on without me, babe.
Babe, I'm on level 5. There's nothing
I'm
here.
done. Where were we? We're in Thailand, dude.
Ah!
Yeah, I knew it. I got really
It's a
close.
hell center. Damn it.
We're looking
I
pretty
was,
good right now, though. We're looking pretty good. We have more than
next,
We
that.
are
thank you
looking
so much
good.
for 3
We are
years
looking
and
good,
ever.
but-
Oh my god,
No
thank you guys.
bingos.
Bingo was
No.
his name.
No,
Oh,
it's not cheating. It's not cheating because they're playing
No,
for. It's a bingo,
Guys,
and I
there's the
can't
new-
we'll
tell
load
if it's
back
a
up. We'll load back up.
town.
I'm inviting you
Go
guys in
back
again.
up.
It's not cheating.
Bingo-less. We keep the board, though,
different.
right? We keep
We're
the board.
bingless in Beatle. Yeah, we're gonna
Bingus.
keep building. Yeah, I'm gonna go this real
Virgil and
quick,
Co
and then we're gonna
just
run it back.
subscribed.
Alright.
Giggle Gals Buta come out on top. Hashtag
We
Das ist
will-
trust.
wunderbar,
We
ja.
will come out on top. We will come out on top.
Okay. Wait, is there a way for me to turn off the music in here or not really?
I think so, yeah. There should be an option in
Goobs.
the wheel to turn it down.
Wheel.
Wait,
Really?
Crispy.
Like you know the little the cog wheel for settings. Wait, what?
I joined Chris's party and I thought there was a hacker in the lobby for a split second.
Oh, because my name?
Yeah, even though I know your name, but like I didn't think, and I was like,
that's so
who's
funny.
this bozo in here? Okay.
Hey, it was this guy with a Polish fucking last name over
Yeah,
here. huh?
Polish this, Polish that.
Hey, give him a pierogi and send him back
Yeah,
to
that's-
Brooklyn. huh?
That's what I said.
Okay.
That's what I said.
Hey, is it true? I've heard from news has broke around the globe that you completed nights.
I completed the like baseline point amount. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going for the whole month,
Okay,
but
my
so
goat.
we have 1 week left.
My
but
absolute
yeah,
goat.
we did do it.
Yeah.
We did do it. It was.
I know that's right.
I'm tired as fuck. Carla,
yeah.
Carla, I'm so tired.
Yeah. I don't
I'm gonna
blame
sleep
ya.
for an entire day after this.
Yeah.
Day.
Oh my
A
goodness.
day.
Look at all these Chris's. Thank
Carla,
you,
accept the
Striker,
invite, I
as
think,
well.
and we're good.
Okay. Hold.
Oh, God.
I'm in the party.
No.
I'm in
Let me
the.
invite you again.
Okay.
No.
This is waiting for host to start
Because
game. I'm in
Everybody
your
wanna party.
Oh,
party.
you are? Is everyone ready?
Yes.
Will it automatically put me into it, or do I have to go to the
Find
link?
out. The link would probably be smarter because I see the other two here.
Okay, hold.
All right.
All right.
All right.
No, we're not clearing the board. We're keeping it going.
And we're keeping it rocking and.
Oh, there you go.
rolling.
There you are.
Nice.
Okay. All right. Christmas
Virgil,
tree,
thank you,
semi-truck. Okay,
guys. Oh
a
my
lot of
God.
these do. We get
Virgil
bingo, we get a
next.
Christmas tree.
Guys, these
Bummer,
Christmas
fuck
tree's
it.
gonna be tough, but
Resubs.
I'm locked.
I'm
Thank
locked in,
you.
Carla.
means the world to me. Thank you.
Give us a religious billboard and say nothing.
All right, come on, Sammy.
Say absolutely jack.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the woods
Ooh.
again. Woo!
All right.
Wait, I know where we are.
Where's my music?
My music stopped too.
Oh, okay, fine.
Oh, King
Right, we're in
Island.
the middle of nowhere. Really good.
Municipality of King Island. That's a town.
It's an island.
Municipality.
King
That's a
Island
town.
would be the name.
I mean, come on.
Oh, King Island would be the name.
Yeah,
I guess.
King
that's-
Island is the name of the
yeah.
town.
Wait, that's
So-
2, 4,
My God,
6,
Solid!
8.
Not
It's only
I counted
10.
already. I counted. not enough.
Alright, okay, Sammy, ruined my fun. You know what? Anything can happen,
Hey,
Sammy.
man,
All right.
Hey man, keep
Anything
it moving.
can
Hey,
happen.
rules are rules, Poland.
Rules,
Keep it
rules.
Oh,
Keep
I found
it
there's a
moving
dead,
over.
dead kangaroo.
Oh my
we're
God!
not sure.
Oh,
Ew.
great.
Another dead kangaroo. Oh, 2 for 2.
I don't want to go the way you're going.
I'm
I'm
already
going the
on it,
opposite way.
Sammy.
I'm
Great.
going the
go
opposite way.
What is this fucking road? I just saw 3 roofs
You
that
know,
are dead.
you know what it is.
Oh,
There's this
no.
road similar to this that I went down to get to my cousin's wedding, and kangaroos on this road will jump at your car.
Another one. Close your
Oh
eyes,
God!
Jack.
Don't
I
look,
saw
guys.
They just like.
Don't look,
Clicking.
guys.
I'm getting out of there. Guys, look
How
away.
they're just non-stop
Wait, there's
getting hit.
cows.
I went the other way.
But
I
King
think I don't see any.
Island-
Oh, there's a
Liz?
bunch of cows. So cute.
Oh.
A bunch of roo cows.
I saw.
Unfortunately, that's
True.
not
If this is Australia, we won't find deer.
We're not, but I saw 18 dead kangaroo.
So we're not in Australia, but there's
Oh.
kangaroo.
Keep bringing it
Oh, I
up,
see
Chris.
them.
Yeah, keep
Oh,
bringing
I
it up.
see them. Oh God, I'm moving past them as fast as I can. Chat, we're not looking. We're not looking. We're going.
Also, there was
This
a
road
hype
sucks. I
train.
might- I
We had
might
2
skip to
hype
the next
trains in
one.
an
I
hour.
thought I went
Sorry,
the right
guys.
way.
Oh my
but
god.
nope.
I broke GeoGuessr.
Cows are
for a minute. I was going so
cute.
fast.
I love moo cows.
Oh, why are there so many?
Bro, it's a family.
Ooh.
Oh, Chris.
Sorry.
Oh God, you can see it like they don't even
Shut
blur it
up.
out.
Crispy, no.
I'm
Crispy.
clicking through as fast as I can.
Yeah, all right,
no,
bucko.
No more crispy.
It just paused for a second because I'm clicking so fast.
I clicked out of it. Oh,
I
gotta wait for all you guys to finish guessing. Oh, that blows.
Well,
I think you did a different type this time, and that's why there's no music.
oh,
you did a
a
different
community
category.
world. Yeah.
You did.
But
Yeah.
everyone guessed for sure. We'll move along. Move this
There's
along.
nothing here.
I don't know about
Yeah,
you,
move it
Bucko.
along.
I'm about to see people kissing.
Carla, come on, moving along.
Kissing by the
One-
This is
Yeah,
wild.
1 second, sister.
I see people kissing.
Oh.
It's so funny.
Yes.
The fact that we
They're
got
back.
Carla's country finally, and it's just like a sad vibe.
Wait, that's cobblestone.
Oh, come on. on. I'm just sitting here now.
Oh,
Market,
fine.
babe. Cobblestone market.
Well, it's on a street. It's a road.
Okay, start next round.
Guys, that's not gravel. Fuck, I think it's gravel.
I'm running.
Gravel. All right, here we go. Give us something good. Ah.
Oh.
Really good.
Bro, don't yell at me. It's random.
Yell! Was that a yell?
Guys,
Yeah,
wait.
you went really good.
Thoughts? What are your
kind of
thoughts
a yell.
on the YouTube being so bad?
Not
it's
giving
giving-
yell even a little bit.
It's giving.
Are you
yelling.
enjoying your time? It feels like 2023
yell
again. I'm
what's-
so back on my YouTube
What's
shit.
this? Second Coast. This is so Canada.
More where that
Was
came
horse?
from, baby.
What was this?
Yeah.
Reduce speed. Or is this
Thanks,
fucking New
guys.
Zealand?
I'm so excited. More coming as well. Really, Sully?
quiet.
I found that in my highlights, and it was unlisted.
Ah.
And I was like, oh my god, that was such a funny
Person.
day.
Second Coast is not the town name. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Ah, 11!
This person's holding paint
Sammy.
and a blow dryer.
Not the dial.
Ah,
Was this Norway?
Norway.
Norway.
that's really pretty.
Carla's saying no way. Norway.
Oh, you cheeky.
First Coast.
Wait, I actually did get queef. I
this-
forgot
what the
about
fuck is
that,
this?
Sully. I didn't think I got queef.
Oh, sheep.
That's a crazy
Fine.
sentence. Sorry.
Fresh eggs. Oh my gosh, need.
Oh my god.
Fresh eggs.
Yeah, I'm so down to put like I'm uploading,
Could
of
be
course,
Ireland. Oh,
a
the
normal
greenest
amount
color.
on
Nobody's
my
got a
channel.
cat.
But for
Nobody's
members
got a
only,
cat out
it's
here.
really exciting, like the plans
Bro,
I have for it.
I
I
could
don't know,
definitely
it
see a
just feels
cat
really
just
nice to do it
blooming
properly.
here.
That's what I'm
And being
saying,
friends
like,
with
where
being
is it?
Because
friends
I
with
used to do
sheep.
membership and I didn't do it properly. Like I just was a bit
There's
confused.
definitely gonna be a place that's 13 letters. Like Killarney Park and Marsh.
Dobby!
You know? Could be Wales. True. It's not super depressing
My
though.
tatas.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Your bees just resubbed
Guys,
for
I
26
cannot
months.
tell you how much I appreciate you.
It's so quiet.
I really, really appreciate you.
Hey,
Honestly,
where's Crispy? I don't know.
you've been keeping me going.
Relax.
We're doing a two for one
You've been
special
keeping
right
me
now.
going. You are the light of my life, and that may sound cringe. I don't give a.
It's looking like the road's near you, but giving Scotland. Yeah, it's.
You were the kneecap to my knee. I missed some signs. Oh,
Graveyard
screw
will
it.
go free here
Damn
too.
it. So bad with signs.
Sheep.
Come on, where's a cat?
Okay, she's not waving, but she's absolutely serving in her red slippers. Can I mark that off?
Nope.
All right.
We gotta get a wave.
Okay.
Oh, that's an abandoned. No, it's not. Oh, it's so pretty though. Holy shit.
We keep changing seasons for real.
For real, for real.
For real. I want to see that sign. That's a long
Any
ass
deer?
town. I know. I have plenty of kangaroo though. Why doesn't it have a
Oh, this is
Where?
Galbraith. Galbraith.
Galbraith. You're the grass to my dirt. Oh, Cobblestone Street. True. There's a sign here?
Lot of sheep.
No.
Yeah, 13. A
UK?
13-letter city is for sure about to be here.
I'm not seeing anything.
I just know going outside and going would hit.
Oh, it'd be
here.
4K air.
No, the air is good.
4K air. I like that, Carl. I like that a lot.
4K air.
Thanks, guys. Needed that. How about that new MECCHA pose, huh?
True.
Yep. I could probably do that in real life.
All right.
Sorry.
I'll just
I would
see you
actually hurt
try.
myself.
Your limbs are too long.
My bad.
Okay.
This would
God,
cure
where's
your
a cat in a
popcorn lung.
window or something.
Bro, give her a cat in a window and say nothing.
Oh, I would do anything for that.
I'm good for it, please.
Oh, a graveyard? Okay, let
me
me
a
know
chicken
if you see
for
anything,
fun.
guys, because I'm
Oh my god, they got one of those little fucking booths.
obviously missing a
Little
lot.
telephone booth. Melon,
But
Udrigo
thank you for your
opinion.
looks,
Land
guys.
jetty.
I
Yeah,
appreciate
this is like
you.
Ireland for sure. There's definitely gonna be a cobblestone road here. Bro, they got one of those things from The Sims just chilling here, and Animal Crossing.
Is that
A
cob or
wheelbarrow
grab?
Things from The
with
Sims.
a wheelbarrow with flowers in it? Yeah, fucking right. They just
Nah,
got
that's
that
grab.
out here.
Oh, what's this? Oh, hang on, Sammy.
I see a town over there.
I see a town name.
Need to go 95 down this road.
In my opinion, I think it's gotta be one word. If there's spaces
Oh.
in between for 13 letters, I think it doesn't count.
no. I feel like 2 words is fine because that's
No,
still the
no,
town's
no,
name.
no,
Because I saw one
no.
that had three words. That might have been it.
Like the town actually was named 3 words.
Yeah, I think so.
Girl, I don't know about that.
Girl, it might have been.
Yeah, pop off, Sammy. You tell him.
I'm
I'm
so
hungry.
humble. Where's the
This
cat?
place isn't afraid of lettuce betraying them.
True. How is that going,
Bro.
by the
Other
way?
sheep.
Oh, I'm
We're
muted.
so cute.
You're
I've
just
been
getting to the
having
sheep
full
now?
conversations with you guys muted.
Yeah, I haven't heard
babe,
anything you
you've
said in
been-
like
you've
4
been
hours.
gone.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I'm so about to be 36 because that shot from before gave me such bad heartburn.
Oh no.
Oh,
He's
You
down
okay?
for the count.
No, I'm good. I'm good. It's just like
Doggy.
didn't
sheep.
feel
Is
great.
that a cat or a human head? I think it's a human head.
The old Smithy guest house, B&B.
Wait, are we still on 2? Or did you guys move
Yeah,
on?
we're on 2.
We're sound 2.
I'm so far
Right.
behind. Fuck.
Lady Wolf.
A bathtub.
Ladywood.
Is this Scandinavia?
Do we need a bathtub?
Oh.
Nope.
No, babe.
Oh, my bad. That was a dog.
Need a
Damn it.
cat. Need
There's
a cat.
Airbnbs over here.
Aw, there was a dog I
What?
know.
Yo, should we go?
They already got dog.
Let's go.
We're thinking this is Scotland or Ireland,
Yeah.
Crispy.
But I got
Scotland or
excited.
Ireland?
I'm Scottish. Let's
Look
go
like
to
any island I've been
Scotland.
to.
Ooh, some
Now,
rusty
what about
shit.
some sheep instead of a deer? I mean, same animal, really.
No.
All right.
Well, it's not Ireland because they're driving on the right side.
Oh, good call.
Not that it matters for this.
Oh, now,
Look up
guys,
crazy
you
right
know what
now.
this is gonna be? This is gonna be a dead end somewhere. We just need the.
Is that a cobblestone road?
I found the
Dirt road.
Lovecroft, which is interesting to me.
What are these? Are those more sheep? Or are those cows? Whoa, white cows.
I don't know why I thought that was cobblestone.
No, those are sheep.
Cob.
Oh, they're shaved sheep, so that's why they look like cows.
Oh, okay.
Oh, they could be fluffy deer.
Nice.
Fluffy deer.
Or there's some
Hi,
tiny ones. They're
Willie.
cute.
How are you?
They could- Or if it's a
Wyoming.
deer
Yards.
crossing sign?
There's no way there's deer here.
Or there might be.
All right.
Come on,
You
there's
guys
a
got deer
cat.
over there?
There's a sign with a big person and like a kid. There's people crossing over here apparently.
That's Chris and I on
Good.
the sun.
True.
Lake
Bro, there's gotta be a graveyard around here. Come on, what the fuck? We have
I'm
graveyards
hungry.
every 5 seconds.
Why have we not had
61.
one singular town?
I know, we're always in the middle of
And
nowhere.
tier 3.
Come on, give me a
Pet.
graveyard. Look at this fucking Lord of the Rings
just
ass place.
resubbed for 61
A lot of
months.
British.
Hello everyone.
Leah.
61
Hell yeah,
No one
baby.
rides here, Yeah, literally.
WTF
Oh, give me a
lol.
gay flag.
Thank you so
Hey,
much.
hey.
How are you?
The Banshees of Sharon.
Loud and Sharon. Oh, shape
got us
of
the
you.
shame.
On a cat in
The
the window
Banshees
would
of
save my life.
Sharon.
Ed
Guys,
Sheeran.
good movie, by the way. No, not Ed Sheeran. The Banshees of Sharon.
Oh, Ed Sheeran.
No, dude.
Ghost of Eva.
The Banshees of Sharon.
I'm in love with the shape of you.
No.
We push and pull like
Ghost
a
of
banshee
Tsushima.
do.
Jin Sakai.
Ah, la
Sky
la
waves.
la la. Met this girl
Sammy's
late
not gonna
last
wave, I hate
year.
to tell
Oh wait,
you.
I think there's a cat under there.
Spoiler
Wait,
alert.
wait,
no
what
waves
is that?
happened.
Please.
What does that
No. He's not
Hi,
waving.
Kyle.
The
It's a Scotland.
Tash, thank you so much. How are you,
It's a
doll?
Scotland.
Is that
Bloody
is that
good
a
to
full
see
ass
you.
name for something?
Her,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Can I get a town? Can I get a
I saw
town? Can I get a
something.
single
Come on, there's a
town?
cat enjoying their life out here for sure.
Oh, it's a park. Fuck.
There's no wild cats out there.
Everyone's just hollering.
This is a
Everyone's
dead
just freaking hollering.
end. Sorry.
Why'd you say like all that?
Sorry, there's a dead end with no sign, babe, but it's dead as hell. Come on.
No, we need a sign, brother.
That's crazy.
Where are the cats? Where are they?
Where are people
Wait,
macking on?
Give me someone fucking making out or even something else at this point.
Oh, the old 1-2.
Holding hands.
What?
Holding hands.
Hey, man.
Holding hands. That's the one hand.
How
in its
often do you
hand.
think you make out with your partner? Like a couple times a week?
Carla.
What?
Carla,
It's a
not
kid.
now.
Carla?
What?
Carla, yours is still new.
Hang on. It's just a kiss.
Things change, man.
I'm not saying, guys. I'm not talking about?
Why is
Bloody.
he banging? Why is he banging on his desk like that? Hey.
Okay, sorry. A pet.
God, a cat
Sorry,
would look
guys.
so good in this window.
God, sorry. I
Oh,
didn't
I'm
really.
timing out.
I didn't
Carla,
realize
go on
kissing
without
was
me. I'm timing
prohibited.
I'm timing out. Go on without me.
I'm timing out.
Go on without me.
Guys, once or twice a week.
Making out is very different than a kiss.
Oh, okay. Then a kiss then. A couple
Yeah.
times a week. Every day.
A kiss is like
Kiss
sure,
every day.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
making out's
perfect,
like
perfect.
Times a day, probably.
yeah, making out's like what's up? Like, you know what I mean?
Oh, I mean.
Like a kiss is like, hey, have a good day at work, hon. You know?
Okay, sorry you don't want to
Makeout's
mac on.
Makeout's like
What I want.
where are we?
Anyways.
I love, first of all.
But also, normalize it. Fuck.
Dear.
Chris called it. Chris
I
called it.
called it first.
I marked it on the bingo board first.
No, I called it first.
Doesn't matter. I marked it on the bingo board.
He said it out loud. He said it out loud. Judge.
So what?
Judge. Call a judge.
I marked it on the board first.
It's
How
out!
about this?
Piss off!
How about this? No, how about this? We can share it. We can share it. That's the only one we share.
Okay, fine. We can share it. We can share it.
We can
You
share it.
called
my
it and I marked it. So
Yeah, you know
that's
what?
fair.
Straight up, I called it, but I couldn't fucking find it, and you
I
found it.
found it.
Oh. So what happened to the building?
Guys, I want to
Already got
apologize.
that.
Guys, I want to apologize for bringing up making out. I just thought it was normal to have a smooch,
Okay, babe.
and
It's okay.
I thought it was cute.
It is
No,
normal.
it's normal. It's normal.
I didn't mean making out. I just
Especially-
meant a
especially when-
smooch.
Okay, well, making out's very different,
Sorry.
and also like first year, completely valid.
First, you.
Oh, there's a chicken.
Chris.
Carla, we need a generational lock.
Okay, sorry.
We gotta win.
Sorry.
Oh, someone's mowing their lawn for sure here.
Someone said I love whatever's wrong with you, which is
Oh
good.
my god. Wait. Is that
What?
a lawnmower?
Yeah, but is there a
No,
person
it's
on
not.
it?
It's a
That's-
car.
Oh my god. Oh, it's
Oh, wait.
it
I
is
like
a
that.
lawnmower, but there's no one there.
Yeah.
No.
Nah, they're not mowing. That's stationary
No.
mode.
Feel
They're
about
not
this?
mowing. It's not
Fuck.
clear.
How do you guys feel about
Damn
this?
it.
If one of us
About
finds
what?
an actual deer, you can take that square. But
To be
otherwise,
honest,
we're sharing.
to be
it.
honest,
Like an
I
actual deer
know.
Wait,
is
I
not a
did.
sign.
I know.
There's one right here. Yes, I did. I'm
Making
looking
out
at it right
applies
now.
tongue
It's a lying voice.
and in my head,
That's a deer.
I
Chat,
was
is
like,
that not a
that's-
deer?
that's a wholesome thing to ask. Like, do you still make out? But then I guess that is quite sexual to a lot of people.
It's next to the lawnmower. That's not
So
being
my
used.
bad. I just meant a little cheeky,
Okay, it doesn't matter if it's
gotta
a
be a
fake
cat.
deer. It's a deer.
longer
It
than
has to be
1
real, it has to be
second
real.
kiss.
Ah.
I love, you know? I
What
love
else we looking
kissing.
for?
Where are the cats?
My
I-
bad,
I
guys.
just-
My
I
bad.
cannot
I mean,
believe
honestly,
Bro's so
Cat-
locked in on
catless
just
and
cat.
my
cattle.
headspace is crazy right now.
Cows and Yo, look at this Lincoln log ass house.
My bad.
That's lovely.
Answer your question?
This is nice.
So these houses are so back roads, like Sussex County,
Actually,
Yeah.
that's a good point.
randomly on a road next to a corn.
Nah, this ain't Pennsylvania. This is like fucking.
Nah.
Why are we
Right.
going so slow down this road? The Google car's going 20 miles per hour.
This is too nice for Pennsylvania.
Right.
Semi truck with no trailer.
I keep
Maine?
forgetting that
See,
everyone doesn't have
Maine?
the
A
same brain
moose!
as me, and I ask a question, and I'm like,
It's a
oh, I
fake
shouldn't have
moose.
said that. Like earlier when I was like,
Sounding fake
I made like a bad
Listen,
cat
they're-
joke
they're-
about
they're there.
Mimi not being
You
here,
know?
What did PA do to you?
and I was
Drive
like,
fucking 40 and
I
an
shouldn't
80?
have said that. My bad.
Right, Crispy?
But it's okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Whatever I need to do
Such slow drivers.
to feel okay.
Unless you're in Philly.
Enrich me. Hi,
True.
Krabby.
True. Brunswick. Oh, this is Canada.
Oh, that makes sense. The moose signs.
Hamilton. Listen.
Yep, and also the kilometer.
Guys, I
Also
got
another
the,
abandoned building,
I
but
got
that's
the Wordle really
very
fast
happy.
yesterday.
Brunswick, Maine?
Tash,
is it in
how are you, my
kilometers?
love? How's
If it's in kilometers, that
how's
is-
your pop? You were visiting, right? It was so weird
Yeah,
yesterday,
that's
guys. I was
It's
fine,
gotta be
right?
Canada.
Absolutely fine.
Carl, you're muted.
I know, babe. Thank you, though.
Oh, sorry. You talking to chat about stuff?
Yeah, I'll be in a second. I'll be back. Ooh,
Okay, no
is that
worries.
a cat here? Hold. Oh, let me go down this
cat
road.
hair?
No, I swear
Oh.
that a cat's gonna reside there. That's perfect for the cat.
You're just like assuming
The
a cat
vibes
would
are
live
right.
there.
Wait,
The
what?
vibes are
Right.
so good
Wait,
for a
guys.
cat.
The worst
to live there.
province.
Guys, a cat is riding a lawnmower. Can I tick that off?
Is that not giving cat in the window right there?
That's what I'm
it's
saying.
a sign, but it looked like ears.
Is it
Move
actually a
along.
cat riding a lawnmower, or are you?
Yeah, no. And there's a Christmas tree up the back.
Okay, you're lying. I can tell you're fibbing.
Oh, I found
No,
another
she's not a
lawnmower.
fibber.
Shit.
But
Yes,
they're
she is,
not.
bro.
No one's using it.
I found another deer sign, and I
Oh,
found
I-
a Canadian flag.
Oh, a cat would be happy here, Sammy. Wait, is that a cat? No. Oh, wait, is that a cat lying down on the
Define
ground?
A lawnmower.
Oh, that could be a cat or a pile of
The
leaves.
one time I want someone to have an outdoor cat is right now.
Yeah, true.
Right.
True.
Or even like just a cat in the window.
Yeah,
Come
I
on,
was
they're
fine
always
yesterday, guys.
loose.
Dude, right? Like, where are they?
No, that's okay, Tash. I asked.
50.
We need to get you back in your Discord.
Give me
We
a
gotta
bear.
reset your password.
Give
Is this
me a
normal with
bear.
pet grief, by the way?
Give me a bear. Someone mowing their lawn.
I had like a really good week of work and I was getting into
Or
my,
gay
my
flag.
routine again and starting like a new normal. And then I was fine, right?
Oh, come on. This was just.
And then
freshly
randomly
mowed.
last
Where is he?
night, I was.
Guy on tractor! Guy on tractor!
Sob.
Found it!
Yeah!
Is he
Yeah!
mowing his lawn?
Yes,
Yeah!
he's mowing! He's
Oh.
mowing!
Yeah, get that,
Wow.
babe! Get that!
God damn it.
Did you
Wait,
click
where
I
it?
is
see a
it? Oh,
screenshot
got
of
it.
that.
Yes!
Bang! That's a guy mowing a lawn if
Bang!
I've ever seen one before. Holy.
Nice!
Got him.
True.
Let's go.
Oh, pride flag?
Canadian
wow.
flag. Let's see.
No, unless it was somewhere else. Where?
That's not a pride
Oh.
flag, chat.
We got excited over the same flag.
That's not pride.
Okay, never mind.
That's not pride.
That's not
some
pride.
fuck-ass country, probably. Oh, great. Great. We thought it was
Okay,
pride.
I'm so sorry that you both went through that.
No cat in that
I'm so
window.
glad to hear he's better
Great.
though. That makes me really
Ruined.
happy. Oh my god, babe.
Okay, we're getting. There's a neighborhood here. This has
That's the
potential.
NB flag. I read that
Okay.
it's non-binary. Oh,
I
there's
gotta go
be
to a
cat
therapist
in
about
here.
grief, I think.
The New Brunswick flag.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now I'm looking at every house.
Because I
like,
think
oh,
losing like
oh,
I
a
think
gravestone. Gravestone.
I think
Actually-
two
actually-
big
That's actually
ones
a
in a
gravestone.
year.
Yep, that's a little
Check it.
graveyard. That's a little graveyard.
Bro, found a little
That's a little
graveyard.
graveyard.
That's a little graveyard.
That's a little
That's
graveyard.
weird.
Those are good
I
graves
found
with
deer
flowers.
statues. Deer statues.
Kyle, imagine.
Doesn't count. but I'm just letting you know.
Gravestones,
That's really nice.
Gravestones.
Chris.
I'm just letting you know.
B,
Just
thank
like
you
you
for
know.
sharing that.
Any cats?
All right.
Bro, there's
Huge
gotta
cat,
be a cat
huge.
around here. There's gotta be a cat.
Yeah.
Oh,
Any
that guy
pride?
wants to
Because
wave
I had a really
so
good
much.
week
There's a lot
last
of
week.
Canadian pride flags here.
Wait, hold. I had a really good week last week. Obviously, I was still sad, but I was like, oh, perfect. Like, I feel good. That's amazing. Hell yeah. Proud of myself. And then yesterday, I was sobbing randomly. Like, my eyes are still swollen. I'm like, oh my God. Like, that's fine. I'm not sad about that. But I'm like, oh, that's just like, it's just, I guess it's frustrating that it came out of nowhere. And I feel kind of like insane. And I know that's not, you know, that's not what's happening here. But I just feel like, I don't know. It's weird. I can't describe it. No, of course, Tash. So good to see you. Yeah, true wave. Oh, a cat would so live here.
Is that a cryptid?
A Christmas tree would go nuts.
They have floaties and no cat? Come on, man. A pride flag would look so
Also,
good.
no billboards anyway.
True.
Yeah, what is this?
Yeah.
What is this, Nova Scotia?
Nova Scotia.
Aww.
I'm having fun with you guys, so that's okay to say.
I love my friends, so what?
I'm having a great time.
I'm also having fun.
I also
It's
love
nice. It's a different change of pace.
I love Helix
This
mattresses
is a really
as
good
well, if
idea,
I can
Chris.
say
I'll
that.
say it.
Oh, Helix? Yeah, Helix
you
is
say
so
that?
good.
Oh, true. Carla, I cannot stress how much I'm looking in the windows for
No,
cats.
Sammy, seeing a cat would honestly make
Guys,
my
is that a
millennium.
cat?
No, don't find it. Tell me
No.
where it is. I need it.
No, don't find it and tell her
Oh,
where it is
it's too
instead.
ambiguous. I don't think it's a cat.
I
It's
thought I
it's
saw
an
a
object
cat.
in a
Like, it needs to be
window.
clearly
Yeah,
a cat.
yeah. I thought I saw
It's
a
like
cat.
a little. It's definitely an animal, but I can't tell if
Yeah.
it's a cat or a dog.
Oh, I see an animal. I see an animal back here too. It is
ambiguous.
cat shaped.
I believe you,
But I
Sammy.
can't see its ears. I can't see the ears.
We might be looking at
could
the
be a
same
dog.
thing, Sammy. We might be
And
looking at the same
be.
thing.
We might be. Is it a barn? Is it going into a barn?
Hi, Carla.
No, it's a house. I'm
Thank
looking
you
at a
guys for
house.
sharing
Bro,
as well.
it's so.
I appreciate
it
it.
might be a dog, though. It could be a dog.
Nah, Sammy, it's a cat. I feel it.
Has to be
I'm
confirmable.
like trying to get different angles. Like, I don't know. It might be too
confirmable.
big.
Oh,
It's
there's a-
giving dog.
Damn it! Wait, there's a guy on a tractor. Man, I could have
Already
gotten that
gotcha.
one.
Yes.
That's already gotcha.
That's a goose.
Oh,
we're not.
I'm
we're getting
timing
kicked out.
I'm
We're
timing
timing
out.
out.
I'm timing out.
No, I
You're
don't know
timing
that was a
out.
cat. That was a
I'm timing
cat.
out.
Oh no.
I'm
All right.
timing out.
Oh.
True.
New Brunswick. It was New Brunswick, so it was just over the border.
Religious billboard. So, question for a religious billboard: if it's like an anti-abortion one, that counts. I feel like, right?
Yeah, I mean that's
Okay.
religious. It's religious propaganda, but religious nonetheless.
Hey.
Propaganda.
I'm winning on the chart, by the way.
Propaganda.
Go,
Oh,
Cobblestone,
Cobblestone!
Cobblestone,
I clicked it! I clicked it! I clicked it first! I clicked it
fuck
first!
it.
I clicked it first! And look, it says go. I clicked it first. It says I clicked it first. I marked it. I marked it first. I marked it first. I marked it first.
Full circumcision.
Wait, actually, we deserve that because otherwise you get bingo. That's ours.
Yeah. No, because I literally clicked it first. I
You
clicked it
did.
first.
Unclick
Yeah,
it. Unclick it, Carl.
That's ours.
Okay, but
Sorry,
yeah,
guys.
but I clicked it first on the deer, and we
Tasha4CJ has
shared
gifted
that spot,
30 subs.
so
But I
what's
yelled-
the
I yelled it
deal?
first.
Oh,
But
Sammy, good point.
The deer should actually can't though, low key. The deer should still be
Can't.
up there. To be fair.
How about this? You guys can have deer, and we'll have cobblestone.
Fine.
Thoughts? All right.
Fine.
All right.
Hey,
Tash,
Great.
my love.
great.
Is that guy waving? No.
Thank you.
Where are we? Are we in the? We're in the woods again.
That's
Can
so
we have a city?
kind. That means so much.
This is the set of train dreams. You're right.
Thank you.
Lot
This
of
looks like Colorado.
logs.
This
Well, this
actually
guy's
does look
gonna-
like
This
Colorado.
is Germany.
A little bit.
This is actually Germany or Austria.
Is it Germany?
Yep,
Thank
Germany.
you, Tash. If you were gifted
It's
a sub,
Martin
guys,
Transport Service. The Gute
please
Nacht
say
und
thank you.
Fernverkehr.
That means a great deal to me.
Oh yeah, very good.
Thank you. That's really sweet.
We'll find some. It's Müssen, Deutschland.
Hi, Georgie. What?
Houston?
Why is everyone
Yep,
turning
Houston.
up?
Wait, do we think this is a city? 1, 2.
No,
They're
thank
walking
you
a
for
cat.
being you.
That's a cat.
Is it actually?
Don't pick it. I
no.
need to
Is this
find the
city?
cat.
This is a city.
What's the name? What's the name?
I can't pronounce it.
No.
Thank you, guys. Thank you,
It's,
Tash. That is so kind. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
I don't know if that's a city.
In
Also,
the
thank you for letting me
city.
talk about stuff like that too. Like, I know it's quite heavy,
Sammy, when you would do that, like
Um,
when you were here, just like randomly, you'd be like, eh.
but I really appreciate
Yeah,
it.
I do. That's
Yeah.
I do that.
Yeah, today I was like,
Hilkenbach.
I missed that.
Hilkenbach. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. No. Ah, so close.
Oh, I found something that said broken.
Hilkenbach.
True, it's
Oh.
live. I guess it's good to talk about it.
Wait. Oh my God. There's opportunity for a trailer without a thing. Oh fuck.
Thanks,
I gotta get the right
Gooch.
angle.
That's really nice.
There's got to be a trailerless boy
Wave.
in here.
I can
Wave.
smell a cat,
Oh.
man.
I've went past so many people and none of them waved. Like, what
yeah,
are we
no one's
doing?
waving, bro. Fuck it.
Listen. Herzlich willkommen. Man, I want to go back to Germany so bad. That was so
Do it. Horse. Sorry.
horse. There's no trailerless trucks back there. This is a wooden
Lot of
logging
Japanese
place.
maples.
Lot of maples.
Trailerless
Girl,
truck.
wave.
Okay, let's lock in.
Girl, wave.
Girl, wave.
Oh, kitty. Oh, it's a dog.
Girl.
Not.
Where are the cats, though?
Oh, is that the girl walking the dog? Looks
Yeah, I just
miserable.
saw that. And you know what I said? I said kitty,
Girl
like a
looks
loser. It's a
miserable.
dog.
I said cat too, but
Girl-
I was just joking.
Girl looks unhappy. Wait, there's a lot
Oh,
of
that
opportunity
is
for
so a
cats
cat
out
in the
here.
window. That is a cat.
People kissing would go
Can you
crazy.
prove it, Carls, or not really?
Not really. Honestly, it looks like such a cat face. Right there.
Are these
Oh, there's
cities?
so many windows to peep into.
I'm gonna screenshot this to show you.
Kurfstrasse, Burger House.
that's-
Ooh.
No, no, this is a cat. Look.
Fuck.
Guys, this is a cat. Give me this. That is such a cat.
No. And honestly, it's
Gotta
been
be
taking us
clear.
so long
No,
that it's got to
look.
be an actual. It's
No,
got,
it's a
gotta be a
cat.
real one and not a fuck ass image.
Look at it.
It's gotta be a cat.
That's
I
such a
really
cat.
That's a
It's
stretch. That's a
tough.
stretch.
It's
That's a
tough.
cat. Zoom
That's a
out, right, and then
stretch.
zoom in. That's a little tiny cute head.
Nope.
It's a stretch.
No, it's cute.
I'm looking in every window.
Come on, man. Where are the cats?
Damn it.
Cats hate to see me
Is
coming right now.
Kirkstrasse a dead end? Is Kirkstrasse a dead end?
No, it's something street.
Googly bear.
It's just the name of a street.
What if it means dead street?
Kitsch? I don't know if kitsch means like kitsch, Strasse. Something
That's okay.
street.
Honestly, I get it. It's
be a
blurry.
name.
It's blurry.
You're a name.
Thanks, man.
No, a lot of these aren't town names. Oh, I see
Sammy
the reflection
does.
of the Google truck. You already
Crispy
got
has
the
a
Fuck! I see. Oh, it's such a good
a
shot
rabbit.
of it, dude.
Yeah, we already got it. Unfortunately.
Wave. Wave.
So much opportunity in this town, man. Come on.
No one wants to wave anymore, bro.
We need this.
No one wants to wave is so funny.
No one wants to wave it.
No one wants to wave anymore, man.
Nachos müssen. Glück auf Straße.
This place looks like where Crows is.
Now hang on, did I just see?
Wait, was that enough? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
It's gonna
6,
stand
7,
for
8.
railroad, bro.
Fuck.
You're
Oh.
just watch.
No, it's a town sign. It's a town sign.
Yeah, right.
Just watch.
Wait, Schwaberbergwerk. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yes, 13. 13.
Is it a city or a town?
Look it up.
Yes.
Translate it. Translate it.
Schwaber.
Schlobber who?
Schwaberwerk.
This guy
Schwaberwerk.
Look it up.
Schwaberberg.
It's a mine site apparently.
Schlob.
Oh, it's
Is
a
it?
mine site.
Oh, it's gotta be more than
Ah.
13.
Oh, it's more than 13.
Oh, it's law. It's exactly 13.
Yeah. Yeah, right.
Damn it! I got so excited.
That's okay.
This guy disappeared. I thought he was gonna wave.
Sam.
No one
Kyle
waves.
Schwarber, dude.
No one waves, bro.
No one waves, man.
A bunch of fucking junk. Okay.
Wait. Oh, that's a street. Damn it. Should I venture deeper into the city, you think?
Yeah, that's right. I'm way in there.
Dude, I need a cat, man.
There's 2 ways I can go, though.
There might have been a scooter. I don't think so. That was just a bunch of little cars. I'm surprised we haven't seen a goddamn cat.
I'm actually gonna go. I'm gonna go up this way.
That's what
I'm gonna go
I'm
up this
saying.
way.
Like, I'm shocked. Like, this is prime
We're taking
cat
a risk,
real
chat.
estate.
They would have a magical
Single
time in here.
Tatsa.
I see a bunny.
I see
Oh.
a horse sticker, but
I see a
Little
kindergarten.
kid, wave! Little kid, please wave! Please wave, little kid! Oh my God, please! Please!
The desperation.
I'm begging you!
The
Little
desperation
kids
is so
wave!
funny.
trying me.
Me driving a truck.
God damn it, he's not waving!
Nobody waves anymore.
He's staring, but he's not waving! Oh, nobody waves anymore, man!
Oh, this guy's just- this
There's
guy's
a little
just-
dog statue.
Thunderdome,
There's
Monster
cat.
Energy hat. Oh, come on, have a fucking shirt. Oh, he doesn't have a cool shirt.
Come on, wave.
this woman's got a best mom ever shirt on. Nice.
Oh, cute.
It's in
Not
English.
true though.
for some
Not true.
reason.
Not true as fuck though.
Oh,
That's my
Hello,
mom.
Em.
true. My
Thanks.
mom as well. Actually,
Nah,
it's
mine. Nah, everyone's mom. That
Concerning
was that. Mama Hankster too. And Carla's mom.
Carla's mom.
God.
God, it's mom.
Oh, where the fuck is anything?
Hey, man. You know.
Sick and tired of this catless state.
No, so true. Who doesn't
Catless
have a-
country.
Me-
Actually,
me-
Germany
me and
doesn't
Ben-
have cats.
Me in bed when all my cats are.
Okay,
in another
guys,
room.
guys. I have a cat statue. That works.
Nope. Nope. Doesn't work.
No.
I,
No,
A
it doesn't work.
deer on a sign, but not a cat statue?
I amended the rules and I said we need to. At this point, we have to find a real cat since it's been taking so long.
Amended, you
Because think about how hype it's gonna be when we actually find a real cat.
Yeah, but we have a
Because
deer
I found
sign.
fake cats a while
No,
ago.
I
that
We're
Yeah,
changing
we would've got a sticker.
rules.
No, you gotta need a
This
real.
is a 3D
Chat,
cat.
Is this a town? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
It's 3D.
9, 10, 11,
No, we changed the
12,
rules.
When?
13, 14, 15.
Earlier.
Is this a
You
town?
might have been muted.
Is this a town? I need knowers, quick.
What the hell?
I have no clue.
And there's a man who I thought it was a cat out the window. That's a man's head. That's funny.
Oh, it's the mining settlement. Great.
Yeah, that's the one that got me too,
Great.
Sammy.
That has to be a cat right there.
Crispy, we work and
A
we
kid,
work and we
please
fight.
wait.
Sammy, you know, sometimes.
Yeah, also, you guys benefited from the deer statue thing.
I think I found a cat in the window. I'm clicking it.
No, you have to screenshot it first.
You did.
You ain't
You did- there's no
screenshotting
way you
shit.
Yeah, we are. You can't just click it for no fucking reason.
You changed a rule that I didn't agree on.
You were muted when we were talking about it.
That doesn't mind. I'm in the call. You make sure that I agree. This is a cute putty cat. You agree with that?
There's no way. Send a pic.
Let me see it. Let me see it.
That's
You
a
can't
cute
just-
cat.
That's not a cat!
Let me see.
That's not a cat! There's no world! And that's a cat! It's literally a bowl! It's literally a bowl!
That's a chicken, a salt and pepper shaker, bro. Get
It's
fucked.
a chicken!
No shot, buddy.
It's a chicken!
No
There's
shot
no
in hell.
way!
That's a fucking
Absolutely
bowl.
not!
Okay, well, I think the cat statue could count because it's 3D and cute.
No, actually, you know what? Negative points for
Ah,
that.
this town has so much potential. I don't want to leave.
Oh, actually, I think it is a hand now that I look at it.
Oh my God, Deutschland, yeah.
Bro's out here going, that's a cat? Yeah, right.
Oh my god.
Sorry, it looked like a
That's a
cute
chicken.
cat.
That's a chicken.
It's a chicken statue.
All right, final round. It has to be a real one at this point. It has to meow.
No.
Oh,
Yeah,
there's gonna
right,
be no
buddy.
cats.
Yeah,
There's gonna be
right.
no cats in this world. Come on.
no, there might be one walking around. Hold on.
God, I'm forging ahead.
Wait, Carl, unclick the cat box. If you
I just think it's fair because it's literally
No,
a cute
unclick it.
3D cat.
unclick it. Unclick it.
You can't
Sammy.
say it's a cat.
No. I found a cat statue. It was huge. 3D.
Click
Well,
it.
but I found cat signs before, though.
It wasn't a
so there
sign,
would be
though.
I
debate.
wish we could get
It wasn't
I
a
wish-
sign.
I
It was
I
a
saw a cat
full.
sticker.
No, but it wasn't a sticker or it wasn't flat. It was a 3D cat. That's why
Yeah, but
I'm
it's not
fighting
It's
it.
not a cat.
It was a cute little cat though. It was cute. So
Rouse, it's okay.
cute.
We'll find one out here.
Oh,
We'll find one in the
what?
wilderness.
We'll prove them wrong, Carla.
Can you all go to the next round? Because I skipped accidentally.
Oh, did you?
I'm really
This
sorry.
place kind of
Oh.
rots, to be
It
honest.
does rot though.
oh.
It does rot. It does rot.
Oh no. I guess we have to just guess.
I mean, I guess earlier
Yeah,
for
this is,
you.
I think this is
technically.
just the middle of
let me
the
guess, let me guess.
Middle East again,
All right, let's go.
unfortunately.
Let's run back.
I'm guessing.
Okay.
Okay. We're gonna
Good.
set
That's
another
all right.
another round up and then go again.
It's Tunisia. Nice.
You guys ready to go immediately?
Morgan, hello.
Yeah, let's do this. Send it.
Okay, wait. Rejoin if you guys can.
Is there a new one?
Oh, did we do that? Did you?
Should we go back and do
How
the
do I
other one?
rejoin?
Oh, you just end game and then continue, I think.
Oh, okay.
How do I do the
Okay.
settings? Anyone can switch teams.
Larkness in Seattle.
I don't remember how we did the one from before. It's just.
I don't know how you.
I
do
don't
it.
remember hearing the deer thing, like the rule.
It's honestly not too bad. The only
It is
annoying
what
thing
it is.
like, if
I
you-
think
if
next
the
time we
map
all should
stinks,
agree
we
on the
just
rule, though.
Have to like all agree to.
Yeah, we all have to agree. I kind of
Yeah.
like that.
I feel like it's fine. It's fair.
Okay. Fuck it.
Wait, can I take a BRB or would that ruin the vibe?
Do it.
Thanks. I'll be back.
Maybe I'll do that
Okay.
too. Maybe I'll get a drink.
It's close.
Maybe I'll get my thing.
Religious billboard, a temple. We probably passed a bunch of this shit. Low key.
Pasta.
Pasta. Dude, Christmas tree and semi truck with no trailer. Crispy, we get bingo.
My God, we'd be so set for life, dude.
Should I get?
There'd be nothing you'd ever do.
It was a cute cat though. I admit.
Is that okay if we do real cat just to keep it even?
Yeah, that's fine. Just in future, can you make sure I agree to the rule earlier? Because I honestly didn't agree to it, and I feel like I know I was talking, but just let me know. Like, make sure I know about it. That's all.
Because I said it out loud and then we moved on, but I didn't know if you heard or not.
No, that's okay. That's okay. Just because like we were also set on looking at like flat things of deer and bear for so long that when I saw like a statue, I was like, oh, that's like definitely a thing.
Yeah, I think it was happening when you were talking to chat. So
No,
that's
I
why
know. I get it. Just next time.
Well, next time we'll be good. But yeah, I think I think a real cat makes sense too because it'll at this point be funny.
No, for sure.
Yeah. And then.
Hi, Daniel.
Oh yeah, real dog was found in the beginning also.
I think,
it's more- I think
we
it'd be more
changed the
fun to hide
rules.
if
We
we
changed the
actually
rules
find it.
mid-game. I didn't agree to it. That's okay. It's okay. We can move past it.
Specifically temples
And
like
we can
Mormon and
literally just be
Buddhist or
like, because
anything.
I
It's a good
honestly don't
question.
have the energy to be upset. It's okay.
I
It's
feel
really
like-
okay. It's fine.
I feel like temple is
We
more
can,
ancient kind of vibe.
It's the first time I was doing it anyway. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Honestly, I'm not fast, which means my meds are working. It's all good. It's okay. It's okay. We need to put our energy towards winning. We can have a comeback. Maybe I make a sandwich. A sandwich. God, I wish I had a Red Bull so bad. I would do anything for a Red Bull.
Red Bull would go crazy.
Do you have another one, Chris? Or you haven't touched that since the last time?
I have another one, but I'm not gonna drink it.
I liked Red Bull, Chris.
Yeah.
It was fun.
That was a different time.
Oh, Chris.
Okay, I'm gonna make something.
It was a different time.
Be right
Alright.
back. No, for sure. I totally get like, I so get everyone
Once
like
Sammy's back and once Carla's
defending
back,
me and like I understand it is annoying.
Yeah, I feel like temple would be more
Totally
historic.
understand that.
Kind of spiritual.
We just
vibes.
gotta lock
Like,
in, Sammy and I,
classic
and we'll
Aztec.
find what guys. I'm gonna find the cat. Watch this. I'm gonna find the cat. It's all good. I'll find it. But I appreciate you guys. I'll go get a sandwich. I'm drinking a perfect almond cap. Ooh, maybe I make like a Daniel. I'm gonna find the cat. Maybe I make a Milo. Ooh, okay, I'll be back.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thanks, man.
You're welcome.
Welcome back, Sammy.
Hello, Chris.
All right.
Please don't stop the
Hey, Carla,
music.
Carla's here to be your music. Don't start.
I found a Red Bull.
Nice.
Thank you.
Absolutely phenomenal.
All right. Please don't stop the music.
Did I just come to my brain, or was somebody singing that?
I don't know.
Please don't stop the music.
Yeah, guys, was someone singing that before?
I truly don't know.
And how?
I don't think it was me.
Sammy!
I was singing that.
What were you singing before?
Me?
Yeah.
I don't think I was singing today. I'm kind of losing my voice, low key.
Wait, what?
No, don't-
Because of
don't-
the
don't
scary
lose your
games
voice.
last night?
No, I'm just I've been yapping so much.
Wait,
Where's
bro.
the
Sam, Sammy, what games did you end up playing last night?
Dude, shift at midnight took the whole stream. It took a really long
Oh,
time.
did
to
it?
beat.
Oh, I
Yeah.
thought you were doing more than one. Oh shit.
I was going to, but then it took. I think shift at midnight alone took 6.5 hours.
Really? A
was
6.5
long.
a 6.5 slapper?
It was
Okay.
longer than I thought it was
Wait.
gonna be. So
I'm
we
gonna,
were
I'm
surprised.
gonna throw that all in the old wish list so I remember.
In this
Bro,
day
have
and
fun.
age,
I really, really liked it.
It's called night.
Shift at midnight.
Shift it.
I think, unless I'm weird.
No, you're actually correct.
Okay. I was like, imagine I got the title completely wrong, and you're like, nah.
Oh, it's a co-op game, or can be.
I played it solo, and I thought it was okay solo, but you can play it co-op.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. All right. Shit, I forgot dinner was a thing.
Yeah, you should probably eat food at some point.
Yeah, I probably should. Well, Carla's still gone. Let me peek.
Okay. Oh, she just got back.
Just got a sandwich.
All right. All right.
Wait, Carl's, what did you make?
I
What kind of
made.
sandwich you got.
You're gonna gag, but I swear it's good.
Okay.
I made a
No,
Vegemite.
it's looking promising. It's looking promising.
I made a Vegemite and cheese sandwich. It actually slaps. I swear. If you like Vegemite, oh fuck the eyes.
No, it sounds good.
Sammy.
No, it's not. No, Carla, yum.
Sammy, don't. Sammy, can I show you what your eyes just look like?
Yeah. No, girl, like that sounds so.
So
Wait,
what?
what kind of sandwich was it?
So what?
What kind of sandwich was it?
A BLT.
What's wrong
No,
with
it
that?
wasn't. No,
BLT
it
is
wasn't.
good.
Tell her. Tell her. Tell him. Tell him.
BLT rocks.
It's
Thank
not
you,
a
Chris.
BLT, Chris.
Thank you, Chris.
No, Carla,
Come
what
on,
was it?
she's
Be
having
honest.
Vegemite and cheese.
Vegemite and cheese.
That sounds awesome.
No, that sounds really.
Guys.
That sounds good. That sounds good.
No, I'm just kidding. Isn't the best way to eat Vegemite with like a little bit of butter?
Mm-hmm.
The way to do it.
I love Vegemite.
But
and
is there
cheese.
butter on it too? Butter and cheese and Vegemite?
I said, "Do you speak of my language?"
Oh wait, Chris. Question.
He just smiled and handed
Give
me
me
a
a
Vegemite sandwich.
What's up?
Scooter? Is it Razor scooter and a Lime scooter are the only two?
So anything where it's like handles and you ride it on your feet, like a lime or a razor.
Right. Okay.
Not like a sitting one though.
Not a sitting
like-
one. Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Not enough Milo in that mug. This is so gross.
And then a
Look.
temple, we're thinking like an OG kind of historic.
I have to go to the shops. I have
spiritual or
nothing in the
religious
fridge. This is
temple.
all I
Like,
have.
you would know, like you see it. Like I feel like a modern day one is. We would have to all look at it and go, sure.
A
But I feel like it should be
rentable
more
scoop.
classic.
Okay.
Dougal's right.
What if it's like a really old, like Catholic church, but like real, like we're in Europe and it's like old. Would that count?
That for me would not count. I feel like because it's not a temple, it's a
Yeah,
church.
Axel, real.
Okay, sure.
If that's fair. But it's probably lovely still. But
This is the most
I would say
Aussie
no.
snack ever.
And then I think, is there anything else? I think pizza place is self-explanatory. Dead end sign has to say dead end. Cat alive. People kissing. Mouth.
Mouth
Or
is
on
so
head,
funny.
I guess. Religious
Wait, I'm
billboard.
surprised we haven't hit pizza place yet. Am I weird?
We haven't
That's
been in
like-
any like cities really.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's
We've
true.
been so rural.
Cat
Yeah.
alive.
Semi truck, no trailer.
Truck, no trailer.
Okay.
Big truck, no trailer.
Okay. And everyone agrees with all those rules? Okay.
Wait, a pride flag, can it be like a sticker or like a logo of a pride flag? Like it doesn't
Ooh, I
have
think-
to actually be a
I would
flag.
say
Great
yes.
question, Sammy. Yes. I think
Yes.
as long as it's a pride vibe.
Okay.
Um,
but
If
not
it's like a rainbow,
not
if it's
just
a rainbow,
Dougals, it
No,
has
it
to
has
have
to
a
be
sign saying it's a
flag
dead
where
end.
it's like, hey, we're down for pride.
Right,
Like
but it could be
sticker
a
sign.
shirt with a
Yeah.
pride flag on. it.
Sure.
Okay.
But like a kindergarten that has like a rainbow in the logo,
right,
no
not,
shot, buddy.
Not good.
Grace.
Not going.
Ooh.
And that's it.
Yum.
Good.
Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to win.
All right, let me drink this Red Bull real quick.
I've got my BLT. I'm in.
She's got her BLT. I got my
BLT.
She
Red
got her
Bull.
bro.
BLT and she's ready to rumble.
They even have BLTs out there.
Yeah.
Fair.
Bacon, lettuce,
No, they
and
don't have tomatoes in
Vegemite.
Australia.
They're banned.
No, I was
Okay,
thinking
give
they
me
didn't
that.
have bacon, or it's very specific. What?
Bro,
Wait,
wave right now.
why Escula John F. Kennedy? Wait, is that the whole name of the town? CEBG Billingua John F. Kennedy?
I don't know. Is that the town name? Any knowers?
She wants to wave at me so bad.
Billingua John. I feel like typing this in Google is gonna get me on some kind of list.
There's no way that's like a real place, right?
Oh, I think it's a school. I think.
Yeah, it's gonna be a school.
Oh, I'm finding a cat here, guys.
Come on, wave. No one's waving.
Did you go
Nobody
towards the
waves.
truck or away from the truck?
Crispy, I'm in the city. I don't remember.
Oh.
I'm in a city.
I was gonna try. We should coordinate to go the other way from each other. I don't know
You're
why
right.
we've been doing that.
You're right. Pope.
Oh, there's a cat. There's a
Oh.
chicken.
Why do you yell
Good.
Pope?
Because it says Pope
Pope.
on the thing.
Oh,
So a chicken's close.
Well.
wait. That counts. That counts. That's a what do you call it? A semi truck with no trailer. It's derelict, but it still counts. That's a semi truck with no trailer.
Bro said derelict.
Semi truck with no trailer.
What does that mean?
Like it's like broken down, but it has no trailer on it.
Send
Has
it.
Yeah, it
I
has no
think
trailer on
it counts as long as it's a semi truck. That has
Yeah, it's like an old semi truck.
Oh, I can just hear the
Yeah,
purrs
let's
from here.
go.
Come out, kitty.
I knew it. I was looking around. I was like, there's a lot of trucks around.
Me
here.
in the
my
morning, be waiting for
God.
a cat in the other room.
Leela.
Fuck.
Wait, these kids
Oh.
gotta wave, right? Come on.
No one's waving, bro.
Thank
Come on.
you.
Why,
I'm
why
glad
do the
you
kids
liked
not wave?
it.
What are they doing
What
to
is
these
that?
children?
Wait, we could argue
Is
that
that
this
an
guy's.
animal?
We could argue that this guy's waving
No.
the car past.
No,
This
I
guy has
agree.
his hand out and it's in motion.
No, I
And
agree.
it's
Give her the
to our
point.
car.
Give her the point.
It's to our car.
Give her the point.
I
Bro,
feel
stop.
he's waving the car in front
You're
of
talking
him.
about the guy with the Hurley shirt on?
No, he's got a mask on in his car. He's sitting in the car and he's waving
Wait,
the
wait.
Google vehicle to go in front of him because he's trying to turn. I think that counts. He's got the full hand out and
Sammy,
it's in
take it.
motion.
Take it.
I'm taking
All
it.
right.
I'm
Hey,
taking
give
it.
it to him.
Dog.
Give it to.
Oh, two little dogs that look like cats, but they're dogs. Fuck.
Wait.
I'm taking it.
Oh, overflowing
Hand
trash,
was in
but we already
motion,
have
yep,
that.
and then look, the car passes and he's trying to turn.
A
Absolutely.
wave is a wave. We'll let it
A
slide him
wave is
down
a
for it.
wave. A
That
wave
sounds-
is
that
a wave.
sounds good.
Pizza! Pizza!
Bang!
Pizzeria!
No,
I'm on
Chris,
a
we're falling
roll!
apart.
I'm on a
Oh,
roll!
we're falling
apart, Chris.
Pizzeria!
Oh, fuck. The
Yes!
Giggle Garrets are locked in.
Carla, I'm locked in!
Yes, babe.
Dog.
Oh my god.
She's on a pizza
There's
roll.
gonna be a cat around the corner.
Oh wait, I
Trust.
think I got a cat. I think I got a cat.
Oh, is this
Wait.
the-
Oh wait,
Locked
that
in.
might be. Wait. Hold. I might be going crazy.
There's no way.
Never mind. Wait.
The way you're so locked in for only a cat is so good.
Yeah, I need it.
There's some kind of creature in the trash can. I don't
It's-
know
oh
if
my
that's
God.
a cat.
I thought it was a cat too.
Crispy, all we really need is a Christmas tree and we win, by the way.
I know. Dude, we're never gonna find a Christmas tree in this
Why not?
Never
setup
say never,
because
Crispy.
it's so specifically to the time of year, and we
Okay.
don't even know if this country celebrates Christmas.
They might.
That's true.
And they might. I'm not a non-believer, but
Hey,
I feel like
you are. Josh Groban starts to sing a song.
hey, man. Oh, come on, give me Bodega Cat, please.
God, what is this?
In God we trust. Wait, is that a religious billboard technically?
Kind of. Is it a
No.
billboard?
Is it just a sign
no.
or is it a
It's
billboard?
just- It's on a car, kind of. It's not really. It's not a billboard.
Come on, cat. I know
Feel it.
you're here.
No, we're not counting pine trees. It has to have decorations.
No,
Ooh, cute
it's got-
dog.
It's got to be clearly a Christmas tree.
Come on, kitty. I know you're here. I can feel it.
You need a
You
neighborhood.
got dogs walking around left and right. There's got to be a cat somewhere.
That's what I'm saying.
Who would have thought this would be one of the toughest ones?
Literally. I
Garbage.
thought it would have been free.
You know what? A lot of times we find cats, so maybe it's
Yeah.
luck of the draw.
Kitty. True, an alley would be nice. That's
Any
good down
alleys
here.
in chat?
Oh,
Yeah, Greaser like
Looking for an
Turkey would go
alley
crazy
cat?
for cats.
dog.
Mattress!
Dog.
Mattress ad with a little turtle on it.
Mattress ad.
Definitely not
Speaking
as
of
good
which,
as...
Sammy, why don't you do a read?
Definitely not as good as Helix.
That's right.
Guys, don't forget to click that link for 27% off.
I'm at a dead
Site
end, by
wide,
the way.
apparently. I heard, Sammy.
Site-wide, Carlos. Absolutely.
Site wide, unbelievable. What
Wait,
a
is
deal.
that a
Extended
cat?
4th of
Hold.
July sale.
Dog.
I think I found a cat. Hold.
Let me see it, babe.
It does look dog, but some would argue that's a cat.
It does
Yeah,
look
Carla
dog.
is trying so hard to get this cat thing to work.
No, it does look dog.
No,
is
no,
the
no.
funniest
No, no,
thing
look.
ever.
Little toy.
Unfortunately, babe,
dog,
that's a
yeah.
dog.
Hey, it's
a
better than
dog as
my
fuck.
it's better than my last cat.
It is. I will give you that.
Crazy
I will
comms.
give you that.
But what is a dog? I mean cat, really. Like if you
No, I agree with you. Like
Captain
who
America!
classified it?
And the Hulk. But it's not on
Nice.
his shirt.
oh
It's on a
Chris,
birthday
you
party
can't get me excited,
thing.
bro.
Sorry.
No shirt.
wait, I think
Man.
no, I got the cat.
Oh my god. Yeah, how about this? You have to be 95% sure
No,
before you say
I'm
it
like
again. 'Cause you get me
94.
excited.
No more.
Let me see.
Dog!
It's a swan.
I'm kidding.
It's a swan.
I'm kidding. I'm joking.
Carla, you're done. You're done.
I'm
You're cut
kidding.
off.
I'm kidding.
You're cut off, Carla.
No, I'm
You're
finding
cut
this
off.
cat. I need it so
Rocking
bad.
chair. I'm almost gonna feel bad when I inevitably find it first.
No, don't find it
Yeah.
first. Just give me that one.
I'm going to.
No, I'm gonna find it. I can smell it.
There's got to be a cat in this little bodega.
There's gonna be a
So many
cat here.
dogs.
This is a cat
Moving so
palace.
slow.
Come on, give me a little kitty.
No, I want the kitty.
I want to find this cat. I don't think
Come on, a
people
Christmas tree
kiss
would
in
go
I'm
this
in an
crazy.
area that's blurry.
Bro, people definitely kiss here, dude. Come on. There's so many people.
No, they
and
don't.
People
I need
are made
kissers.
from kissing. Dogs! Ah. Random driveway. What's so blurry half the time here?
That's what I'm saying. Better read
2 minutes. Lovely flowers, by the way.
I found the cat.
Oh,
Did you,
God.
Carla?
Oh my god, I did. I did.
Let me see it.
All
Let
right.
me see it.
All right. Oh my god. Guys.
You don't sound excited enough. I
It's
don't
probably
know.
she's probably
Yeah,
googling
it's
cat.
not. You're done. You're done. You're done.
You're cut off.
No, I'm
You're
gonna find
cut
it.
off.
No, I'm gonna find
Guys,
You know what? I'm
she's done.
gonna find it just because I want to now.
it. No.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I think I found a cat. Wait, I actually did think I found a cat. 1 second.
God, here
I'm finding it.
Oh,
I'm
okay,
thankful.
model. That's a dog.
This
That's a
is
dog.
the
See, I'm
bit that
admitting.
never ends.
I'm admitting
this bit
that's a-
goes on and
that's a-
on, my friend.
No, guys, let me have this.
Oh, that's
Oh, okay, lime green.
a dog. That's a cat. I think.
No,
actually.
no, it's
No,
not.
I'm not even fucking kidding. No, chat.
Take the
That's
screenshot.
actually-
Take the
it.
That one right
screenshot.
there in the middle.
Take the
That's a
screenshot.
dog also. That's a cat. That's
Take a
getting cat.
screenshot.
Take a screenshot.
Let's
Let's
see it.
see it. The council.
That's a fucking
will
cat.
Take a
decide.
see the
screenshot.
Dog
council.
behind it.
Take a
Listen,
screenshot.
Even I'm tentative to say it's a cat at this point because
Take a
there's been so many
screenshot,
false
bub.
Guys, one laying
alarms.
down is a cat for sure.
Well,
That's a
send it.
cat.
Send
We're
it.
waiting for the screenshot, bud.
Wait for the screenshot.
Let's see it.
You fucking wackies. Come on, it's a cat.
You
People are saying
you
it's a
fucking
dog.
wackies.
Send the screenshot.
He called us wackies.
People are trying to say that's a dog. Yeah,
That's
right.
a cat.
Where-
That's a
No,
cat.
that's a
That's
dog.
cat.
That's a dog,
That's
Sammy.
a cat.
That's
That's
a
a
cat as
cat.
hell.
That is a cat.
The one
Look
under
at the
the
tail.
arrow.
Yeah, that's a cat laying on its ass.
That is a cat.
No, that's a dog. I can see
laying
its
right there.
ass.
That's a cat.
No, the tail's weird. That's a
I know how
dog.
cats lay. That's a cat.
People are saying raccoon. It's a
Yeah, I don't think that's a cat. No, that's a dog.
Bro.
No, that's a dog.
Cat,
Yeah,
here,
look at
let me
this.
see- Let me show you.
That's a cat,
I
guys.
don't
I've
That is
seen
a,
cats
that's
before.
a cat. That's a cat lay. It's too small.
I don't know.
That's a cat. And the guy behind it's a dog.
Oh, I just don't.
Temple.
Not definitive. We half that one. All right.
But you didn't find.
I found
Wait,
a 3D
oh.
statue.
I'm just in darkness.
awesome.
Should I be in darkness?
No.
No.
Open your eyes.
Oh. Oh wait.
Should
no,
I be
okay,
in
no, we're good.
darkness?
Should I be? It was literally just black. I was in a black void. Okay. Oh, this looks
That was
like.
such a little cat laying.
I don't
Is
know.
this rural Japan?
The
Or
second
rural-
photo's a bit
There's
weird.
cows.
but the first.
What do you mean it's weird, bro?
I don't know. He has
Carla's photo was better.
Thank you.
What? You're saying the chicken was better? I don't agree.
The one where she found a cat. That one was
Uh-oh.
better.
Crispy, all we need is a Christmas tree and we win, by the way.
Sammy,
Bro,
lock
we
in.
ain't finding a Christmas tree anywhere, man.
Or a superhero shirt. Why'd you have to square cat?
What?
Not me.
Not me.
Carla, unhalf-sees it. I can see you. I can see you clicked it.
Unhappy.
Is this?
Halfsies it.
That's a tree. It's a Christmas tree right there.
Is this Geo Rivals?
Rivals.
I wish.
Guys, Christmas
Wait, is
tree
that-
thoughts?
Is that a cat?
No, it doesn't matter. We already got it.
No, but it would be good validation to also have a definitive other cat.
Of course, of
A
course.
full moon. Where? Did someone moon?
Oh, this guy is chill as heck.
We've already got wave,
Yeah,
I
that's-
think.
that's-
But I like the full moon.
We do have wave. We
Yeah.
do.
Oh man, what is this? More dogs. There's so many
Family.
dogs.
A lot of dogs.
A lot of dogs out.
We also need pride flag or temple. Temple might be possible here.
Temple could be. This looks like Indonesia again.
Dog.
Again. I think it
Your
is.
Thai.
Why do we keep getting Indonesia or Thailand? Yeah.
Is that a cat? All week I'm going to be just looking at lumps on the road. Is that a cat?
It's a sign.
Real.
Do we
A
think
bunch
this
of
is the town name?
bunch of chickens.
Wait, can we move on without everyone?
No,
Again?
we can't.
Oh,
Unfortunately.
what happened?
I'm down to all move on though. This
Oh,
is
okay.
a temple for sure.
Yeah.
by the way.
This is rough.
We're going to
This
get
is
a
a temple
dirt
chat.
road.
It's
We're going to
giving
get a dirt
temple here.
road.
Maybe try and see if there's a sign that you can translate. Because temples will have signs in front of them.
No. Okay. All right. Should we all skip to the next one?
Yep.
Maybe.
I kind of want to because I feel like
Chickens.
these
like I
towns
can
are kind of
find
all the
something.
same a little bit.
Yeah, we're not gonna get pride or Christmas tree most likely, but also you never know.
Wait, hang on. Oh shoot, I forgot about the phone thing.
Rainbow,
Thank you for reminding me.
Oh.
I have a reminder.
umbrella, but it's gone now.
I'm gonna put it on
Gotta be a flag.
Do not
though.
disturb.
You're right.
Like clearly like flag vibes.
Oh, aeroplane. Sorry, aeroplane. Yes. Guys, a reminder, if you're in Oz, they're testing the emergency alarm on your phone.
I'm down to move on. If you guys are.
Straight up though, if you are
Alright,
in
what do you
a
feel?
situation where you have a safe phone that you don't want someone
Is that a
to
cat or a
know
wig?
that you have a safe phone,
Oh,
2
no.
You're
p.m.
muted if you're talking to us.
Thanks, pal. Are we moving on?
Yeah, we can.
I'm
think
okay
so,
with
yeah.
moving on.
Alright.
I'm fine.
Yeah, how do we? I'm just gonna
So
guess.
if you have a
random
safe
spot.
phone that you don't
guess.
want to be found, make sure you turn it off.
I land again. Yeah. To my house door.
Put on airplane mode, latest 1 p.m. no later. Right, okay.
Here we go.
And then is it gonna be
Why'd
off for
you
an
post a
hour?
Picture of a guy's ass out.
Bro,
Oh,
no shot.
No, I didn't mean. I
No.
didn't. Sorry, I didn't see
No.
that bit. I just thought it was a Christmas tree, and then I was told after I posted
Oh.
it. I'm really sorry. I honestly didn't expect. I didn't do that on purpose.
Bro's fucking cheeks are fully out.
I think he was mooning. My bad.
Another Marn.
Tropical Beach Club. Okay. But there's just a
One of these guys has to be on a scooter, bro. Come on.
the end of the road.
I'm gonna
you can
see
only go
penis
one way on this
graffiti
one.
very soon.
I'm
Manifest.
surprised we haven't
Anytime
hit the old
now.
dick graffiti.
I moved on from cat, guys.
Now we're going to penis graffiti.
Yes,
Oh.
yes, yes, yes.
Oh, is this even gonna be a town anytime soon? This is.
Is it KFC? Oh my god.
KFC. What do you say?
Seeing it in your house
KFC?
doesn't count.
mean, I got dropped in a different region, apparently.
Yeah, there's no fucking world you got KFC even remotely close to you.
Girl,
What the
there was
heck?
there
We're
was
in
a
the middle of the
sign.
jungle.
There was a sign.
What?
Yeah.
I've
her.
seen nothing so far.
I
see
know.
it's giving
trees
nothing.
and leaves.
I know, Axel. I know.
breaking,
it's honestly it's
GeoGuessr.
heartbreaking, but
I'm
I'd
going so
rather
fast.
people,
I'm,
on the
I'm
off
warping.
chance they have a secret phone, to not
I wouldn't mind a scooter or a pride flag or a
There's
superhero
nothing
shirt.
here.
endanger themselves by someone finding,
Man, the nearest
Their
village
phone.
is 7 miles away.
you know. I'm glad people are
Yeah, guys,
saying it on the
all-
radio
we're
as
just,
well.
We're just having a goofy fun time.
I'm glad people are like telling people
Going down this
because
way.
that's so
Here.
important.
You got options, folks.
Plus, we're still getting Christmas tree and winning for sure.
Right.
Right, Crispy?
We're totally
Wait,
getting
Cass,
it in
really?
this exact one.
Guys, I have a fun spawn in
Wait, how
August
do
that I
you go
can't
back
wait
to the
to.
beginning? What's that
The
button?
flag.
The little flag, bottom left.
Oh, thank you.
You're gonna love. We have a fun little spawn in
No,
August.
that's giving middle finger, guys.
Sushi. I know. I saw that was very phallic, but it's a middle
Yeah,
finger.
it's giving
Yeah.
Oh.
middle finger.
Yeah.
Close.
Unfortunately not.
We need like a main city for a dick graffiti. Or people kissing.
Dong.
Yeah.
Or a graffiti of people kissing.
Oh, people kissing as a graffiti with a dong would be iconic.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
Sorry, crazy comms, but
Yeah.
like
Literally transcendental, you know what I mean?
exactly. Guys, we haven't slopped in a hot minute, right? Us four?
We haven't.
We've
Miss
been,
you
we've been
guys.
almost-
What
busy.
the hell? It's been
Been
nice.
busy.
Stranded in Jersey.
Oh,
Wait, how was that?
Really fun. The 2 canceled flights weren't fun, but everything else was fun.
real.
I can't believe 2 canceled flights is wild.
It's
Sammy
always
moved
cancelled
in.
out of New Jersey, I swear. It happens every time we visit.
Yeah.
You're so true.
Mm-hmm.
Or do you cancel it yourself?
Both. But honestly, most of the time it's cancelled
fair.
first, and then I decide to want to be with Moo for another day. So it's both.
Ah, you're right.
Okay.
I mean, hey, who
And
would?
Moo
Let's
goes,
be honest.
Thanks.
Thanks. Exactly.
Guys, can
Why
we
are the
skip
Google
this
cars
one?
always passing? Yeah, this sucks. This
There's
sucks
literally
again.
nothing
I'm sorry.
Speak for yourself, guys.
I'm
I have a
skipping.
dong right here.
A
Is that a
dog?
Spider-Man outfit?
There's cows.
All right, I'm down
I would
to
like,
skip.
I would like one civilization, please.
This is
Yeah,
civilization,
I'm
Christy.
down to skip.
Skipping.
You did-
yeah, but like
you-
a town.
You
Give me a
want
town.
a city where there's a dick graffiti.
Right.
Well, not specifically the dick graffiti, but yes, I would like.
I'm
a
not
town.
gonna yuck your yum, Crispy.
We keep
I-
getting
I also
the
wouldn't mind-
Indonesian islands like Singapore, Malaysia, like.
I'm
Give
winning,
us-
by the
Fortunately,
way.
this
Give us a walkable city with a pizza
Temple
place.
Street.
Yeah.
Oh
It's
wait, this
the-
will have a
it's
dong
it's
for
the same
sure.
thing. What, are you sure you didn't like click like one region?
No, I clicked world.
No, I'll find
Bro, it's literally just like the Indonesian islands again. Like,
It's okay. There's gonna be a dong here. Don't you worry about that.
I think it's literally Thailand again. Oh my god.
That's the problem with RNG.
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 Guys, anything could happen. We can find a
Anything could
superhero
happen.
shirt in Thailand.
I think a superhero shirt's kind of easy for this one, personally.
Yeah, but we haven't found
There's a
it
lot
up
of
until this
people.
point. You would think it's easy, but
I mean, it took us so
Genuinely
long
have
to
not
find a
found it.
cat.
To be fair, I haven't been looking at a lot of the shirts.
True.
Is that two?
Oh.
Is this
Marissa,
Twitch,
Gotta-
or is that
eating
the
up
same
dinner.
guy twice?
I want to say same guy twice. To have a different shirt on.
Twins,
Twins.
tandem twins, just riding at the same thing.
Come on, someone has a scooter.
Come on, Scoot.
Scoot.
It is kind of crazy how it's been the same like climate every time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm on the hunt.
Chicken.
True.
Dog. Oh, go. I thought that was gonna be a dog. That's a goat.
Great.
I love goats.
Oh, that is a goat. Oh.
Wait, that was just a picture of yourself?
Haha.
Yes.
Haha, yeah.
Haha. Come on, graffiti a dong.
Oh my god, little goats and some cows. Where the hell are we?
Where aren't we?
We need a city.
We've been all over the globe today, guys.
Globe.
Oh, it's a huge mud pie.
Oh.
Honestly, we really haven't. We've been in like 2
Is
regions.
shit- Is shit on the bingo board or no?
I don't think you wrote it.
Hello.
You're right.
I don't think so.
Big old shit.
Whoa, that's a lot of cargo.
Dongfeedy.
Cargo fast.
Bella, really?
I'm surprised we haven't seen like a scooter either.
Not the mud
Like
pie,
just like a metal scooter.
Oh my god, they're in the water.
Because we're about to see
Do
it,
you
Sammy.
think this is a town name?
Sammy, yes. Tick it off.
I was born.
It's 16. Surely this is a town and not a company.
Sure.
I believe it.
Sure.
I believe my Shayla.
You know what? Just click it at this point.
At this point, heck it.
All these carts that they're riding.
True.
Bye.
It's a sheep.
Oh, come on. Dong it up.
There's no way we're getting a dong here.
No, we will. Because I've seen graffiti, and I feel
Wait,
like a
it
dong
has
is
to be
universal.
graffiti, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, yeah.
It
Chris,
does.
we're not talking like straight up fucking dong. It's gotta be graffiti.
No, I know. I'm just saying if there was, though, it wouldn't count.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it would just be a problem if you found that.
Dong is universal.
Hey, still sponsored by.
Oh.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Guys, Helix mattress 27% off. Find your fit today. Take the quiz. I personally am a side, back, tummy, and a rotisserie chicken. What are you? Find out today.
I love sleeping on my back and my side.
Striker_500
I'm
has
like
gifted
pretty much
5
only a
subs.
side sleeper.
Naughty boy.
My God.
Same. If I sleep on
That's
my
the only
back,
way I
I
fall
die.
asleep.
Thank
I feel like
you.
sometimes I wake up and I'm on my back.
If you
but,
were gifted a sub, guys,
like
please
to
say
fall
thank
asleep,
you.
always a side sleeper.
My goats. Thank you, doll. Sammy, do you
Sure
start
is.
off cuddling and then
Already got.
break away?
Sometimes, Carla.
Would be nice in winter, I'd tell you that much.
Very true, babe. Honestly, come over. The mattress is for guests. I got a
It's
guest
for 5
mattress.
people.
Wait, are you talking about the Helix
For
mattress
Helix.
for guests?
Yes.
Well,
yes, ma'am.
get out the crayons and color me tickled pink. I'm on my way to try that mattress for myself.
I think you'd really like it.
Oh, I know I'd love it, babe. Do you come with the mattress?
So many shirts here, by the way, and no superheroes. Like, what is this?
Guys, new Need to drop.
That's a W, Chris.
True.
Should we
Guys, check out
switch?
Hoppy Hour.
I'm literally like
Sorry,
in like the
I just wanted to be
busiest
part of
the
it.
city.
Real question tonight.
There's
I'll be
no
big
wanted
spoon,
something
babe.
too.
Hi, Zells.
I'm
Thank you,
next.
Striker.
Let's all vote and get out of here.
I appreciate you. Speak for yourself. I'm about to see Dong.
Me on Omegle like 10 years ago.
Whoa!
Oh,
Oh, it's 2 cows. Oh no, it's a mutant cow. Oh, it's just
guys,
one
I'm
cow.
this close to finding a Christmas tree.
If round 5 is the same thing, we'll do a new complete style.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
You'll
done
never
with
take
this.
me to Bangladesh.
Come on,
Fine,
give
alright.
us something.
Give us Sydney.
Kels, I
Come
remember that.
on.
Find a pride flag. Ah, yes.
Yeah, GG.
Come on!
Hey, GG.
Yes! Yes!
Woo!
I love
Oh,
the desert.
can't wait to
Hey,
find
GG,
Dong on the
guys.
road. Let's go, baby.
All right, I'm doing cities
Wait,
only.
I see a cat! I see a cat!
Shut up.
No, you don't. No,
I'm
you
doing cities only.
Wait,
Everyone
someone's
vote.
kissing on the side of the road.
Fuck it.
I picked in the middle of the ocean.
All right, everyone vote.
That's where I want to
Wait.
be right don't.
No, dude, come on. You're
No,
so
Dong,
funny.
you're so sexy. Sorry.
Okay, here, finish game. Continue. I'm gonna go
Finish game.
famous cities.
Famous cities.
Famous cities.
Pride flag on top of that hill, guys.
No way.
Thank you, Striker. Thank you all for being here as well.
World cities or U.S. cities?
I had
I think
a-
world cities.
World
We do
cities.
world.
Okay.
As long as we're in a city, I think we'll be fine.
I did a hot
In
start
the
today, so I didn't do my dailies or yak with you.
All right, come on, Dick Graffiti. Yes.
Molly!
Oh, we're back. Look for anything. Oh,
Molly, I
man.
needed
this is what we were
that.
missing, dude.
Thank you so much.
Oh, this makes me so excited.
Thanks, Joel.
Wait,
That's really
I'm
sweet.
rejuiced.
That's cute.
We're so getting Dick Graffiti
Hi,
or a
Em.
superhero shirt or a
Wait,
pride
how are you
flag
feeling?
or a Christmas tree,
Yeah.
right?
Happy Fiesta!
Good.
What's that?
Leo, congrats. That's so cute.
Look at this little bus.
Where is this? Is this
This is Philippines, I
Mexico,
think.
Ecuador?
Filipino. Adobo.
It's the Philippines.
Look at these little bikes.
Oh, someone's definitely doing a scoot down here.
gotta be a
ELD
scooter.
meets.
This is prime scoot.
This is definitely Scooterville.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait, was that a
Somehow
religious?
Where's Christmas at?
Can't read that.
Where is Christmas?
Where are you, Christmas?
I like that
When Chris
laugh.
disappears for a while.
It's Nate's birthday.
Where are you, Chris Mel?
Oh my god, I wonder if they're gonna come
Wait,
in
that'll be
today. I can
Viewers,
give them
viewers when Chris takes a
happy
vacation.
Aussie birthday.
When with all my friends' flights are delayed.
Lord.
Yeah, sing it, sister.
Okay. X-Men
Yeah,
shirt
it's the
in the
Giggle
next 5
Girls
minutes,
versus
Garrett.
Oh
the
my god,
Giggle
there's
Boys.
so many people. There's gotta be a
Give me an
shirt.
X-Man or Spider-Man shirt and say nothing,
I
chat.
haven't seen nothing.
We're definitely winning this, Semi. Like the
Oh, I
comeback's gonna
found a
be real.
USA shirt, but no
Doesn't count, man.
superhero.
No
Yes,
Captain
we're
America.
purple. We're purple. Good question.
On
Sorry,
photo,
forgot about that.
Japan surplus.
There's definitely a temple here too, for sure.
Mercury drug.
Dog.
Oh, there's a kid. It's a Kobe jersey. Close.
Okay, we're getting close. That's athlete.
Close.
That's an athlete.
I honestly feel like I'm
superhero.
about to find something.
I'm on the verge of
Travis
discovery.
Scott shirt. Okay, maybe something. We're backtracking a little bit. Looking for superhero. Maybe the Hulk. Okay,
I feel
gay
like it'll
umbrellas.
probably be. I feel like it'll probably be Spider-Man. I feel like that's. Or
I'm
maybe
gonna
Captain
Superman
America,
maybe.
but- Oh, Superman is good.
Mm.
Didn't
Do
even
Pride
consider
umbrellas
that.
count? Nah, I'm joking.
I feel it. Molly,
Oh, religious. Oh, is this kid? Does this count?
you're so cute. Thank you guys.
It's a board. It's not like a billboard. It's a sign.
I feel like I feel like I'm not supposed to be
Oh,
where I'm going.
I see a fucking cat clear as day. Like it's a cute cat,
Oh.
man. That's a beautiful cat. Look
Oh,
at that.
Probably
Scooter?
needed that 4
Oh.
rounds ago.
Oh.
Wait, that's still dope though, Carla.
I agree. Yes.
That is really cool.
Kitty.
Batman! Batman! Yes!
Oh
Ah.
shit! Wow. Okay, hold on. I might have a religious billboard too.
That's
I might
not a
have a religious
scooter.
billboard too. Okay, does this count? Does this count? I'm posting it.
Let me
That's
see.
a God sign.
Let me see.
I wouldn't really
Hi,
say that's a
Crash. Hi,
billboard.
Wes.
No, it's not a billboard,
Like, that's-
Crispy.
like it's giving sign.
Wheezy, I would
I-
love.
I
Oh,
But it's
appreciate-
close.
Oh, it's a dog.
It's so big. It's like the whole side of the building.
I know.
Whole.
I don't know if that's a scooter. I don't know if that counts. That's
Take a screenshot.
like it's scooterish, but it's not because there's a seat.
Oh, I'm
I
in.
feel like if
I'm in
there's a seat to
Scooterville,
sit,
guys.
It's not a scooter. That
I'm
you're
in
looking
Scooter
at. 'Cause
Town.
We clearly said standing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's like I would say that's the closest we've gotten, but there's still a seat. But
fair.
that's close. It's a strange combo.
Oh, I'm
I'm
so
gonna show it
close
to you
to
guys
Scoot.
just so you see the vibe,
Yeah, let
but
me see
it's
the
not.
vibe.
Like, you can see where we would be confused here, but there's a seat, so I don't think it counts.
Yeah, no.
You know what I mean?
I get it.
He's
I get it.
definitely sitting, but the vibe is there.
No,
Yeah.
I'll
like,
give you that
He's scooting,
vibe.
but he's sitting too. WIs though, WIs chat. That
Yep.
does count if we're talking mopeds and stuff as well. But we have to honor the code.
The code of the scoot.
Oh wait, Carla, I found the cat that I think you saw.
Yeah, was it orange
This
and
one?
cute?
Oh no, wait, I found a different one. Look at this one.
Really? Oh, Kenny!
Oh, baby.
But yeah, I think if we do this again, or if you guys want to move on or whatever, I think we do cities only. Like, this is the way.
Yeah, for sure.
This is so
definitely.
much better.
Yeah.
Yeah, is this here though? Oh, it is. Okay, here's the thing. I found a church, but it says on the sign in front of it that it's a shrine. It says that it's a shrine of
I'd
the
count that.
Lady of Urds. I will take a screenshot and the council can decide.
I
Let's see it.
personally like that.
Well,
And the building is right behind it.
You
We'll look at
would.
it.
You would.
Oh, let me have some whimsy.
Take a look at this.
Let me
Hold on.
have some
Here we go.
whimsicalist.
I'm looking for Dick
Take
as
a
well
look.
over here on this
Oh,
wall.
I forgot about Dick.
Oh, I
Sorry.
found another cat too. Why is this? Yeah, the cats are all in the city, man.
Yeah.
Okay, it's uploading. I don't know why it's taking so long.
Okay. Slow upload speed. No, I'm joking.
That was a good laugh.
There we go. It's there.
Yeah,
So if
she's
you
had some
zoom
good
into
ones
that
lately.
picture, it says that it's a shrine. And I feel like because it says it on the sign, therefore it is a shrine.
I agree. I agree with
Where
that.
do you see shrine?
Zoom into that billboard right in front. It says shrine at the top right of the sign. Shrine of Our Lady Urdes.
Ooh,
It's
I
giving
think that's
church
good.
But it
giving
says
church-
shrine on the sign, though.
Yeah, I have to agree with Sammy
That's
here.
the thing.
So
I have to agree with Sammy.
They
here-
classify it as a shrine.
So here's the thing. I think you get it. I think that's fair. I don't
Okay,
agree
bet.
with it though.
No, what do you mean you don't agree with it?
Girl.
What do you mean you don't agree with it?
That's a whole ass church right there.
It says, okay, I would agree with you if they didn't classify
Exactly.
it as a shrine.
Exactly.
Which they do.
It's their shrine, their
the
rules.
word
The
is
verbiage
temple.
is on the billboard.
Shrine isn't anywhere on the board. We're looking
Yes,
for
it
temple.
is.
No, we're looking
Oh.
for temple.
Okay, is a temple a shrine? Or are they completely
No.
different?
They're kind of
A
They're
different.
very
temple,
different.
wait, guys, a
Okay,
temple
if-
is a
if we're gonna
building
go-
for religious
listen,
worship.
If we're gonna go with that verbiage, then fine. But if you find a shrine and it's not clearly a
No,
temple,
no.
then you can't mark it.
No, Sammy, a temple means a building used for religious worship. Click that off, that's ours. Wham bam, thank
Listen,
you, ma'am.
all I'm saying is if someone finds something that
Nope.
says temple on it, I would be willing to discuss.
Sammy, I'm putting temple down. I'm sorry. I'm
Put it down, babe.
I'm
Put
overruling it
down.
because you popped off.
She's still feeling things about the cat.
I am. I miss my cat.
I mean,
This
fair,
is cracking me
real.
up.
I
Ooh,
will
pride
say,
bun.
I did explain at the beginning what a temple was and everything, and we all agreed on it, but I also don't care.
Wait, does this count?
And
It's
you
a
got to mark
pride
it.
bun with a rainbow. It's a
No.
rainbow. It's very pridey.
Yeah, but it doesn't count because I saw a pride umbrella before.
No, it's not an umbrella. Check this out.
No.
No, I'm serious. Check this out.
Does it have a flag on it?
It has the flag in the background, yeah.
let me see this.
Let me see.
Wait, it's
Come
That
on.
kind
Okay,
of counts, I think.
wait. That's actually low key kind of good.
No,
That counts.
the flag.
That's
yeah,
funny.
Thank you.
Pride
That
bun.
counts.
Okay, the heart is
That's so
clearly like a
random.
pride heart flag.
No, we
How
got
about
that.
You can
We
have
got-
the pride bun, but unclick temple, and
No,
then I'm happy.
that's not how it works, Mel.
No,
Nah,
fine.
nah,
fine.
nah.
If you listen. I'm fair. If you genuinely feel a type of way about it, then unclick it.
No, I actually
I'm
don't give a shit.
unbothered. I'm unbothered.
Dude, I'm unbothered too, and I found another cat in case anyone gives a shit.
You're not
and it's
unbothered because you
gorgeous.
keep bringing it up. but
Oh,
that's-
Sammy!
Got him!
Ooh.
Got
Give us a
him!
Christmas tree and say nothing crispy.
Give me a
I'm
dong.
trying, brother. I'm
Where-
looking
where am
for
I?
nothing
Everything's
but
blurry.
Christmas trees.
Okay, here we go.
I'm in Christmas tree alley right now, guaranteed I'm finding one.
Christmas
we need
tree
Germany
alley?
so bad.
Germany would go crazy right now for Christmas trees.
No, I'm gonna find a stray Christmas tree laying
Nah,
on the
Sammy,
sidewalk.
Sammy.
There's no shot.
I'm finding a Christmas
How
tree
did you find
bun.
How'd you find that pride bun? That's so
Yeah,
funny.
where did that even come from?
That
That's
was
so random and
so
hilarious.
funny.
Hey, I don't know too, but life is good.
I found a
Got sharp
shrine.
eyes.
That's good for
She's
you.
got sharp eyes.
Oh,
Let's
it's a
see.
7-Eleven. That's right. My goats.
Oh my God, there's gotta be a Christmas tree somewhere, Crispy.
Oh,
Looking.
we're out.
I found a
All
battle
right, we're
bus.
out.
Oh, I love this
We're
town.
We're
No,
timing out.
don't. I love this town.
I love this town.
This town's my
Last second
goat.
graffiti.
Ah,
All
It's alright, guys. We're gonna
Next
find
one,
Dong.
give us something crazy. Here we go.
Dong.
Okay,
Oh.
Crispy, I'm going
this
towards
is
the Brown
Ukraine.
Village.
I'm going under the bridge for
Same.
Dong.
I'm by a
Wait,
roundabout.
I'm gonna go left.
Dogs.
You go right.
Okay. Okay, look anywhere and everywhere all at once.
I'm in a parking lot.
Found a kebab place.
I think this is Ukraine. It said so. We have a shot. They definitely
True.
celebrate Christmas.
Oh, there's Dong
there,
over here for sure.
It looks so summer though.
It's so summer, Sammy.
It's so summer here.
So
It's
summer here.
Scooter!
Get it!
Scooter! Scooter! Scooter clearance day!
Yes!
Bang!
Wham bam!
What kind
Thank
of
you,
scooter?
man.
One without a seat. I will put it
We'll
in.
take it.
I'll put it in the group chat.
Put it in there and let us know.
Scooter clear as day.
Sammy, I want you to know I'm about to get Dong graffiti.
I'm banking on it.
Oh!
Put it in the chat. It's
That
in
is
the
a
in
scooter.
chat. That is a scooter, baby.
It's an electric scooter.
That's a stunning
It
scoot.
is a scooter.
All right.
Seatless.
No, I don't want to be a piece of shit, but the thing says someone on scooter. No worries though.
Wait, the whole time we were just talking about scooter. Does it actually say person on scooter?
It
does.
says someone on scooter.
Oh,
yeah.
that actually blows.
Yeah, unfortunately, it literally says someone on scooter.
I didn't see that it said person on scooter. I thought it was just
Yeah.
scooter.
No, it's no worries.
Fine.
That is a scooter though. It means there are people. Hey, found one with a person on it.
The switch!
Bro.
The switch! The
Bang!
switch!
I
That's
found a
actually
dog.
so annoying.
That's
That's
so
actually
sad.
so annoying.
We're looking for a guy on one. Let's go.
Oh, I don't know! He's barely on it! He's touching it with his foot! He's not riding it! It has to have 2 feet on the scoot!
He's barely on his 5 feet. Okay, I will say, in defense of me, anybody could have said that 2 minutes after I took the screenshot. That's all I'm
To
saying.
be fair, I
Real.
forgot, but it
Real.
does say it on there.
Just saying, anybody could have said, and we all confirmed. You were like, okay, that is a scooter. That
Yeah,
is a
I
scooter.
agree.
That's all I'm
In
saying.
fact, let's
Anybody
half
could
it.
have
Let's
said
half
it a little
it.
earlier, and I would
Yeah.
have had time to find it. That's
There's
all
scooters all
I'm
over this
saying.
city. Holy shit! This is Scooterville. There's scooters everywhere.
He's
Bro,
barely
Gigas
on
has
it.
never been more heated.
That's funny.
I'm looking for a Christmas tree.
Looking for
Fires,
a Dong.
fires.
It's so summer though.
You're right.
Someone
I
who has
know.
their Christmas tree up.
There's scooters all day here, but we do have to
Sam, are
honor
these
the
cities?
code.
Honor the code.
Wait, I think I'm onto
I've been
something,
so
guys.
locked in just trying to specifically find
Someone
it.
might
This
have
one
their
was like
Christmas
playing
tree.
Monopoly with my mom. Right, this vibe.
We need like a
is a
Christmas
city?
store.
No, there's streets. Okay.
Oh, there's such a dick around here.
That's what I've been saying.
Come on. There's got to be.
I feel like this is... Guys, I'm cooking here, I think.
Give me a lucky Christmas store.
These are
Give me a
all- these are all
Hallmark store,
streets.
please. Please.
We need winter.
There's graffiti.
Give me a card store.
Ooh, wait for what?
Like a Hallmark store would have something like
Oh, for a Christmas tree, of course.
that. Yeah.
Oh, they meant for like a dick on the wall. Like
Oh,
a-
no.
Yeah,
a
yeah,
trading
of
card
course.
store.
Yes, yes, yes.
Like for graffiti. Come on. Graffiti.
I think it's a one-way sign.
I just feel like it's right here. I feel like I'm cooking.
Oh.
All right, it's all right, guys. It's okay.
Come on, there's got to be.
This tree needs to get out of the way.
Come on, give us a
Wait,
funny
wait.
shape. Give us a
Is
funny
that a Christmas
shape.
tree? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Please, please, please tell me that's a Christmas tree, not just a little pine tree.
No, it's a pine.
It's gotta have the decor on it.
I'm looking. I'm
does.
looking. I'm looking.
It has to
It's
have the
hard
decor.
because it's daytime though. It's hard to tell.
Hard to tell.
Oh, chat. Do you see lights on there?
Screenshot
I need an
it.
ornament. I need an ornament. I need an
No, we need an
ornament.
ornament, Crispy. Lights aren't
no.
enough. We need some goddamn festive
No.
ornaments.
It's gotta
No,
be like
it's not enough.
clearly a Christmas
Yeah,
tree.
it's not.
I feel like.
It's not enough. I think it's actually an old Christmas tree, but it's just on a porch, like
Oh, I
waiting
did a
to get
fucking
thrown out.
circle on accident. I'm back at this fuck ass place.
That sucks, chat. That was so close.
Just kind of beat the goal.
I've never looked at graffiti so closely in my entire life.
Same. I'm looking at every shape, every angle. Okay.
What's a Taurus down here? This looks like a good spot.
Oh, someone definitely have some wang.
We're
Whoa,
done
why
with
did I get
Seattle.
I'm
teleported
in
down here?
Graffiti City right now, but I'm not seeing anything
same.
that I need to see.
I went to a walking path. How do I get out of here? What?
Refresh maybe.
Yeah, I had to go
These are
back to the
most
start.
polite vandals.
Oh no!
Yeah, these vandals are kinda
chat,
kind.
What happened?
I see a 33.
There's so much graffiti, but where are the dongs?
There we go.
A dollar sign, a smiley face. Come on.
Oh,
It
a
should
dragon?
be here.
Oh wait, where the wild things are looking ass?
Oh.
I think I
It's
just
kinda
saw
fun.
nipples.
Oh,
Somebody goes, that was an atheist tree. Come on, guys.
Hey, matter of fact, trees for
Hey.
everyone.
Trees for everybody.
man, people are trying
Jeez.
to end up in the out of context chat for sure. With the,
Some of these out of left field comments.
I look over in chat and Lord, give me penis.
Oh, I'm definitely finding dong here. Oh, it's over. Oh, this is Dong
Oh.
City.
Bro, it should be here. Like, I'm seeing everything but what we're looking
Weeping
for.
Willow. Yeah, probably a dead end sign actually.
Oh damn! I found a pride flag too.
I mean, there's
Bummer.
a ton of, like, signs with, like, circles with X's on
Oh,
them,
that was
but I
just a
feel like that
Ukrainian
doesn't
flag.
count.
Never
Yeah, I
mind.
think that's like a no way zone.
I feel like it's gotta say, like, dead end.
Yeah, or like it's basa. You know what I mean? Like a different language.
There's a cross graffiti. Come on!
Sammy, I was graffiti was born
Carla, I'm
on
in the
this
trenches right now, babe.
girl. Oh, I found a penis!
It
I
should
found a
be
penis!
here.
I got it! I got it! I got it! I got it!
No way!
I got it!
No way,
Take a
dude.
pic.
I got it!
Oh my god!
Let's
oh my
see.
god!
Let's see that hog. Let's see that hog.
Oh, that's
She's
a
got
hog!
it! She's
That's
got
a
it! It's good!
It counts. Count it.
It's got girth.
That's hog!
She's
Not as
got it!
not as cocker.
I've never screamed, that's a penis!
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
The penis has landed.
I knew I
Johnson, we have
could-
a Johnson.
I knew I could find
Johnson.
hog.
Johnson, you're a genius.
Man,
Oh,
you know what's funny? You manifested that
I did.
piece of fucking shit.
I
You
did.
did. You manifested that.
I
We've talked
did.
about balls since we started.
Yep.
She
Oh,
she
man.
located.
Now
She
I'm
is located.
happy
found it.
about that one.
Now, if I can just find this Christmas tree for the win, I will be.
We need a Christmas tree.
Now I'm
I'll
gonna
even
see
take
so
a
much
picture of one.
dong, man.
Dude.
As long as it
Will
has,
you?
yeah, I will. As long as it has
Alright.
decor.
Hi,
We said it has to have
Pete.
decor. That's right.
It does
That was the
have to have
stipulation.
decor.
It has, it has
It's
to have
gotta
at
be
least,
obvious.
at least 5 ornaments and
Oh,
maybe a
hang
star.
on, hang on. Thought I saw a dead end sign.
Come on, someone had to leave up an old Christmas sign.
Come on.
There's just no Christmas spirit.
It's so summer.
Bro, it's so.
It's so summer.
Work.
It's
Spring
so
as
off
fuck over
season.
here.
Yeah. It's
It
so
is
off season.
so summer
No one's even
here.
considering Christmas around right now.
Christmas isn't even on the docket right now, y'all.
I'm
there's a little
stuck in
mouse
penis
graffiti.
zone.
Oh no.
Yeah, the Geovan doesn't go around in winter, so we're kind of boned a bit there.
Does that count as a? No.
No,
We
there
need
could
to,
be a
like-
Christmas area.
We'd specifically, our best bet would be to get a lucky Germany city drop.
Like a Christmas
Or someone who
tree.
hasn't taken their tree down.
True.
Because I have mine up still from 2 years ago. So.
That's fair.
We need to find.
But also,
What if
it is
Julia's
regional too.
window or Lopes' window
Lopes' window
for the Christmas tree? Let's see. Man.
Oh, we gotta
Oh
get outta
man,
here.
the city was
Oh,
the
they
gift
got
that
dog
kept giving,
ages
though.
ago, Em. It was crazy. They got dog like first round. Ah, I love that
Jeez,
town.
jeez. All right.
Oh, it was Lithuania actually? Oh, okay, it wasn't your.
Wait, people kissing. I feel like we could have.
Oh, we could have found that.
I didn't see anybody though.
I can't believe you
Yeah.
guys got dong. That's sick.
Thank you.
I'm so surprised we haven't gotten religious.
Oh, all right,
billboard.
lock in, Sammy. We're gonna find a tree.
Do you think they'll kiss?
I'm looking for kissers. Chat, we're looking for kissers.
Can it be a cheek kiss?
Oh, look at those goats.
Now we're talking about lip smackers, right? We're not talking about like
A
a
cheek?
mother kissing a child on their head.
No,
We'll
no.
take a kiss on the head.
Honestly, I think a kiss on the head, as long as it's like very clear.
It's
Very
a kiss.
I think
clear.
that'd be
Okay.
fine.
Okay.
Kiss on the head, kiss on the lips.
Even
Honestly,
a kiss
a
on the
kiss-
hand.
Yeah, even a kiss, blowing a kiss. Fucking
Whoa,
at
this
point.
guy's posted up right here. Holy.
It's gotta be. Do you guys feel like? For me, I feel like it should be real humans, not an ad. Like actually people kissing. What do you think?
Okay.
Yeah, I'll take a real kiss.
Fine.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I think real people.
Yeah.
kissing.
Like, cause an ad is like K. Like I think it'd be cool
Every
to find.
kiss begins with K.
Every kiss begins with
K.
K.
Okay.
More scooters, bro. The scooters are just out in droves in these cities.
They're about to
Yup.
kiss, man. I can feel it.
Pull it tight. Pull it tight.
I did follow 2 girls around because they looked like lesbians and I thought maybe they'd kiss.
Holding
I love
hands.
that.
Wait, Sammy, low key creepy but funny because it's a good strat. Just like following,
Low-key creepy but funny
like
is
following
wild.
a couple around, like kiss for me.
Oh, I
this
found
for
another guy in a
me."
scooter. I have trauma.
No.
No, they're so gonna kiss. Oh, you're gonna kiss. You kiss down here. Come on.
P.T. Masson.
Come on, someone kiss. Oh, I see the girls. I see the potential lesbians, Sammy.
Did you find them?
Yeah.
I thought they were gonna kiss and they didn't.
I'm not gonna follow them though, because
I have a trio of I have a trio of
It's weirder for
lesbians.
you.
I have a
What's
trio
weird
of
for me
lesbians.
is so funny.
Yeah, I can follow them because I'm also a woman, so it's less creepy.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They look back and they go, "Hey, stop following us, Chris."
Hey, stop.
Gaggle of
Hey,
lesbians
all
here.
bearded
Gaggle of
guys.
lesbians.
There is crowds left and right.
You
Come
got a
on, somebody
gaggle?
kiss.
Yep. They're gonna kiss. Oh, I found
Dude,
another.
there's so many people.
Oh, I found a scoot, man.
think
Someone
they were
riding a
hugging.
scoot.
Oh,
Bro.
happy couple. Oh, come on, someone kiss.
Oh, guys, why aren't you kissing?
Oh,
there's
come
a
on.
nun. Come
It's
on,
a beautiful
kiss somebody,
day to
nun.
kiss.
Don't stop. You can tell bro's been live for so long because he said, "Kiss somebody, none."
Come on, nun.
Hey, that's none of your business.
Oh, they're about to mac on.
Kiss someone, none. Bro, she can't.
She can't. No, she can.
No, they're not allowed to. I don't think.
I think they could smooch if they
Wow.
want.
No, I really don't. I think it's against.
True.
They're married to the Lord. I'm pretty sure. Isn't that the rules?
Oh, wait, they're about to
Yeah,
kiss.
but you could like
They're about to
smooch a relative or something.
Oh,
You don't
these
have to,
guys are
like-
definitely waving, by the way, at the Google car. That's so cute. Oh,
Aw.
he's doing hang loose. That's cute.
Any nuns lurking?
Fun.
Oh.
Any nuns lurking is wild. I'm sure there's one. Would
So
you
many
be
people holding
surprised?
hands. Yeah, I'd be very surprised and shocked.
I mean, fair. Would you say some creepy?
Why is nobody smooching in the middle of the street?
Do you like holding
Come on.
hands?
Kayla, yeah, I think so. Like straight up.
I personally love a handhold.
Aw,
kissers?
are these friends or gay friends?
Friends can kiss. Come on.
Come on, and for a Christmas tree.
Oh, there's so many people here.
Oh, I
Come
found
on.
an Easter
Somebody's gotta
bunny.
be kissing. Somebody's got to be kissing
These
out
these
here.
comms are insane.
I know.
and
I
funny.
know. Somebody gotta
I
be
know, if
kissing.
you're just
Where's this
listening-
Come
dog?
on, fucking kiss.
Where's this
fucking
dog?
dick at?
Oh,
Is that a minion?
Oh.
I thought I found a minion in a car.
Bro, that should have been on the bingo board. Minion.
A minion would be
Oh,
funny.
wait, they're about to kiss.
It could be.
Go on. Oh, oh.
How about two minions kissing on the bingo board?
Oh, they want to. They want to kiss.
I was following a couple and then it just turned into construction.
Oh, it's
Jumped
tale
timelines.
as old as time, dude.
Tale as old as time.
Yeah, why is no one kissing? Take the time.
Is nobody in love anymore?
Yeah, like what?
Does nobody
Sure,
do
we gotta
anything?
find like a city hall.
People be kissing at the city hall? Oh,
Yeah,
because
they get married.
Oh, because marriage.
Yeah, true. Oh, if we can find a wedding venue. Oh,
With a
the
Christmas
bus!
tree.
Hold on, somebody's gotta be kissing on the bus.
just follow the bus.
Enhance.
Come on, a selfie, a kissing selfie, someone. Please.
Deetle hurt. Deetle hurt.
Is this a...
I'm passing the Deetle hurt.
Wait,
I'm
this might
looking
be
in
a
the
dead end.
cars,
Wait, this might
too.
be a dead end sign. Hold.
Translate it. It could be. It could be.
This is very nice. I actually have no clue where we are still.
Is this sign dead end technically because it has the this thing?
It's gotta. We kind of said it's gotta see the words, but it could be in a different language.
I'll show you.
Is
I'll
this
show
dead end in
you.
a different language? If it's a red circle through, no, it's not.
No,
a
no,
dead
it's
end.
this. I'll show you because it has the
Okay.
red. It has the red on the look, the rectangle, and then it goes into a dead end. I'll show you. That penis picture is
Okay.
crazy. See that red rectangle on the T?
Oh, the
I mean,
like T.
Because it is a
it
dead
technically
end.
might be.
Let's shelve it. That's a possibility. I
The
think.
T is dead end.
Oh my
yeah.
god, is this a... Oh my god. It's so hard to tell. Is this mother kissing their daughter?
I'm gonna click it for now.
No, I'm serious. Wait, this might be it. I'm dead
Take a
serious.
picture. Take a picture.
It's so inconclusive though. I feel like it, but it's
If
also
it's
maybe not.
inconclusive, then it's probably gonna be a no.
Dude, I don't know. I feel like it might. It's close.
What country is this?
Chat, what do we think?
Poland, I think.
Wait, kiss that baby. This mom needs to kiss that baby.
You
Wait,
guys
look, that's clearly a hug and
That's
like
such
a
a
face
hug,
down.
Crispy.
Dude,
That's
I
such
don't
a
know.
hug, bro.
If that damn hat wasn't in the way.
I think if the hat wasn't in the way, you might have a better argument.
Guys, I
But
think we
that's
got.
so
I
giving
think we got the
hug.
dead end. It's an official dead end sign in Poland.
Give it, take
Oh,
it, have fun.
okay, we'll take it. We'll take
Thanks,
it.
thanks.
If that's an official
School trip.
signage, I think that counts.
I love how
It's a side
Crispy
hug.
said, "No, move the hat." I wish the hat wasn't.
Move that.
Move that hat.
Come on.
Ah, damn it.
But we've got to be
Oh,
close.
oh man, that was such a little like area.
Oh,
for
they're
kiss.
about to mac on.
That was so close. I feel like.
Oh, they're on a date.
We did it, guys.
Scanning the crowd. Scanning the crowd.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, people kiss at gas stations. Why aren't
I'll
they
be back.
kissing?
Fuck.
Or maybe a Christmas tree would go crazy here.
True.
It's way
Was a
too
car
like, sunny
boot?
out for Christmas. Boy.
Wait,
Art.
Sammy, the shrine wasn't it in front of a religious billboard?
No.
I think it's advertising for their shrine, but like I don't know, does that count as a religious billboard? Because it is a billboard.
Oh, true. And it's religious.
I'll let the council decide.
It was more of a sign than a billboard. Oh.
I don't know, it was really large, but it was kind of giving sign.
I think a billboard's more like on a main road kind of vibe. It was more of like
it was
a sign.
next to the road. Oh, these people are waving kiss, bro.
Yeah, why isn't anyone kissing? You're in the city of love. I think.
I think it's so funny.
I think Poland's the city of love, but it feels like
Yeah,
it.
the city's popping off, that's for sure.
There's a lot of people.
A lot of love, lot of dumb.
I think it's less of a billboard since it was in front of the actual place, so it's just a sign for the place. A
Oh,
billboard,
that's
in my
fair.
opinion, is like
Found it.
randomly somewhere else.
Found a religious billboard.
Send it. Let's see.
go.
All right. And hallelujah to us.
Nope.
Okay.
That's a Pepsi Peach
Was
flavor.
not a
Oh,
religious
got you.
Dude, that's Pepsi. So, do you know what religion is?
Yeah, I
Come on,
thought
there's gotta be a Christmas
people
tree in here.
loved Pepsi so much.
Oh, you're right.
Don't worry, I'm on the highway now, guys. Time to get religioned. Crazy comp, sorry. Oh,
One
we're gonna
minute.
find it.
Restaurant.
Ah, Crispy left. Any kisses? Any kisses? I'm at church.
Any kisses on the highway?
Or a Christmas tree. We'll take a Christmas tree. We'll take 2 Christmas trees kissing at this fucking point.
Whoa. I
Sorry.
agree.
Oh my god, I have transitioned to winter, I think.
No!
Where's a tree?
Sammy,
Oh, not
Sammy,
fair.
Sammy.
How the hell do you end up in
Tree.
winter?
I'm in winter.
What?
It's
Hardly
so
know.
winter. Oh, it's so winter in
Sammy,
here.
Sammy,
Oh my
20
God.
seconds.
No
Look
shot,
for
buddy.
a tree! Look for a tree!
No!
This is so winter.
No! How the fuck?
Please!
How do you get to winter? Fuck.
I don't know, but I'm here. Oh, I might not have enough time, though.
Thank God. Thank
No,
God. We need to
Sammy,
go.
you got
please.
this.
Please!
No.
Get to the town square! No!
We survive another day.
Can we wait for crispy
I
or
did
is it
make
auto?
it to winter,
Yeah.
though, against all odds.
We can wait again. Bro, it's getting
Oh.
crazy out here.
Oh my god. Oh me gosh.
Oh my
Oh, we
god.
use Christmas tree. Come on!
Dude, we could have found a Christmas tree there. We could have. It was winter. Oh man. They were in jackets
Boy.
and everything.
If I had a Red Bull.
Cup. Please. That is so funny.
He might be getting an Alka-Seltzer.
Nice. Double hue.
Wait, but Sammy, thank you.
No problem, man. Anytime.
Of course, of course. It's actually tied right now.
Wait, is it? Bro.
It's pretty tied, I think. I think evenly distributed. If we get Christmas tree though, that's GG's. But like, you guys can get it too. Your coworker had the explosive diarrhea. Thanks for sharing.
Okay, you guys have 11 and we have 10 squares. So
Okay.
anything could happen.
Anything could
Genuine-
happen.
It's anybody's game.
Anything could happen.
Crispy, you okay?
I don't think he has his headphones on.
Yes.
Okay. Ready?
There's our goat.
Yes.
There's our
I'm ready.
guy.
Huge.
Winter.
Go. God, if I don't find this Christmas tree, I'm gonna lose it.
Okay.
You know what?
Summer,
People are
In,
about
like-
to kiss.
Ecuador. This is not. There's gonna be no Christmas tree.
this graffiti is crazy. This like
This
billboard right here
graffiti is
crazy.
wild.
Okay, I'm on my way.
What is going on?
I'm looking for a billboard or someone kissing.
But there's a bunch of young people over here.
There could be a Christmas tree here.
Hold.
Do I have any
Detour.
kissers?
Any kissers?
Any kissers? Pow! Right in the kiss.
Yep.
Because some countries celebrate Christmas even if it doesn't seem like they would because they like consume it on media and it's like a thing that's really exciting.
Well, we also said it could be a picture of a Christmas tree. It just
Of
has
course.
to be clearly a Christmas tree. So there could be like some
Oh,
kind
fair.
True.
Like a
advertisement
poster or like a
something.
Christmas in
Yeah.
July type
As long
shit.
as there's
Right,
ornaments, we're
exactly.
good.
Yeah, that's right.
I found
God,
a
there's
cat
so
on,
many
on a sign.
people.
Is that religious? What are they talking about?
Oh my God! Wait, it's a religion store.
We're looking for billboards.
Please, 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 Jesus Christmas. I don't care. Just give me Christmas.
Oh yeah, true. Jesus. That's right. That's Christmas related.
Yeah, he's the guy that
The hell's
was
a
born
religion
Scan
in
the
store?
crowd,
major.
chat. Scan the crowd.
I don't know, but it was just Jesus stuff,
no,
so I don't
think
know.
that's education. You never know. It could have been
It's
like,
Little
hey, I love
Caesars.
Jesus. Okay.
Oh, wait, why'd you?
Hi, lady.
why'd you-
We're not doing normal Geo. We're doing bingo for like.
Did your mic peak there? Because you just
certain
like randomly
things?
cut out.
Me?
I think
Who?
Discord's been cutting every
Oh.
once in a while.
Oh,
I
is
think
that what it
I
is?
think
Okay.
the app
Wait,
just
what
is
is this
weird.
little
So you can
village?
technically
There's a minion. I found
Say
a
it,
minion.
Bebs.
Minion!
But we're doing like
Minion!
bingo
And a
instead
bunch
of like
little
places.
nutcrackers.
Oh wow.
Oh.
Hello.
Bello.
Hello.
Hello, am I right?
Hello.
Treat media.
Yeah, I feel like the Nutcrackers is very Christmas vibes.
Fit.
Nobody kissing in the car.
But it might just be like a kid.
Yeah, clear rules in
Minecraft!
cities for sure.
Where is Chris right now?
I
The
couldn't-
Rubik's-
yeah,
Rubik's
bro.
Cube.
Who knows,
He
man?
is not where
Bro's-
I am.
Bro, it's definitely not where I am. I don't know where he is.
Pac-Man.
Oh, Trish. So
I'm by the Dollar City.
apart from the couple we've had, it's
Great.
this round was
Tonight we steal the
if you
moon.
have it, like if you find it first, you
Wait.
have it.
I don't know what they say.
It's a go. It's
And it's
Care
one
Bear
thing per person.
and Snoopy.
We're
yes,
just finding
yes.
anything. But
But
we'll find.
usually we can share
maybe
them.
there's a
Yeah.
Christmas tree.
Snoopy is a good sign.
It's a whimsical.
great
but
Yeah,
there's no
yeah.
Christmas.
Good thought though. Good thought.
How Snoopy stole.
This was a
Christmas.
last minute
new movie
plan,
coming
so
out
next
next
time we
fall.
do it, we'll do it.
Oh, there's
Coming
gotta be
next
a,
We'll do it
a
properly.
mural here with Christmas on it, dude.
Demir.
Wait.
Demiral.
These murals, come on. Oh.
Oh, $71 meal deal for Thanksgiving?
Oh my God.
Wait, chat. Oh my God. Wait, look,
Is that
use
the
your
three
eyes, use your
wise
eyes.
men?
There's Christmas stuff. There's Christmas stuff. Where's the tree? Please, give me a tree. Give me a fucking
Where
tree.
is Chris?
Give me a tree. Oh my God, it's everything but a tree. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind.
Everything but the tree.
There's some freaking ornaments, and there's snowmen, and there's
no.
stockings.
But no tree.
There's no tree, guys. Oh my God, I'm gonna lose it. Oh, no, that's a Christmas tree. That's a Christmas tree. That's a Christmas tree.
Take a picture. Take a picture.
Send it.
That's a
Send a
Christmas tree.
pic. Send a pic. Send a pic.
It's a picture. I don't give a fuck, but it's a Christmas tree. That is clearly a Christmas tree.
Let me see
Let's
it,
see.
bub.
Let's see
Let
it.
the council decide.
Let's see
It's
it,
there.
pal.
It's there. I knew it, chat. I fucking knew
Show
it.
me.
Show
Here
us Christmas
comes
tree.
your tree, baby. Christmas tree on the left and the right of the 50. That is a
Oh
Christmas
my
tree with a star. Yep.
Okay.
Navidad.
Okay.
Navidad, baby. Navidad.
You know what?
You know what? I'll give it to you, but it is literally like only the top little tiny part of the tree.
Oh,
like
come
that's
on, it's a
actually
Christmas
crazy.
tree. Wait,
That's
I got
actually
better. I
taking
got
the-
bigger pictures. I
If we're
got
taking
bigger
the gay,
pictures.
if we take the gay hot dog, we'll
We
take the
take
tree.
it. We'll take it. We'll
Gay
take it.
hot dog's different. It was a full hog and there was a flag in the back.
We will take it. That's crazy that you saw that though. It is literally like the 1/4 tiny part of the
Wait.
tree, but it counts.
Isn't Navidad
I found a
Christmas
bigger one.
too?
I found
Yeah,
a bigger one.
Navidad's
I found a
Christmas.
bigger one.
Yeah, it's Christmas.
It
Yeah,
is,
that
it is.
counts.
It does
Here,
count.
Here's a bigger one so you can see more
No,
of the tree.
I can see it.
Okay,
I
yeah,
can
the
see
one
it.
on the left is more clear, I think.
Wait, Chrissy,
That-
that's
that
actually
counts.
a crazy grab.
No, that
I
is
saw
a crazy
snowman.
grab.
Yo, I was literally looking at it to make a joke about the meal deals, and it just happened to be Christmas stuff.
How the
That
fuck?
is such a random find, but massive W.
And guys, that's why this game is so funny.
True. Speak on that.
I think I'll never recover over Christy going, that's a Christmas tree! That's a Christmas tree! That's a Christmas tree!
All right, we lock back in though. People kissing.
Religious
right around the
billboard, babe.
corner.
To be fair though,
True.
that is bingo, but we could keep playing for fun.
Where?
Is it bingo? Oh, you guys got across.
It is bingo,
I see.
yeah.
Where?
That is a diagonal bingo.
Oh, yes, you very much did.
It is a diagonal bingo. This is true.
Okay, okay.
But we could.
That's
we,
why I
we,
was
we
looking
could
for the
play
Christmas
this,
tree so
We could
hard.
play this one. Yeah, that's why we were looking for it so hard. But we could find people kissing for fun.
I mean, we've got 3 minutes on the clock anyways. We might as well run it out.
All right.
Let's run this back next
It's
week.
gonna be people kissing around the corner. Trust.
Dude, this is I've never had this much fun with Geo, and I don't dislike Geo, but I've never had this much fun with
It
It
is
keeps
fun.
it interesting. It's less
You know
about
what?
where we are and more about what's up.
Can I say something though?
Yeah.
I feel like once we
Say
switched
it.
to cities, it became even more fun because
No, cities is better.
Yes.
Yeah.
100%.
100%.
I agree. I think cities is probably the move for
Yeah.
bingo in particular.
Let's do
I think
cities
we
next
only
week.
do cities next time.
Thoughts?
Yeah, I think we only do cities next time.
Yeah.
Because it gets too like confusing and weird.
Yeah, because you're like squinting and trying to find a dong and it's just nowhere and
Yeah.
you know,
Classic.
you see
Yeah,
five
Christmas one, I think
cats and
probably
it's just crazy.
not worth, you know.
But what's funny is we had people popping in who are only like Geo people, being like, "This is Bangladesh," and I was like, "Bro, I don't care.
Don't care where it is. Don't care where it is.
Cool. Don't care.
Literally don't care.
There is so funny.
People were
Don't
being
care.
really sweet, being like, I know where it is. Can I tell you? I'm like, you can, babe. But I don't need
Yeah,
it.
cool.
Not the
I'm
point.
looking for a
Don't
Christmas
care.
tree.
Bro.
Are we doing a mecha
I
cap
just found
after
a
this, guys?
watermelon truck.
Ooh.
Yeah,
I'm
never
down.
Mecca.
Hell yeah. You never take
wanna see
me
those
to
new
Bangladesh.
poses.
Have you been?
Honestly, I feel like we both teams popped off. We got a lot
Oh
of
yeah,
stuff.
that board is
Dude, that was
full.
so back and
That
forth.
board is full.
Oh my god.
That scooter round was crazy.
I agree. The
Sorry,
scooter
We
was-
kind of had a bit of a
Don't bring it
lead,
back
and you
up,
guys
right?
made a strong comeback.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
Sammy got
our-
two things right in the row.
Our start was
I
kind of
agree,
like
it
Yeah,
was
I
still
did.
time.
crazy. Then you guys like had like a run that was nuts, and then we, towards the end, it was like back and
Oh,
forth.
no,
and then
no,
that
I got
Christmas
the
tree
waving
deal.
and the pizza back to back within like a minute of each other.
Real.
Yeah, I feel like the Pride Buns was one of the craziest pulls. Like that was
That
nuts.
was an
so-
insane pull.
Yeah,
was
yeah, that was
insane,
funny.
Paul.
That was funny.
Like the way that you found that was so funny.
I don't even understand, but I
Yeah.
love it.
Oh
None
my
of these people are
gosh.
kissing, bro. What can you do?
Yeah, no one's kissing.
I did a circle.
No one's kissing these days.
Come
No
on,
one's
give us a quick
kissing, No one's
kiss.
waving. No one celebrates Christmas.
Give me
Not
a
a dog.
smooch.
And next time we could cook on like different ones as well.
Yeah,
Sure
for
is.
sure. That's funny.
We're kissless.
You know what'd be funny? Someone suggested a fifth person who's the judge, the official judge. Wait, Shan.
Well, that's how it was. Well, when I played with
Who?
Bobby Berm, he did one of these like years ago, and he was the judge.
Ah,
and-
yeah.
And him
That
and
was a
his
fun
mods,
event.
yeah, him and his mods would be like, it's a stretch. I don't know if that counts.
Yeah.
And it'd be like a
Oh
whole
wait,
thing.
I remember that.
Yeah.
There was a
wait.
bunch of people. I
Was
think
I-
there
I
was
was a
like
part of
10
that.
plus.
Yeah, that
I
was good.
too.
Yeah.
I somehow won
Yeah,
it.
that was fun. I forgot
So
about
he
that.
did that,
Yeah,
and
Carla
then
That's
there was
right, you
also,
did, Carla.
Yeah.
well, there was also I think you guys are thinking of Geo Fortcraft.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Oh,
which
was that
which
what that
was
was?
something that
Oh.
me and Bobby did together. So
Mm.
it was similar vibes.
Oh.
But yeah,
Fair.
I think Carla won that.
I don't know how, but I did.
Shit.
I got lucky with Fortnite, I think.
Yeah, people take it seriously. Like, yeah, Banth and him were trying to argue over a bright blue car. Because if it counted, he won. And it was like a whole ass fucking debacle.
Oh.
De Boqueo.
I remember that.
Ah.
Girl,
Why you
no
fake
people
lagging?
kissing out here.
Oh.
Oh.
All right, GG's,
Peru.
guys.
We're in Peru.
All right.
That was yours.
GG's.
GG's. Let's run it back next week. I
That got
reckon.
it. Oh.
GG.
Yeah, I'm down. I would do that again. in
Yeah,
a
please, I'm
heartbeat.
down.
No, that was very fun. I
Yeah,
liked that
yeah.
a lot.
We played that for nearly
That was very
3
fun.
hours, guys.
Did we actually?
No
Yes.
way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my
Yeah, that was
God.
nearly 3 hours.
Yeah.
That was wild.
Just
I
for
was
one bingo
locked
game?
in.
Yeah, we got to play that again.
Yeah. And to reiterate to everyone and everyone's chats, we're all friends and we're competitive. We're having
Oh,
fun.
yeah.
It's not
Yeah.
serious.
There's no actual
No, we're
beef
not.
or it's
Serious.
chill. It's
Yeah.
just bingo.
There's no beef.
You're always gonna like
And we'll
argue
run
when
it
you're
back.
1v1ing.
100%.
I was going to sleep knowing I found the cat first. However, I understand that you found the real one.
Here we
I'm
go.
kidding. I'm
Here
joking.
we go.
I'm joking. All right, so Mecca.
Yeah, I'll make a lob.
Oh yeah, delete the Reddit post. Yeah, don't post that on Reddit.
Yeah, guys.
Oh, wait.
I'm kidding. No note app. No note app. I'm serious. Okay,
Okay, I just need a minute and then I'll be
Yeah.
back.
sounds good.
Yep.
I'm gonna send you
I'm
the
gonna-
the server.
This is not how you spell it, but it worked. Woo! Are we getting in first and then letting community in, or are you gonna do a few doubles?
Yeah, you guys
first?
join first, and then we can share for community in a sec.
All right, cool.
But yeah, I think we us four get in, then we can share with everyone. Just so
Down.
it's chill.
Down.
I haven't played this in a fucking minute.
I know.
actually.
I'm so excited.
Played it last
Have you
week,
tried
but
the
I feel
new
like it
map?
was million years ago.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think I've touched
Yes.
anything.
Oh,
Oh.
yo, there's Egypt now.
Yeah, Egypt and burger. There's a burger like a.
And burger.
Yeah.
What? There's
Hot
a burger?
or something.
Is that like
Yeah.
a nightmare burger thing?
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it is.
I think,
really like
I think we
Egypt.
should focus more on the base map games just in case, because I saw that there were some issues with malware
Yeah.
on modded maps. So I'd rather just keep
So-
it safe.
So the ones
yeah.
like I'm down for that, but just so you know, the the singular modded map that was broken, which we don't have, is fixed and everything is fixed again. But I still agree with doing that. But just so you know, the ones that we have are safe.
Oh yeah, are you talking about the thing that happened? They completely solved it.
Yeah, everything's good. But I totally get if you don't want modded too. Just passing on.
Ooh, stop.
Ooh. Ooh. Where are you putting the card?
Whoa. Disc.
The card.
Which disc? I can't see it.
Group chat.
Old Fox. I feel like
Oh, sorry.
Luigi.
Old
Hey,
fuck.
Some of these poses are great.
Whoa! Yo, Christy.
Whoa!
1,
Hey,
2,
2,
3, 4,
4.
5,
Wait, how do you do that?
7, 8,
9,
You're already
10,
in?
10.
11,
No.
12, 13.
Ooh, I'm a good guy. Look at me.
Whoa.
Whoa. Ooh.
Okay. Oh my god, what is
Whoa.
that?
Whoa.
Whoa!
Hey! Ooh.
Hey, does anyone else smell something weird?
Whoa!
Yeah.
Smells like my lunch.
Old Don of me wet.
Oh, wait, this is whiskey in his hot dog pants.
1,
Oh boy.
2, 3,
Wait, Zach, don't
4,
do without me.
Wait, Chris,
5.
look.
Sorry, Sammy.
Sorry.
Sammy, sorry.
I'm joking.
7.
Oh god, guys, look at this. Sorry. Thoughts on this? Why is no one commenting on my pose?
Oh, sorry. Oh, that's really good. All right, should we share it with the class now?
Yes.
Guys, server name's Giggle. Password is neat, all lowercase if you want to join.
Oh, I can make so many creatures out of this.
Ooh.
This is the thing.
Oh, I forgot you can do like.
What the hell?
Well, people got in so fast.
Wait, guys, thoughts on this?
That's really good.
This is my Friday night over here.
Real.
Or no, it's not.
I need to get some water before we start.
All
Oh,
right.
true. I should probably get water too.
This is a crazy one.
Oh, wait, look at that.
Okay, what are the options here? Oh my god, wait.
You can be plump as well when you load in.
Thank you.
Okay.
Should we do increasing tag? Is that the one we normally do? 2. Hunter wait time. Let's go 250.
Yes.
Search time 3. Let's go 280.
Oh, yeah, I gotta do that.
Answer check. We'll go 40. Force taunt. We'll go 25.
Yippee! Have you ever tried this one?
Ammo limit 6. Increasing tag is infection, is it? Are you sure?
Yeah, it is. Infection is increasing tag now. They changed it.
Oh, so it's just oh.
Yeah.
That's weird. Basic. Why'd they get rid of the term infection?
I don't know, actually.
Maybe
I
it's
don't worry.
copywritten for Halo.
Maybe.
Infection. Wait, why is this one red? Oh, you can get rid of ones in the. You can get rid of ones.
Oh yeah, so you can do random. So unclick.
Oh.
So when you unclick, it's red. When it's green, it's a part of the random cycle.
Wait, what is this one? This one's funny looking.
It's new. Yeah, there's 3 new maps you haven't played.
Yeah. Egypt's probably
Jeff?
my favorite. It's so good.
Let's try Egypt.
There's a lot of sneaky spots.
Also, Death Burger.
Yeah, Death Burger.
Death
Sam, you ready?
Burger.
I am ready, yes.
All right.
Also, guys, I miss
I'm going
you.
plump.
Whoa.
I'm gonna
Whoa,
plump as
chunk.
well.
Oh, there's
Wait, I want to be a
no.
chunky guy.
There's
I'm being plump.
I'm being plumped.
Also, guys, I love you.
Here we go.
Thank you for being here.
Welcome to my house tour.
Whoa, yeah.
We'll talk. We'll have a yappy.
Yeah, Egypt. Oh my
I
God,
haven't
the
seen
doughboy.
this one.
Oh, the plump is so cute. What the hell?
Nice.
I haven't seen this map yet.
Ooh,
Me either.
ooh. Oh my god, I love
Damn,
that.
boy.
Wait, the new things as well. Oh, I love him. Wait, that's so cute. What the hell? Love. Oh, that's good. Oh, that was so good. Come on, let me in.
Bro, this shape is wild, by the way.
Bro, I feel like this is actually a crazy spot. Like, I think this actually works.
I'm thinking, yeah.
Okay.
I'm hearing someone typing over there.
So I was just helping someone with
Carla's letting people know stuff.
Yeah.
Oh no, you're good for it.
Wait, I think I might be cooking.
You're always cooking.
Oh my god, Sammy. I love mattresses. Helix specifically.
Thanks, babe.
That's right, babe.
It's all right.
Guys, we haven't played this in a while, and I'm so ready to cook. This is great.
I didn't play this. Honestly, I think this is what I needed was a nice break so I could lock back in.
I agree.
That's fair.
Instagram, we're coming back, guys.
Uh-oh.
Nah, come on.
All right, not my best work, but honestly, I think it does work.
I'm going with one that's simple and efficient.
Sometimes that's all that matters, Crispus.
Christmas.
Crispus.
Oh. Hey, Jordan. Oh, Sammy, nice.
You like it?
Crash mean. Carla, classic. That's all I'll say.
It's not what you're thinking, but I just realized that's... Damn it.
How is it not what I'm thinking, Carla?
I
You're gonna
understand.
explain
No,
later.
I understand. I will explain later.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, but no,
Sammy,
What? Oh,
These
well,
two.
Carla. yeah.
These two.
Wait,
Guys.
Chris. Okay, I
Right?
like
Yo,
it.
and I just
I had
chill
the
for a
same.
sec.
I had the same vibe, kind of.
oh, Sammy, nice.
Same thoughts.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, ooh, ooh,
Squishy, nice.
ooh.
Great,
oh,
nice.
Chris.
Oh, Carla, lovely. Oh, Crispy, perfect.
Oh, these
Alright,
new
see
these
what we got
new
going
things
on.
are interesting, guys. Wow.
They add a lot of depth.
They do. They do. Wow. Makes me find like a little.
Ooh.
All right.
Oh.
Where am I?
Carla.
What, babe?
It's like if you just did a little.
I didn't hear that, but it's like he did a little bit of a.
What are you? You'll see.
Why can't I hear your toot,
Ooh,
Crispy?
Chris, that is really
Wait, is it not
nice
working?
right there.
I can see you doing it. Oh, there it is. All right.
Ta-da! Oh, Triple G's hunting.
Ooh, Mickey, you know what I can do? I can make a command. I think Chris wants to do non-modded, but I think he'll slowly click on a modded one. But I can make a list of the modded ones for you. Yes. Hell yeah! Oh, they're so finding me.
I will say hunting on this map is really tough.
Yeah, it is. That's why I like infection or double. Double's really good.
Squishy.
Chris, that's just so interesting.
Thank you.
Mm.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Oh, it's a bit cold. Oh my god. Guys, a reminder, 2 p.m. Sydney time. So in about an hour, I'll be putting mine off very soon.
This is wild.
Switch your phone off or put on airplane mode. At 2 p.m. they will be testing the sound, the emergency sound.
Oh, Chris got.
He only finds me because of the taunt. Otherwise, he doesn't find me.
But more importantly,
That's fair.
Taunt the right in front of his face.
if you know someone that might have a secret phone for their safety, and they don't want anyone finding their secret phone, make sure you let them know about it so they can turn it off. And if you have any Aussie friends, pass the word on. I was gonna tell Chris's chat and Sammy's and Crispy's, but I was like, you know what?
Here's shot
We
fired.
can spread it around. Yes. Enjoy your lurk art. Yippee! Oh wow. Oh wow.
Nah, I'm joking.
I'm shaking in
I
my
found a cat.
boots. I found a cat.
I found a cat.
Guys, we said Tabby's not Egyptian. That's what Chris would say if I said I found a cat.
Also, Carla, I hate that yours is working. Never
I
mind.
know. No, I agree. I want to explain
Never
myself.
mind.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, what was that?
Okay, so I didn't realize it looked phallic, Crispy, until you were like, "Oh, that's interesting."
That was a massive dong. What do you mean? What were you supposed to be?
Okay.
Yeah, that was a huge cat wiener.
No, okay. Thank you, guys.
Still sponsored, by the way. All good though.
Oh, okay.
Sammy, I thought it was only an hour. What are you talking
I'm
about?
sponsored for the entire stream.
Oh, that's my bad.
Oh,
And guys,
sorry. I didn't realize.
Guys, no, genuinely, it's okay. You're good.
You know what's awesome about mattresses? Cats can lay on them.
True.
It's true. I took a picture of Kylo earlier when we were doing like our full review.
True.
Of course. So, Carl, please explain yourself. I'm so sorry.
That's
Please,
okay.
Yeah, please explain. Sorry.
So originally I was like, oh, there's heaps of like the feet and everything there, so I could probably blend in with like the feet and the bottom of the statue. And then when you said, "Whoa, Carla, what the hell is that?" I was like, "Wow, that's phallic." And I thought, shoot, I didn't mean to do that. But I can see how you saw it, and Helix mattress.
I'll give you a thumbs up, man.
Thanks, man. Road to 300.
There you go.
Road to 300.
Yeah, Sammy popped off. What of it?
Yeah, they couldn't.
Yeah,
find
you know.
me.
They couldn't find
Up
me.
there. That's me in the corner. That's me in the spot. Egyptian.
All right, let's go.
Death Burger is interesting too.
Let's do double on Death Burger. Thoughts?
Death Burger double.
Mm-hmm.
But what is double again?
We all hide and we all
You do
hunt.
both. Yeah.
Double.
Plump.
Wait, I haven't done this one either.
It's
Why is
brand
there a
spanking
store?
new.
It's a new one.
Look, there's a storm.
Oh.
Oh, storm wall. It's new. There's a burger.
I'm trying to blend in as much as I can. These new things are crazy. Okay.
This should not be allowed.
Oh, great. What did Sammy find?
Oh. There is no way.
Oh no, what are you doing?
Something wild.
Oh boy.
Alright. Sammy.
Bro, there's actually no way. There's actually no way.
I'm terrified.
I mean, I think if you're from a certain angle, you can definitely tell, but that is funny. Oh my gosh.
Okay, okay. Oh god. Oh, this is not good. Oh, I gotta move. This is not good. Can I do this? No.
Kind of cheap that you could hear people walking around, so you kind of have an idea where they are.
Or is it?
Am I weird?
Well, you can't
Oh, maybe
you can't actually see anybody, so it's kind of hard to judge how far away they are from you with walking.
Well, if you free cam, you can just hear people like moving around.
I see.
So like I know there's a person like right above where I'm at, pretty much.
I see.
Well, at least it's like
I'm proud of
it's like
myself.
a fake.
I'm proud of myself with this one. I think that's a cook and a fucking half.
This one's like both hard and not hard. It's weird.
Well, I'm probably getting caught immediately, but we'll see.
Yeah, same.
Let's see how many
not good.
horse-like cocks we find.
Hey,
Oh, sorry.
no worries.
Not good.
Did you fall?
No.
After all, we're just another fall. All right.
On me way.
Now I'm curious about Sammy Hankster girls.
Nah. Don't worry about
I'm always
me.
curious about Sammy Hankster girl.
Don't worry about me.
All right.
Okay, Squishy, nice try, buddy.
Don't you want me, baby?
Don't you want me? Oh.
Is that Carla?
Hang on. Ooh.
What the fuck?
Ooh, that's nice.
Oh, nice. Whoever this is.
Not good.
Yeah, this is a new room. New mecha room.
I don't like how you can see everybody else's guns. I'll say it.
Bro hates this mode.
And matter of fact, I hate this fucking map.
No.
And you know what? This game also blows. How about that?
No, I mean, I like this mode. It's definitely not my ultimate fave, though.
No, I totally.
Ooh,
get it.
That's okay.
nice.
Everybody has their favorites and least favorites. Like I hate infection, but like I know.
Oh, me
That's-
too.
yeah,
Infection
that's
fucking
fair.
blows. and
Yeah,
never
I
wanna
hate
play
it. However, I love Helix mattresses.
True.
See, wait,
on
and that's
Speak on
called a
that.
transition.
Thank you.
Speak on that.
Now, anytime anyone even suggests infection, I act like I didn't hear them.
Fair.
Yeah,
I'm just kidding.
infections,
Yeah.
something.
I think it's only good on the peak map because that's so hard. And then apart from that, I don't like it.
Sure.
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 Sure, sure.
Sammy, you know what? Nice.
You found me? Thank you.
Found you, brother.
Thank you.
You found
Oh.
me.
Found me.
Well, I found one horse sack. Nice, very nice.
Bro, spoilers.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Oh, I found clown sack.
Oh, well, that's the spoiler.
I'm kidding. I just wanted you to be like, oh.
No, now I'm looking at every clown and looking for.
All right,
it.
waste
Are
your
these
time.
are these chicken nuggets?
What is that?
Chicken nuggies?
Chicken nuggies?
Feel like a chicken wrap.
those
Can
chicken
I say that,
nuggets?
guys?
Chicken wraps are great.
I wish I could have a wrap.
I got one right
But
here.
I don't wanna get one without lettuce.
Oh,
isn't
God, I keep
Sammy, you're
forgetting
so
about that.
true.
What the hell?
I know.
Guys, did they give
Yeah,
you an
lettuce
ETA on
is-
like when
is
it's
tainted.
fine?
Hopefully soon.
Oh, yeah, I don't know.
Hmm.
miss lettuce.
Lettuce.
Let us cook.
Speak on that.
Yes, and I've been saying that.
Na-na-na-na.
Oh, someone's right in front of me.
He's right in front.
Ah, Sam, we had the same brain.
We did indeed.
Mm-hmm,
Indeed.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I know
Dude,
where.
Carla,
Oh wait,
I muted
I got
and
you
I was
both already.
laughing about it.
Really?
I was yeah, because I didn't want to say anything and then spoil it for you.
True.
But I like went over there to go shoot my own stuff, and then I was like, oh, she's right there.
Oh, hey.
Chris,
There's
you-
my Shayla.
Hey, girl.
Hey.
How y'all doing?
How y'all doing?
You didn't paint your head.
Oh,
What?
Your
What
head
are you
was
talking
not
about?
painted.
wait,
Your
Crash, you're
character.
killing it.
My character was fully painted. What do you mean?
No, your head had a white on it.
Head.
It might have moved me by accident because I
think
was
so.
I was perfectly like covered.
Oh my gosh, where's everybody else?
Wah, wah. They're right in front of me. Really?
Yep,
Pixel. Hopefully soon. What the hell? That's redonk.
I can't find these last fuckers, man.
Oh, I hear people whistle.
I hear the whistling. I just can't see
Where are
them.
they?
All right.
Nice.
Oh,
nice.
nice. Oh, wow.
Oh, 3G, you were also in there? God damn it.
Perfect.
Ooh. But I
Oh,
might
you guys
have
are
got-
all in there.
Oh,
Okay,
Christy,
Flex.
I missed ya.
Oh.
Wait, let me look at mine real quick.
Yeah, you
Did it
definitely
move
have
me?
some unpainted stuff.
Oh, it moved me. I was up against that door. Why am I sideways?
You hate to see.
Oh, great.
Okay.
Sometimes if you are in the free moving mode, it'll move you at the last second because it'll like take you out of the mode and
Oh,
then make you the killer. So just try
true.
and not move in the last like 5 seconds.
That's real.
Oops.
Oopsies.
Let's do a different map.
Yeah. Take me to The Simpsons and say nothing. I'm joking. Oh, yeah,
There's so many
Greece.
maps. Grace.
Every night in my dreams,
In my dreams,
I see you. I feel you.
feel you. Anyone else see the Odyssey yet?
No. Do you like it?
No.
It was unbelievable.
Really?
I've heard
The
raving
casting
reviews.
was unreal.
Really?
And I gotta say this because it's too funny. Like, all the conservative backlash over, like,
Yeah.
Elliot Page and I forget her name, but who plays Helen of Troy.
Mm-hmm.
They're literally in the movie for 10 minutes apiece.
Oh my god. It's a
It's
3-hour
a
movie.
3-hour-long movie. Yeah.
Is it Lupita who plays Helen?
Yeah, Lupita. Like, they
Yeah.
both are in the movie for like they have 10 minutes of screen time. It just goes
People
to show
are
how,
just
like,
losers.
They're just
always-
angry
yeah,
to be
they're just
angry.
losers. Yeah. Yeah, it's just so funny how, like, and it's good. It's projected to make like $1 billion.
Whoa.
$1 billion.
Huge flop. Yeah, it's on track for
Well,
$1 billion.
I went to
worldwide.
see, because we only have one IMAX, and I went to like just see like if it was sold out. It's literally sold out for months.
Yeah.
Dude, yeah,
Yeah.
for like the next 2 months.
Yeah.
It's sold out in IMAX theaters.
And even the 6 a.m. session is sold out.
Yeah.
People are
Oh,
up.
Greece. Okay.
Yes.
This is not.
Wait, this map's cool. I've never seen this one yet. Oh, I'm stuck. That's okay.
Wait, I have an idea. Reselling? What? Oh my god. Oh, what is she doing?
You know.
Sam with the immediate giggle. You know
me.
something's
You know
up.
me. There is no what.
Sam, did you find a little nook and cranny?
Yeah, I found somewhere I shouldn't be, Crispin.
Oh,
Yeah, I
Sammy,
found
you
it.
know what?
I found a spot. It is what it is.
Yeah.
Sammy and I are in the same spot, probably.
Probably again, for real.
What the hell? What if I just do this? Hell yeah. Yeah. Perfect. Yeah, all that I know. Oop. Because you have to climb to find me. So if they do a lot of climbing to find me, I hear someone. Someone's near me. Then they can find a surprise. Someone's near me. Oh, flip-flops. Can I do it in time? That does not look like flip-flops. Look away. you do a suggestive post? I wonder if I can. Oh.
All right, we cooked.
I'm ready.
Innocuous. Good word.
Innocuous?
Hangster girl, nice spot.
Thanks, man.
No problem.
Oh,
Bold
it's hard
spot,
to navigate this map. The little staircases.
personally. Bold as hell.
Oh,
I'm on a fucking spree
Oh
right
my
now.
god, guys.
God.
Oh
Who's
my
next?
god. That was.
Who's next?
I was on a streak.
They haven't found me yet. They're gonna go, Carla!
Chris, your beard looks sick today. Thank you, dude. Appreciate that.
Was that a fake message?
No.
Nice.
Why would I read it? Why would I make something up?
Carla,
so
your beard
you.
looks so good today. Hey, thanks, man.
Oh my god.
Sammy.
Ninja Blev. Congrats on little
it was-
Blev,
it-
man.
It was a fake message.
I knew it was.
We
That's
know- we
why
know
I
it was.
said it.
You're not fooling
Bro,
anybody, bub.
Why would you even fake a message like that?
It's
He's-
funny.
He's faked worse.
Bro, I clocked him immediately. No hesitation.
Oh my god.
Love when you play with this crew. It really brings me joy, dude. Of course.
Hey,
Another
wait.
fake message, bro.
Wait.
Okay, it's
say
fake,
more.
but like,
Chrissy,
I
don't fall-
appreciate
don't
that.
fall for it, bro.
Oh, come on, Sammy. Let me have this.
Don't fall
I've been
for it.
I've been live for 500 hours.
Hey man, that's
Let
on
me
you.
have this.
That's true. You have been live for a really long time.
Let the man sleep.
Chris.
What?
Hey.
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 Hi.
Hi.
What?
I forget.
Oh, good.
Hey.
This does look like an Overwatch map.
Yeah, it looks like
It does.
Mhm.
that
Ilios.
one thing. Ilios.
Helios.
Oh god, I played that map so much.
Yeah, right.
Now, if I was Sammy,
Road hogging
where would
people
I
into
be?
the middle.
The whole.
Don't worry about me, babe.
I'm curious about you, babe.
Curiosity kills.
Oh, Sammy!
She got me. Hey,
Nice.
she got me.
Have you found me yet?
I don't know if I did.
Okay.
Oh wait, I
Well,
can
now
run out of bullets.
did.
I didn't
Now
realize
I,
it.
I literally just found you. That's a W spot.
Thank you.
I am not your youth pastor.
Huh?
Ninja
Someone said I don't think they're
Blev.
youth pastor.
Thanks for the 200 subs, man.
Oh, I ran out of bullets because it didn't. Wait, what?
Oh yeah, you only have 5 shots, and if you miss a bunch,
It-
you're out.
No, it clipped the wall. I was literally aiming right at a person.
Oh.
Are you
Oh,
kidding?
you, oh,
That's
you have
a
to get
good
good.
one.
Nah, I'm
SB, you
joking.
hate to see
I'm
it.
joking.
Need a
Where's everybody
whiz.
else?
No, dude, there are streams where people roast the streamer the whole time. It's actually
Yeah.
crazy.
Oh
Yeah.
no,
Like-
100%.
like
I would say that's
95%.
not even uncommon.
Yeah.
No, it's
Yeah.
very normal.
Yeah.
I would say the common
Yeah.
streamers chat, like from like the larger streamers, is very like negative towards the
Oh,
streamer.
very, yeah.
Yeah. It's got to be some. There's got to be a reason some streamers like are into that. Maybe. Maybe it just keeps the
Just
the chat
traction,
going.
maybe, yeah.
Well,
Yeah, the
it is
traction, yeah.
engaging. Like if you make like self-deprecating jokes, like people think it's funny.
Yeah.
So
Dude, if I was in a Sammy stream and chat was just roasting her the whole time, I would actually feel like confused. I'd be like, where the fuck am I?
I'd be on my way to that Helix mattress, and I would be getting ready to fight whoever wants to hurt my gal.
Pays the bills.
my chat is very kind to me. Thank you, Samly Boss.
Yeah.
If chat gives me shit, I give him shit back. Like I'm not gonna just sit here and take that. I'm
Oh,
like,
yeah, yeah.
fuck
Oh
you
yeah,
also.
same.
For sure.
Oh yeah,
I'm like,
I,
yeah, fuck you.
I don't deal with
fuck
that
you as
shit.
well.
I also
Yeah, fuck
don't
you
like being
first.
told what to do, so I like if people tell me what to do, I get real pissy about that.
Of course.
I have
But that's
problems
why.
with
But that's
authority,
why
so-
I think that's a healthy approach.
Yeah.
Like
No, 100%.
yeah.
Like sometimes someone, like hasn't happened for ages, but been a time when someone's actually been quite rude, and then I'll be like, oh, like, do you want to unpack that? What's up? And they'll be like, no need to explain yourself. I'm like, what? You're in my chat insulting
fact, you need to
me.
be-
What?
Yeah,
Yes,
fuck you.
I'm not explaining myself.
huh?
I'm sticking up for myself. What?
No, literally. I hate when people are like in general, this isn't even a chat thing, but when people are like, oh, you're getting defensive.
Yes.
It's like, yeah, I'm gonna defend myself.
Yeah,
Yes,
it's my
yes.
stream.
Going
Like,
on.
fuck
Like,
off.
What do you mean?
That's actually, if someone ever said that
So gaslighting.
in a Sammy chat, I would actually ban them for good.
Yeah,
Yeah, for good. I would ban them in my chat and Chris's chat,
Yeah.
everybody's chat.
real.
That's a
getting
multiverse
defensive?
chat.
That would send me soaring.
Yeah.
I would
Yeah.
see red if anybody ever told me that.
Oh my
Or-
god,
no,
dude.
or-
I'm joking.
or-
They're like, you're being defensive, girl.
Yeah, I am. Or someone saying like, no need to be angry, and you're literally just talking like this. Like, I'm not angry. What?
Yeah, like
I'm
no
just
need to no,
responding
no
to
need
you.
to
Yeah.
be dramatic about it.
Yeah, I'm
When
just
people are
responding.
like, you're getting really upset, and like you're like not upset at all. and
Yes,
you're like, no,
yes.
I'm
like,
actually
shut
good.
up. I'm
What was
great.
it? Now I
No,
am.
but you want to say that? Now hold on.
True.
I had this one person come in. I think it was the Red Dead guy, Chris, if you remember.
Oh, he was
And
so fucking
He was so
annoying.
weird, and he subbed, and then I had like a hype train, and he was like, "Oh, I had no idea you all were simps. I knew you were all simps," and I'm like, "What? You subbed to me, brother? Like, why are you upset that people are subbing to me now? Like, I'm
He
like,
would also call you like butthole and stuff. It's like, dude,
What?
go
No-
away.
no,
He was
knucklehead, not
strange.
butthole.
What are you, 5?
Knucklehead, but still bad.
No. He would call you butthead too.
Or butthead.
Or something.
And then I'd be like, hey, just a question, like, why are you here if you don't like my community? And then he's like, oh, no need to get angry, I'll go. And I was like, you're
There's
already
the door,
you're already
butthole.
banned, brother. Like, refund
When
my
they do
sub.
the flip reverse, like
Yeah,
to
like-
make it about them, it's just like,
Okay.
okay, then leave. Like, I
Go,
don't
bye.
care.
Like, bro,
I will literally
forward
forget
bye.
about you tomorrow.
Yeah, like, what? Okay, sure.
What are you trying to do?
When did they add guys shaped like me?
Guys, I'm a simp for my
yeah, most
chat.
recent update.
Simping in this community is just us loving on each other.
Wild.
Like, what? That's not an insult.
Uh,
Yeah, but at least we have a funny
This
meme
is me
out
playing
of it.
basketball. Hey.
People just hate to see a happy, thriving, kind community.
I'm running out
Genuinely.
of like.
People would
creativity
rather
with
see a
this
community
map. I
that
don't know
just
what it
hates each
is.
other's guts.
You gotta
Genuinely.
get extra vague.
People
with it.
thrive on hate.
Yeah, I gotta get weird and vague.
So they see like a community
they'll
that's
make the
just
character
chill
work, for sure.
and cute, and they're like, oh, it's like,
Someone has a. There's a. Why can't I see someone's floating clone?
okay.
Right.
No, exactly. No, that's why like a lot of the top streamers, if you go into their chat, it's just this like, no hate to them, but it's like really negative, and it's just farming, and it's just bad vibes, because that just attracts more bad vibes, and then they get popular, and it's just all like weird. So then people come into like a normal, happy little cute vibe, and like, ugh, losers, and it's like, okay, sure thing. Yeah, Mickey. But like, you know what? I am glad that Vanilla is that type of person to defend, because I've been in a lot of chats where chats being really like parasocial and weird towards someone's friends, and they don't pull them up. Like, I don't care if I have 3,000 viewers. If someone's being rude, I'm gonna tell them. / remove them, you know? Like, I'm glad she does that. That's sick. Hi back, hello. I'm so excited for Halloween. Ugh. But you shouldn't, like, obviously I know you shouldn't have to tell people that, but is it September? September, I think, right? It could be a sock. Oh my god. Hold. Okay. Oh my god. Ah!
All right.
Mmm.
I'm
Come in and go, this is boring. Yeah, Striker, exactly. Like,
Cute.
you don't have to like everything, but
Arby's,
why,
I liked
like,
it.
That was a good one.
there's freedom of speech, and then there's just being
Aw,
weird.
So
You
cute.
know?
Oh wow,
got that.
Crispy, nice, dude. Pile driver
Yeah,
looking
good
ass.
Striker. I used to not ban back in the day because I
Mine was
I was
so
like,
dumb, but it's so
oh,
funny.
if I ban them,
Bro
that's,
said, "Hey,
you know,
fuck it."
that's my viewership gone. And
I
then
wanted
it
to
got
make
to
a
a point where
weird-looking
I was like,
thing. That's what
I
did.
can't do
You
this.
did.
I would rather have 0 viewers than an asshole in here. Like, I'm banning them. Yeah, I'm sorry you had to deal with that though. Yeah. That was a crazy carrot, Crispy. That had some hormones.
That thing's got some perks to it.
You got a bite to it. Got that dog in it.
Perks."
It's got that. It's got that lettuce bug in it.
Someone come in and
Not
say
the
you have too many
lettuce
chat rules.
bug.
Huh? Then find another chat that doesn't have rules and has an awful community then, babe. Like what?
Why can't I hit this? Hello?
Yeah.
Wait,
Amazing.
Chris. Nice use of that
Hi,
specific
Kenny.
body
Hi,
shape.
Match.
Thanks, man.
I've had a lot of weird comments over the years. It would take a lot of creativity to hurt my feelings now.
Stuck.
I hurt my
Stuck.
feelings.
Stuck.
But
Ooh,
you
crispy,
can't hurt my
very
feelings.
I love how everyone's like, oh yeah.
Bye,
great."
Felicia.
Weird. Oh, fucking weird looking thing.
Nice.
It's a weird looking guy.
Sammy, how the hell have you found so many?
I'm on a roll.
Oh, you're like butter.
She's built different. Oh, I like that.
Thanks.
No, I killed like 3 people in a row. I was on a streak.
Wembem, thank you, Sam.
What the hell?
Wham bam. Thank you, Sam. Up my headset.
Funny thing is, I
They'd
haven't
be
even
like,
found
mhm.
myself yet.
Mm-hmm.
My in-ears
Talk
just
after stream?
died.
I haven't found myself.
Wait, Sammy, you'll find yourself.
I'll
We all
find
do.
myself, man. Don't worry.
We all do.
I'll discover myself one day.
Real.
Oh, found me.
You found me. You
Found me.
You found me.
That was weird. How fast you guys all react. That was sick.
That's a classic song.
Lost
Classic
in
Carla spot.
midair.
Real.
Yo, good night, Vic. You
Real.
found me.
Night, Vic.
You found me.
Crispy, say good night to Vic.
Axel,
Good night, Vic.
I get that.
Carla, say good night.
Good night.
Nice.
Good night, Vic. Don't
Good
let
night.
the bed bugs bite.
Or do
Okay,
if
sauce.
you're into that.
Ominous.
No one's into that.
For these last couple of
Wow, Chris, that was iconic. The hell?
Oh, thank you, dude.
It's okay.
Where the hell's everyone at?
I don't know. I can only hear out of one ear right now, and it's really freaking me out, man.
I can't wait to yap with you guys.
Didn't Kami just resub
I
for
just want to
15
do dailies
months?
and hang before I
15
skedat.
months of
Somebody
plots,
hit the
thousands, laughs, screams, and a hell of a lot of love. Carl's Kermy, love Carl's Kermy,
I got
love
into
Carl's
a fight.
Kermy, love Carl's Kermy.
I'm
Ooh,
doing a
nice
smaller one
crash.
today because I just mentally
Crash Bandicoot.
feel a bit off.
Crash Bandy.
But I definitely want to yap
Crash
before I
Bandicoot
go
up.
because we have to catch up.
Good night, Banth.
They give a 15, Cammy.
not
I
your
appreciate you. Have you started
Hey,
your new
Whiskey.
job yet?
No, he
I'm still
actually
gonna
is.
do I think at least 5 hours though. But
Is he in yours?
No.
Vance, don't say
What?
that, you cheeky.
Oh.
And how?
Oh.
Vance. No, you're so funny.
Look up, Band. They're so funny.
CBJ girl, huh?
Carla, what happened? I was winning.
Oh,
Oh,
shoot.
Carla locked in. What the
She
fuck?
went on a streak.
Oh, no. Sammy, come on. Did you find me?
No, babe.
I'm
I
wood.
can't
I'm wood
find
in the
anybody.
corner.
Found me.
I think I found you. I think
Oh,
I did.
okay, okay.
I'm wood in the corner. So
That's
funny.
wood in the corner. That's wood. Oh!
Oh, come on.
Whoopsies.
For these last couple.
All right,
Oh,
can I
that
get
was
some,
a
can I get some
good
thumbs
What was
one.
up
I
for
key?
Fuck
fucking?
heck?
Oh, beautiful. Right. Okay, got
Wait,
you.
I didn't even see this one.
Guys, let me get some thumbs
Did
up
I?
for doing an item. Thanks.
For doing an
Found
item.
me.
This is
Hey man,
Hell
you
yeah.
did it. You did a pumpkin.
That's gonna come so quick. I'm so
Crispy,
excited.
I'm giving you a thumbs up, even though whatever you did is fucking whatever.
I'm so
Yeah, it's the thing,
excited.
Carrot.
Yeah.
Mm.
So excited.
Found me. Oh, that's where Sammy was in the corner.
Oh, that's good.
I was in the corner. I was
The
the
corner.
wall behind the
You
barrel.
were
I'm
the
gonna do my
wall.
dailies and
I was
then
the wall.
just yap. I think after this.
Oh, I didn't see Cloud up there. What the heck?
Which I'm excited.
Can we go back to the other mode? I don't like double sometimes.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah.
Thanks,
yeah,
dude.
yeah.
Could we do Simpson's house?
Thanks, pal.
No, I want to do all the new maps first.
All right.
We can do Simpsons.
Wait, hold on.
eventually. Oh. What?
I gotta change my
Too
headset.
late.
It's fine.
Oh shit, it's fine.
What's I gonna say?
Lost without a
Nice song.
cure.
I forget.
Wait, oh, I'm the
Bless
hunter.
you.
Boo.
Bless you. Bro, you wanted to change the mode.
No,
what
that's
you
fine.
get.
I'll hunt. I don't give a crap or fuck, actually.
Oh, this one's so weird, by the way.
Yeah, I don't even know. I'm not even familiar with this one.
Whoa.
It was a collab.
Oh.
They're doing Garden
Wait,
of
what?
Ban Ban or whatever it's called.
I think there's a window.
Oh, sure. Oh, you're right. Here's the door.
Yeah, we got 3G.
Crispy, I genuinely was like, why can't I get in there?
Why?
Chris, there's a lot of weird stuff on this map. Good luck.
I'll make one semi-easy.
This is a weird one. There is no way. Oh,
Guys, listen.
I won't let you, okay?
Oh. Sometimes the controls in this game make me so mad.
So true, Crispy.
Guys. You don't like? Should I turn it around?
That's too much, man. It looks like it works too. I don't understand.
This cannot work.
Oh, Sammy, it can if you believe.
Different colors,
right.
you know? Chorbies. Oh my god. Okay. Gotta put on airplane mode. Guys, why are you doing this? Attention Australians. Put your phone on airplane mode or turn it off if you want to avoid the loud testing noise that the government is doing. It's in 25 minutes. And then if you know of someone that has a secret phone for reasons that you don't want the phone to be found, pass on the memo to turn their phone off as well. 25
Good comms,
mins.
Carlos.
What is that? What's happening?
The government's doing like a, they're testing the emergency
alert.
alert thing.
In Australia.
Oh.
But a lot of people that might be in like a unsafe situation with like a safe phone, people are like warning people to turn it off so they don't get found.
Smart.
Yeah. Jorby's
10
is putting
seconds.
work in. What the hell?
Carla has like 18 phones that like go off at once. She's like, not bad, guys. My cell
I
phones.
got 2 phones.
One for my friends and one for my. How's it go?
Yeah, that was it.
Cool.
Oh man.
Jorb.
Fair. Oh
is
my
cool.
god, Crispy. Shut up.
What? It looks perfect.
It actually does.
It looks like it belongs, right?
No, it does. It does. That's so funny.
Well, now I want to find it.
Sammy being sweet. Love that.
Thank you, babe.
Oh, Clouds is really cute.
That's terrifying.
Oh, everyone wants robot.
Squishy,
Is that
you're
me?
blinking if you want to move. Yep, no.
Oh, I never see Christmas again.
Oh,
Hogs are being
Triple G.
found. Hogs are
Okay.
being found.
Guess he's rolling good.
Fury, no!
Snail, the end is here.
Jorby, no, I loved you being with me.
Triple G, I haven't gotten one.
Slug.
I'm bad at the game. Just
Yeah, mine
class.
was so creative.
Green is not a creative color.
Sammy, that's.
Crispy.
Ooh,
He has
that's
a
good.
spider in the summer. Oh my god.
Honey, thank you for your watch streak. And guys, thank you for all the resubs and everything.
Chris, where were
today.
you?
I really appreciate it. I'm a
You'll
bit
see.
out of it. I'll feel
See
better
that green and
tomorrow,
blue guy
but
right there to your left?
Yeah.
Thank you
Come
so
back
much
to that when the game's over.
for being great.
Oh, I don't
really
wanna-
appreciate it. I'm excited to catch up and yap with
Why?
you.
You
I
don't
didn't
even
get to yap
know.
at the
I
start
can
of the
see where the
stream.
spider was.
Hi, Johnny.
Oh.
Hi, Joe.
You.
How long are you with each other
dirty
for?
dog.
No, but it's good
cuties?
though. It's not like
We'll see.
it's not a horse situation.
Oh?
If that's what you're thinking.
Sam, you over here?
Who knows, man?
Bro, why are you giving the T-Rex the old one too? Is that a T-Rex fox?
Maybe.
Oh.
Oh, there's someone right here. Oh, I see him. Nice try, Hank.
Sammy, your
That was good.
poker
The
face was
whistle
so funny.
exposed me, bro. It exposed me.
Sammy's poker face was so funny.
Oh, you were looking at her? That's funny.
Yeah.
Nice.
With each other from Thursday. Oh, Slug. Oh, how was it? What'd you guys do?
If there's a table,
Did you see
bet your ass
Odyssey?
Sam will be hiding underneath
I'm
it.
under there.
Well, you
I'm
probably
She's
don't want to
under
go to the
there, and
movies
you're
when
not-
you're
you're
with
not
each other,
finding her for a
right?
little bit.
You're not finding her.
You want to soak up every second of yapping.
Woj, nice.
Say tonight, I'm gonna make the dawn for tomorrow.
Unholy
Tomorrow I'll
bastard.
be strong. Hey.
Wait a night. But
Hey,
me, I
yeah.
do like you, I am the-
Yup.
Sing it.
Sing it, baby.
Hey.
Sing it.
Sing it.
Where's everyone else at?
Triple,
You wanna do,
Triple G volunteering for? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, no, you go first.
I was gonna say it's funny that Triple G volunteers to be hunter because I feel like low key sits watches like videos all day of spots. Then like
To be fair, I like hunting too.
Oh, they do it
no,
next.
I don't. No, specifically Triple G though. Specifically Triple G though. I didn't volunteer. I just like giving Triple G shit.
Kitties, how cute. I love it.
I volunteer as tribute.
I volunteer.
Gorge.
Wait, who's that? What's that guy on the wall say? Booga 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 booga.
There's someone here,
And
I
I've
think.
been saying that.
Kindness is free, so sprinkle it everywhere.
Sprank.
Sprinkle.
Sprinkle.
Sprinkle while you work. Da 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 da.
Wait, does it show?
Nice!
Does it show my spot? Oh
Hunters
yeah, look how
win!
creative that is.
Sammy, did you get your
You idiot.
I Spice emote
That's so
in
good,
Fortnite?
though.
Gotta.
No, I didn't.
We won with
get
1
it.
second.
Yep. Gotcha. Gotcha.
Wait, you got me?
Well, listen. I
Wait.
wait, Sammy.
Big guy.
Big guy. Big guy. Big guy.
SpongeBob, big guy,
Pants
pants
okay.
okay. SpongeBob, big guy, pants okay.
I did that in Fortnite karaoke. It was a fever dream.
Wait, somebody asked me if I would do Fortnite karaoke with you, and I said absolutely.
Oh
so we should do
yeah.
that.
Can you do
You
duos
guys
together?
should
That'd
totally
be
do
so
that.
funny.
Yeah, you should
I
so-
think
should
you
so do that.
can. I think you can.
You should do it.
Sammy, we need
Do that
that.
one again and then Simpsons later.
Yeah,
I haven't seen this. I haven't done this one yet.
that's right. I
Ban,
gotta
ban,
pee after
kindergarten.
this round. Remind me.
Wait, stand on the hunter, then you can go piss while
Oh,
you're
okay.
hunting.
Yeah, good idea.
Oh wait, that's
I'm-
actually a great idea.
Yeah, it's piss time.
Bro's,
Alright.
bro's cooking.
Guys, I was
I'm cooking
surprised with
with
how much I loved the
cats.
karaoke.
Hey, good
Because I was like,
looking.
oh, okay, I'll
Oh
do
yeah,
it.
Chris.
I was like, I'll do it, but no one
Yo,
wants
Chris,
this.
shoot us a Twitch god.
You know, I was like, no one wants this. This is gonna be cringe as hell, like whatever. And then I ended up having the best time. I think next time I need to get my desk up and I need to just get a wig on and just go for it. I think I just need to like commit to it because I need to dance. So I think I should get my mic up so I can boogie a bit. Anyway,
I'm all in.
and the candy cane.
They
yes!
move slower too.
Okay, let me go.
No, we're just
Whiz.
bigger, so we have.
Oh, we're just big. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I don't know where to go.
Me either.
I don't know this map like that yet.
Wait, Sammy. Come back to me real quick.
Wait, hold on.
Sammy, this is just you and me at TwitchCon. Eh, where we going?
Whee!
Where
Put
we
an
going?
arrow on me. 'Cause I was
Oh,
gonna-
nice.
I was gonna
Oh,
explode.
because you're gonna dox me.
Right,
Good.
right.
Yeah, I was trying to do that, but I don't think. Let's see. Can I go in here? No.
Trying to find a good spot.
My game's like.
Yeah, my
lagging
game's
big time.
chunking right now. My game's chunking like no one's business. Man.
It's perfect.
Yippee! God, it's actually kind of cold this week. Oh. Okay. What are they doing? Also, Geo Bingo was really fun. Badge. Oh. I'm cold. I'm cold. I gotta find them.
Crispy, goated small. Goated small.
Bro, this actually works.
Okay.
Sammy, what do you think?
Jeffy, my God.
Chris, it looks good from one angle.
What? Oh, you've got to
Thank
be
you, Jeffy.
joking.
Bro, go into free movement.
Bro, it looks fine every angle. What do you mean? What do you
Wait,
mean?
let me find
My
Chris. Hold on.
God. I'm hunting. You found me.
It looks
You
good in
found
every
me.
angle.
I'm happy to hear that. I'm happy to hear that. Crispy, you like mine?
Yes. Josh, 100%.
It looks good from literally one angle, bro.
Wait, don't kill Chris Jobbies. I want to see this.
Bro, Jorby's never finding me. I'm chilling.
Never.
Put your ass away, child.
Never finding you.
Freedom 1022
Bro, no, literally,
just
this is
subscribed.
Perfect.
Insert long mushy message here instead, because you are
Wait, low
playing
key, my
with our
spot's
pals lol.
actually so good.
I love your mush.
Crispy, I like it. I like it.
Hi, Freedom.
It looks real.
Thank you.
Bro, mine's fine.
Oh, this is the new Bam Bam map. This whole time. I thought it was the museum.
I'm laughing.
Crispy, yours sucks. What do you mean?
Oh, whoa! Sucks
That's
is wild, bro.
crazy.
Sucks is wild, bro. Sucks is wild. Hey, chat, look at this thing. Oh, wow.
Freedom, thank you, dog.
That
Carla,
is
get
good.
him.
How was your weekend?
Me and telling.
Hello.
Crispy, I loved yours. What the hell? That was really cute.
No, I like Crispies.
Oh, my God.
Chris, it looked good from one angle. It looked good from one angle.
Hey, I lasted longer. That's all good.
All right, King.
Sammy, this might work.
Bro, I cooked.
Guys, the timing on everyone's thing is so funny. What the hell?
Please.
You know what? I think ours were just too good that they didn't work out, and that's okay.
You
Hey,
know,
it's
I
okay.
would agree with that, actually.
Yeah.
Listen,
I
they
would
were
agree
they
with
were
that
so
statement.
big brain that, you know.
No, they were fantastic. I'm not
I
denying
really
that.
thought mine would have worked.
Yeah, me too.
Bro, if they walked like in one straight line, you would have never been found.
Dude, if they close both their eyes, you're good.
If they close the game, you win.
Not the game.
Oh, sorry.
The game?
Bro.
I'm joking. You said I closed, and I can't say game closed.
No, you can say it.
Thanks.
You can say
Someone's-
whatever the hell you want, actually.
Okay. Oh, right. Nice.
All right, Squishy. It's up to you.
Squish.
We gotta get them some thumbs up.
Where's the whistle?
Yeah, Crispy, our two guys could have been related.
They were friends. They honestly were friends.
You know what? They were having a situationship.
Wait, wild.
I don't know.
Hey, man. It's all good.
What is that? I don't know.
Bro, I got a 10 milligram calling my name after this.
Oh, dude, I have a 5.
Hell yeah. Bro,
Who's
you know, it's kind
milligram?
of
Why are they
sad,
calling you?
though. Hey.
Hey, sorry.
I feel like I'm starting to get to the point where like a solid tenor is not doing the job anymore, and I'm like, ah, that sucks.
Gotta bring it to 15.
Yeah, but then it's an ongoing cycle, and then I'm wags, you know.
Dude, Wags hasn't had one in 9
Well, wags is also a dad now.
months. Yeah. So
Wait,
he's
how's
like,
he going?
He's scared. He's good, but he's stressed.
Oh.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I'm going over there in the morning because they need to sleep.
Oh.
Oh hell yeah, dude. Hey, W Uncle though, by the way,
Yeah.
huge. W Uncle.
Thank you. Bro,
Where
Squishy's
are they?
playing like crazy.
Oh, where was
Thumbs up
this?
for Squishy. Bro, they kept moving back and forth.
Oh, I thought I saw something move.
wait. That's a W play.
I saw something move and I thought I was going crazy.
No, dude, they literally were going back and forth like a flap. It was funny. Smart strat. Guys, give them a
Smart.
thumbs up. They need more.
Give him a thumbs up.
Smart.
How many more you guys got left in you? Like 5, 2, 1? What's your stories?
A few for sure.
All right.
I've got like 1.
Okay,
Or 2.
let's do one or two big bangers then.
Okay.
Let's do it. Let's do the Simpsons map so Carla can have a fun time.
True.
We don't
I'm
have
down
to
with
do that. It's just a good map.
No, I like the map too.
No, I like that map.
Can we
I
do
like that
doubles
map.
on The Simpsons purely because the spots are funny? Okay, don't worry about it. Don't worry. He did a full recoil. Don't worry about it.
No, we could do Simpsons, but doubles is so.
No, all good. All good, Toots. All good. Normal simp.
To be fair, Carla, with all I understand why you like doubles. You're good at
It's
doubles.
purely on The
Like, you're
Simpsons.
very good at
I
doubles.
like doubles too. To be
You know what?
honest, but
Fuck
I
get it.
doubles, but Simpsons doubles hits different because it's so creative that I like
I just
seeing
love
everyone.
seeing.
That is
I love
fair.
seeing everyone hiding.
Yeah,
it cracks me
yeah.
up.
No, I get it. I get it.
Yeah,
You're so true. You're right.
yeah, I do like seeing the spots. I'm
Hi,
fortunate for
Amanda.
that.
How are
But-
you? It is
I get both
Giggle
sides.
and
We could also do a
Minx.
doubles after, depending on our
Hi,
journey,
Kaylee.
guys.
How are you, doll?
Journey.
Doubles
I
and
understand. I
nature.
understand.
Journey.
Hey, what can you do?
So true, babe.
Sammy already going for a spot? Sure.
Trying something new.
Hey, let her try something. Trying something different, guys.
Gotta keep it interesting.
You're telling me, bud.
Real. Bud.
Bud.
Let's do the Geo next week again. That was so good.
I'm down.
Rematch.
And we can actually cook on way better things too.
Yeah, I agree.
Imagine like a Geo. Imagine we have like a series and then like a playoff.
Ooh.
Mm.
We could do 1v1s too, and then like rotate. Like, okay, you Chris, you play him, you play her, and then like we change it up.
True.
Thanks.
New poses, I know. So many new poses. Kind of crazy.
Yeah, I heard Reload has
Simpsons
right
coming
now.
back. I think in a couple days.
Oh, it's not back yet. Okay.
I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
You've never been wrong,
No, thank you.
except for the cat that one time.
Oh, I thought you were meaning Mia, and I was like, dude.
Bro, no
Sorry,
world.
Oh
sorry,
my
sorry,
God,
sorry.
mean.
Imagine.
She's
Sorry.
got
Yeah.
Oh
it.
way.
I was like, Chris, man, like, I know I'm
Like,
making
yeah, too
jokes,
soon,
but
kinda.
th-
Too
he's
soon,
I'd
bro.
rather be a bad guy if that's what you meant.
I was like,
No,
I
it'd be
had
off
to
the
do it,
platform.
man. Like,
Yeah, imagine I was like, yeah, you shouldn't have. Like, oh yeah, good guy.
that's actually like,
Real great.
Like,
someone's probably been
wild.
told that by a awful friend.
oh, they definitely have, and that shit's like insane, dude.
Real.
Like, hey,
That's manipulation and like not nice tactics.
it's bad. It's
Speaking
bad
of that.
stuff.
Yeah.
So true, King.
Let's see.
She, yeah. Got my plum.
Away.
I don't like this, to be honest, but I'm gonna do it. Sammy, what you doing there, babe?
I'm cooking trust. Trust.
I believe the cook. It's just funny seeing the process of the ingredients and stuff.
Pros.
God, I'm... I'm not steady at all.
There we go. Why does that work, low key?
Crispy me? Or you?
No, I was talking about mine. I was talking about mine.
Oh, no,
I'm
you're
gonna.
fair, you're
I'm
fair,
now
you're fair.
looking. I'm now looking at people. Let's see. Where are you, Sammy?
I'm not proud of this. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not proud of it. Oh, it's so bad. Okay.
Oh,
That's okay.
Sammy, yes. I love that
Right?
one.
It
Ooh.
kind of gives, right?
Wait, let's see if I can fix it.
I do like it.
Wait, Carl, I'm not far away from you. And
I know
like the cook.
we are together. Can I do something here? Oh, I cannot. Shoot.
Like mine's like bad, but also like kind of good if you were like new to the game.
Am I?
Kristen, you know what? Fucking goddamn hell yeah, dude.
Okay.
I like that a
Right?
lot. I like that a lot. I don't know what's
Right?
going on, but I like it.
Dude, you know what? It
Why not?
works.
Squishy, very good. Who the fuck is this? Oh, Gay Ghost
Oh,
Guy, very good.
nice. Nice.
Carly, great. Cloud Rail, perfect.
Chris, I didn't
Carla,
even see
nice.
you.
Sam, you like that one?
Yeah, I do. I literally
Thanks,
didn't
brother.
even see you at first.
Wait, where are you?
It's me!
It worked for way too long.
I haven't
like
played Power World. Have you?
Bro's
I
the
was like a-
world's biggest hot dog.
That was so good, Crispy. Oh my god.
it was like
that
a little
actually fried
table
me.
piece.
Anyone
I
else watch
haven't.
Carla being Carla or just me?
Oh, nice, man.
Wait,
I was sending you screenshots of your
Carla,
face.
huh?
That made me laugh. Thank you. I knew exactly what the screenshots were from too.
Yep. Sure did.
Okay, member.
Oh,
That's so funny.
oh, squishy, nice.
Yeah, he looked like pastries or a hot dog or both. Is that what you were going
I did
for?
when it first came out.
Like a
so I
big
got,
sandwich
really?
thing?
What do you
I
describe
don't
it
know.
as?
I was just going for like a table
I'm a bit
thing.
confused on what it's meant to be.
Table it.
Seven, I think so. I think
Sammy, were you a pottery or something?
I think Sammy
No,
might
it was a hat on the coat rack.
get off
Of
after this, but I don't know
course.
if we're closing the lobby.
That was a hat.
Ark Survival with Pokemon slaves. It's Pokemon with better mechanics and slavery. Oh. Wait, Crash, that's funny.
Hurts sometimes. Sammy, it hurts.
Listen, it was good. It was a good little guy.
I
What can you
liked
do,
it.
man?
Yeah, 30 seconds to put your phone on airplane mode,
Thanks,
guys,
Jorbs.
if you're in Oz.
Wait, Carl, this is crazy.
I agree.
I fear she cooked.
How the hell?
It was last second as well.
Sometimes those are the best ones.
I agree.
You can say that again.
Sister?
Sometimes those are the best ones.
You can say that in Spanish.
Oh, I gotta go feed the
Can't,
bun.
actually.
My bad. You happy Monday, guys?
Yeah.
Not yet.
For me, it is.
Did it go
Not
off?
for me.
Oh.
Guys, I told you put your phone on airplane mode. Or were you curious? I was too scared. Oh my god, really? Has it stopped or? It's just testing to see if it worked. Maybe it's loud for different devices. Oh, okay. I farted louder than that. Oh, okay. So it seems like people have had different sounds, volumes. Oh, I wonder if I can.
Cloud still being in that is wild right now.
I wonder if I can turn my phone off now.
Wait, Carla, you're still alive?
Somehow, brother. Somehow.
How is that
She's
even a
popping-
spot?
She's genuinely popping off.
I'm shocked that's not blinking you.
No, she's good. It's the pose.
It's the pose, brother.
The
I suppose it's
pose.
the
It's
pose.
the par. It's the
I
bars.
suppose
It's the
bars.
bars. You got Sammy's splattered goo all over the place right next to you.
Sammy's goose on me. You can still see
Listen.
it.
Goo.
I was a humble hat, bro.
Guys, should we become
Humble
sports
hat.
bettors and Kalshi users or what?
Oh, bro, Kalshi, yes.
Can't.
All right.
Can't.
Is
Is that? Bro, I've actually never sports bet ever. Is that wild?
There you go.
Ah, kind of nice.
Got me.
Good run, good run.
Good run.
Good run, good run. Let's go,
Did you ever
chameleons.
bet on sports?
No. I just open Pokemon cards instead.
That's fair.
Yes.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Same. I opened them for sure.
You guys want to do one more or call it there?
I could be game for one more banger.
Should we do one more
I'll
on
do
this
one
map?
more. I'll do
Or
one
you want to do a different map?
Sammy's
Doubles
looking at
on
the
what?
time like,
Well, that's nice,
do one
Crispy.
more, I'll
Do
do one more,
market.
it's
Do
fine.
market.
Oh, the market?
Yeah.
Doubles would go crazy.
oh, market would be
I'm down
wild.
for market doubles.
I'm gonna
That
do
sounds
the
good.
dong,
I'm
guys.
down
I'm
for
gonna
market
do the dong to see if they can do it. Yeah, 7.
Market doubles?
It's
And we move on.
Giggle. Wait, I have someone
Giggle.
joining.
Okay.
Hold. Giggle and then neat is
market.
the password.
Let me know when they're in.
Okay.
Doubles. Ammo limit also on. So don't shoot willy-nilly, guys.
I'm gonna do the dong to see if they notice. It's not opening? Or was it doing? What was it saying? I can wait like a minute though if you want to try opening again. Oh, what is it doing? I'll also do community mecha this week as well, so we can do it again. Play on. I think it's bugging for them.
All right. Well,
No
if you're staying on, you could set up some other ones. I don't know what you're doing though. All right. Doubles on the market.
I'm ready to rumble.
Market.
Let's market.
Yo, Carly, of course. Thanks for joining.
No worries.
GG's gamers. I know it's getting late for a lot of people. They gotta work tomorrow.
I'm gonna try and do a big dong. But I don't know if I can do that. Or a flag. Oh, 7, no! That's okay. That's okay. We'll definitely do it, will you be around this week? Any days?
Oh my god, I'll never forget the one spot that Leah did on this map. It was so good.
Yeah, we'll definitely do, custies. Yeah, of course. We will, because we haven't done it in a while, so I would really like to do more. Okay, I'm going to make this look... Is this a good spot to do? Well, I could do hay bale. Are you talking about dong, Striker? Because I'm not going to do any more. I just realized Sammy's probably still sponsored, so it's probably not ideal. You're on the toilet. Oh, the Osler. Oh, okay, got you. Sorry, Dom. Oh, okay. I might just wait until 3. Not that it matters, but like just in case. Can I? Alright, I'm gonna leave it at that. Let's see. Oh, true. You probably won't see it from this angle. And then this angle is not ideal at all. But we'll see. When TikTok... No, Axel, real. Real. CEO of Hey. Real. Me, 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 me.
Locking in.
Locking in.
Locking in.
Locking in.
Yeah, that's me.
Getting
You're probably wondering how I
sad.
got here. It's by locking in.
Oh.
Hmm.
Oh, wow. I thought that was someone. That's crazy. I was so confident.
Hmm. Oh.
I shot someone and I thought it was a pass and it wasn't. Ooh.
You
Hey,
lock
homo
your
huddle.
bush?
Oh.
Sorry.
Where are
I was
they?
reading chat like a streamer. That's my bad.
Wow.
Oh, nice, Hankster
Okay,
girl.
Hey,
Thank
Ron
you.
Burgundy.
Ron.
Ron Weasley.
Where
Hmm.
you guys at?
Real.
No one's at the stew? We're ruined.
No one's in the stew? Dang.
Nice. Was that Chris?
No one being meat, huh? That's a surprise.
I've been saying that. Alright, someone is so wood or up here, and I just...
Someone's in the market for sure. But where are they?
Oh, true.
Are they a steal the loaf?
Oh, bread!
Loaf of fucking bread.
Steal the loaf of bread.
True. I guess any alert that has to be national?
I used to be an adventurer like you.
Anything like really
But
urgent?
then I took a loaf of bread to the knee.
I took a loaf of bread to the knee.
But...
I ate a
Good
carb.
question. I don't know. Like the specifics, but... Oh,
Carb.
Amber Alert? Oh, nice. Okay. That's gonna jump scare me
It's so
one
funny
day.
because certain shapes just don't fit the map's aesthetic, so you're just like, okay. Like that's a person.
Yeah. Ooh, cloud, nice. That's good.
I want you to know that I look under every table because of Sammy.
Squishy, very good. Also, nice, Carla. Don't make me sing.
Keep them
Sammy's a
guessing.
spider.
Keep them guessing.
What do you guys got planned this
Jesus.
week? You got other stuff going on, or what's up?
Well, we're playing Geo again? I'm down.
Yes.
The only thing I got going on is Wednesday night. I have something with Blaze.
All right.
Fun.
Yeah,
Could do
we're
more
doing a little
Geo.
crime.
Are you
Kinda.
free Thursday? 9 p.m?
Nope.
Okay. Are you
Actually,
free-
maybe
Wednesday?
Thursday is my Blueprints invitational, so maybe afterwards.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, I'd be around. I'm going hard until Friday, and then I'm taking like 3 to 4 days off.
Bro,
As
take
you
5.
should.
Yeah, well that's the end of the month. So,
Let
but
him
I have
rest.
time to fill. I'm trying to make it like as fun as
Uh-oh.
possible. for,
Geo
like, the-
time
since we hit it.
again. What a
Anyways, that's a long
shame.
way of saying I'm down.
Wait, Geo and we ruin our friendship playing.
Yes.
Wait,
Add more cats.
wait, and then we just
Wait, cinema.
ruin our friendship, and then Reddit post about each other after.
Aww.
Yeah. Reddit maxing.
Wait, Reddit maxing? So,
Aw.
yeah.
Let me
Yeah,
farm
dude.
drama after that
True.
for like 30 years.
Wait, imagine for like a week we like faked farm drama between all of us, and then
That's
just
just,
like
There's
that's
no
just every
way-
top streamer, by the
There's
way.
no way
I
to
know,
be
it's every top
believable.
streamer, yeah.
Literally,
That's literally just every top streamer,
Yeah.
yeah. So funny, man.
Oh, Sammy,
But it'd be
that's
so
nice.
random, like in our space. You know what
Yeah.
I mean?
Oh,
Also,
yeah,
Chris, really good
100%.
spot, by the way.
Crispy, how did I not find yours that whole time?
Bro, it's pretty good.
It's solid.
Did anyone else find me besides you?
I don't know.
What were you again?
Don't.
Carla, aren't
Don't.
you a silly little goose?
Wait, everybody popped
Yeah.
off. I couldn't find anyone.
We tied Carla, me, and Elmo huddle.
Oh, nice.
Wait, I was on the sign over here, Carla.
Oh, really? Oh, wait. Yeah, I did get you.
Wait,
then.
look at mine.
That was a good
Wow,
spot.
Crispy, I did not find
Did you guys
That's a
find- did you guys
goated
find mine?
spot.
I did. It was great.
That was a good
Cheers,
spot,
Chris.
right?
I did. It was really good.
Did you find mine?
Thank you, dude. Carla, I don't know actually. Where was
Over
yours?
here.
Walking. Oh, I think I did. Actually, did I?
I was
Oh,
hay.
That was
Yeah, I didn't
really
see
good.
you.
Oh my god, I did not see that. Holy shit.
I was
Where's Carla?
hay.
The double stack is so
You
good.
were hay.
I was hay.
I didn't even see that one.
Hey.
Damn. All right.
Guys, GG's.
Wow.
Hey,
Guys,
Fun
what
day,
a fun
guys, if I could say that.
today.
Let's run it back
Really
this
fun.
week. Why not?
We've got to.
we
Honestly-
absolutely must.
Either Thursday night or might be the best because I do have to practice blueprints.
Let's cook on the
Yeah.
Okay.
in the group chat.
All right, cool. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'll talk to you in there.
All right.
All right.
Bye,
Bye,
guys.
gamers.
You guys have a good night, guys.
Bye. Guys. Hello. Oh my god. Hello? Is this thing on? Oh my, I feel like I haven't, guys, I actually haven't properly spoken to you all day. We've had pitter patters of yaps, but we actually haven't spoken. Hi guys, talk to me. How are you? What's the hot goss? Tell me things. Oh my god. Hello. Wow. How was your weekend? Yay, enrichment time. Hi, Winter. Hello. Hello. I'm actually excited for dinner. What do you have for dinner? I'm just kind of obsessed with chicken wraps at the moment. I'm just gonna buy a pack of wraps, some chicken, and I just want like a chili wrap. But we got the retail job that you wanted. Really? Is that good hours? Like, will you be working during the day? Really? I was playing Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes, so my head was ready to explode. If not, I would have. No, that's okay. Brave. 9 and 8. Oh, okay, wait, that's. I love how I'm like, that's good for us. That's not bad. Hell yeah. Love that. $3 at Kohl's. Really? I'm gonna be silent soon because I'm about to meal prep. Oh, do it, babe. Do it. Hell yeah. We need this. I haven't done my slop yet. I probably won't do Simpsons Hit and Run today because I want to start it. I want to continue it fresh-faced and do the whole stream of it. So I'm either seeing Mum tomorrow or the next day. Either after I see Mum, I'm going to jump on and finish it, or if I'm seeing her the next day, I'll start my normal time tomorrow. Korean beef and rice. Oh yeah. Finally able to chill until bed. Tons of cleaning, rearranging. Oh, beautiful. That's what I'm doing after this stream, is like setting up for the rest of the week. Hi, Chaos. Cammy. Yeah. I gotta do washing. Oh, you got to see it in IMAX. Oh, yeah. Some TikToks. I need to find some, actually. Mine haven't been that funny. I want to do the dailies with you guys. Oh, you get to. Sorry. Sick. I want to watch it too. I won't see it in IMAX, though. That's fine. We're going to do our dailies. We haven't done dailies. Do I have any goss for you? I'm trying to think. Any goss? I feel like I had goss. I can't think of it. No goss. Oh, that's what I got to tell you. It should work out anyway. US Thursday, my Friday. I just realized I'd like made a plan with them. It should be fine, but I think I have to finish by a certain point because Mia's coming home. So I'm getting hand delivered it. So I don't know, like, once I know more, I'll either just finish early or I'll just pause the stream and come back. I don't know. We'll figure it out. That's the only day that's kind of funky. Popcorn for dinner. Oh, I love movie popcorn. Oh, yum. Yummy. Worth it for sure. Really, Caitlin. Hand delivered Mimi, baby. I know. But I'd rather that. It'll be a bit awkward, but I'd rather that than like Ozpost losing it or just throwing her around. You know? Emily! Don't you dare, babe.
Put your ass away, child.
Scooch, thank you. I gotta
Emily
do
Gig
it.
just subscribed.
I
Happy
strained it
5
last
years.
night. You got me.
One of my first messages in this channel was how you are the kindest person on
Emily?
Twitch, and 5 years later I stand by that statement.
Babe.
I've watched you grow as a streamer and as a person, and am so proud of you.
You can't make me cry. I'm so emotional. Emily, thank you for 5 years. I love you. And I'm so proud of you as well. Don't say sorry for being nice to me. Not deep throating. I love you. I'm so proud of you. Even though I want you here more, I'm so happy you love your job and you're doing so well. Like, I'm really proud of you as well. Thank you for 5 years. Oh my God, half a decade. Thank you so much. That's so cool. Freedom, real. Thank you, Grace. Thank you, guys. You're the best. I know 5 years is crazy. Chaos, what? Tell me more. 5 years is mind-blowing. What do you mean? Thank you, Grace. Thank you, that's so nice. She literally hung out with me yesterday. Tea. Mamma mia. You guys. But yeah, so Friday might be a bit weird, but I still want to like fulfill the 5 days. Even though I know that if I did 4, that's valid, but getting back into a groove is really exciting. And my groove is so back with YouTube. I'm so excited. I'm like actually pumped. Yeah. I'm honestly just, I'm doing what I can, minimum 2 videos a week, but like, if I do more, I would love to because, yeah. I love a good editing groove. I love it. Haven't seen either of you in a century. Really? Shit, guys. Yeah, Emily's been sick. Emily's been traveling. Grace is being hot. God. Yeah, I'm actually really surprised with people liking the Carla being Carla. Because to be fair, back in the day, I used to do Carla being Carla series. But they were only 4 minutes long, which is just not good enough. So I'm trying to make my videos at least like 15 minutes minimum. But also uploading like the Geo thing with Chris, for example. I like uploading the full video because you can just skim and watch the actual game. Oh my God, Chaos, what? Yeah. Everyone line up for a kiss. Yes. Oh, let me turn this heater off. I get so cold and then I get so hot. I'm having an early dinner tonight, guys. I'm actually so keen to have a chicken roll. I need this. That's my meal prep. Burrito! How are you, doll? Yeah, I got a meal prep this week. I was meant to see Spider-Man on Thursday, but it might be a bit painful and exy to get there. So I think I just might have a week at home. It's on a Thursday, a school night. So I don't think it would work. Nice, Mickey. Yeah, I might see it another time. Chris, it was fun hangs. I'm so into Geo, man. I wanted to play more. I want to do that again. Oh my god, you are. You're a regular in the cinema. Wait, a huge hit. Why? What's happening? Kemi, proud of you. I'm going to be doing... Oh, by the way, I did it, guys. I did it. My spare bathroom, which is the main, my spare bathroom is officially kiddie tray-less. Because she was in the main bathroom shower, but obviously I didn't use that shower. But I put her litter in there. I have never seen that bathroom in 2 years. I've never seen it catless. Like there's no litter tray. There's no diaper bin. I used a diaper bin, but obviously for a litter instead. It's honestly like crazy. The dookie's gone. Yeah. That was the hardest bit. Yeah. I did it. I did it. Thank you, guys. Thank you. It was, oh, I nearly, guys, by the way, I want to tell you, I forgot, this is the big goss. I forgot to tell you. We went to a pet store, not to get an animal, but I was like, I just want to see a cat. Like, let me go see a cat. Anyway, and we're walking past the fishes, and there was this $10 fish, right? The smallest little thing, and actually the cutest fish and I don't find fish cute, but this fish was the cutest thing I've ever seen. And we named him Blub Blub. And we were this close to getting Blub Blub. But like to get him set up, because it's a tropical fish, to get him set up, it's just not the right time. Like I need to wait till next month to maybe get a little fish. Maybe. But it was the cutest fish I've ever seen. Honestly, like I was so attached to this fucking fish. I really want Blub Blub. It was adorable. But I was like, girl, stop. Like, stop it. Madge, thank you for the streak as well, doll. But honestly, like, I know I shouldn't get a cat right away. Literally, because I've thrown out I've donated most stuff, actually, not thrown. But, like, I'm just a cat person. I'm just a cat girl, and I just miss my cat. I miss having a cat. I love her. True, yeah. You little fishy, I know. Yeah, exactly, Cass. I was like, we shouldn't do that. Blub blub. She was like, I will never get another pet again. I cannot handle it. But when Miss Lima Bean came into the picture, she just knew that was a soul cat reincarnated. Aww. Yeah, true, Chris. I know. Yeah. Thanks, Burrito. Back to work. I think what I'm going to do, though, because... no, it's not to replace. Not at all. Yeah. I think what's going to happen, what I'm going to do... Yeah, Chris. Jenny. Oh, I'm sorry. Zell, I'm sorry, doll. Yeah, I know. I totally respect, like, everyone's decision. Striker, yeah. Well, I want to anyway, at least a month or two. Because here's my thought. I don't think it's gonna happen, but I don't know yet. Reese and I were thinking of combining and like me moving in with him because we'd save a lot on rent and we're always together anyway and like it'd be so fun and blah blah blah. But if we decide against that and do it next year, it would be in the middle of the year when his lease ends, because my lease ends in September. Then say if we're like, no, let's wait until the middle of next year, then I would get a cat. Whereas if we're like, oh no, I want to do it, then I won't get a cat because it'll be harder because he has a cat right now. So like I don't want it, it'll be just too stressful for them both. But if we like make a decision to wait, then I would probably get a cat. His cat is so different to Mimi. It's so funny how different cats are. His cat, she's very cute, but his cat, her name's Kit Kat. And she is really clingy with him, but she's very much a one-person cat. So she does like me, but she hates everyone but Reese and I. Like, she's different to Mimi in the sense that, like, I could pick Mimi, I mean, she's my cat, but like, I could pick Mimi up, I could rub her belly all the time, I could put my face on her face. Kit Kat's very like, don't fucking touch me, and that's, she's a cat, of course, that's so fair. So like, I'll find myself wanting to give Kit Kat a big cuddle, but I know that I can't because I might get swiped, and I'm just like, fuck me, it was so lovely. Kit Kat's still cute, very cute, but like, just very different in personality. Oh, cute, Zell. That's adorable. Oh, Cass, I love that. Yeah, exactly, Sully, exactly. So, you know. Yeah, that's true. Oh, John, cute. Yeah, true, Chris, true. When I got Mia when she was 6 months. So she was a kitten, but not like kitten. And I think because we were always so cuddly with her, although her nature was already very cuddly. Like, she she like climbed out of her little area at the rescue center onto us like a baby. So like, she came to us and we were like, okay. So she already had that in her nature, but we were also very baby with her. Yeah, I would really like a kitten, Chris. Yeah, that's the only thing about the work is that I'd probably want to do it when I'm not traveling or when I'm settled in a new place, or it's just finding that spot, because I honestly, I'm down to do both in the best way possible. Like, of course, it makes sense, but also I do love this apartment a lot. And I love this office a lot. I love it so much. So it would just be finding the right time to commit to raising another cat. Because if it's a kitten, I need to give it obviously lots of attention and stuff. Got my cat as a kitten and did all the desensitizing, but he still grew up to be anti-cuddles. No! Anna. Oh. Yeah, it was so cute, Sully. Yeah, true, Em. True. True. Yes, Scooch. Oh, I guess he's most loving. Ooh. The adult or the stray? Oh, I think I'm not trying to hate on any other cat because, like, for example, I actually love every single one of Chris's cats. Chris has really, really good cats. Like, they're just so friendly, so lovely. But, I think I just really miss how friendly Mia was. And I know I can't get a cat exactly like her because she's her. But, like, I just would love to have another cat that is a little bit like Mia in terms of friendliness, because I love that about her. Like, even me giving her meds, like, I could just sweep her up and hold her like a baby and she'd be like, okay. You know, I just love that about her. She was so nice. Hi, Nikki. How are you? Cute, Zell. Yeah, I would look. My ultimate, I would love. Oh, Chris. Don't know. You can't say that because that's just made me feel so excited and happy. Oh my god, that would be amazing. Now that's what I would do. That's what I would do. That would be a dream to do that with you guys. No, don't get me excited. That would be an absolute, like, dream to have you guys. Oh, that's so cute. Cathartic. True. You guys vlog it. True. Typically, if you expose kittens to a lot of sounds, people, things, without scaring them, they'll grow up be pretty sociable. True. True. Well, I do want to do a charity stream too for some shelters. But I'm waiting until my sponsorship money goes in so I can actually contribute to it. Because I would love to do like incentives where if we reach a certain amount, then I like match it or something. Because I also want to donate to them. Thanks, Nikki. I appreciate you. I miss her. She's so cute. I need to do cat collection. Oh, put Mimi on a tag, Chris. Whatever. But no, seriously, I would I do want to do a charity. There's a couple of shelters that I want to donate to. That'll be really cool. Yeah, I love it. I know, I love cats so much. Yeah, exactly. It is, that is crust, that is the, that's the Krusty doll from the Halloween episode. I love how Chris and I in New York is here, and then I have Mimi and I. And then I have this cursed Marge that I got in, look at this Marge I got in the Gold Coast. It's so bad, but it's so funny. That's Merge. I know, but how hilarious is that? I love it. Fostering 4 kittens at the moment. One of them is so sweet, and I'd love for you to get him. Oh, I wish. I wish. The Chaos Coordinator is so you. Thank you so much. Thank you. I needed that. Just this whole thing's random. I love it. She is about to toss puss. It's true. It's true. But anyway, that's my plan. I think I'm just gonna let, even though like when I have something on my mind, I am very impatient. Like I just want to do it. I'm just gonna see what the next few weeks hold, or maybe a month, and then if I end up going, okay, guys, I'm not gonna get a cat yet. Down the line, hell yeah, or like I'm getting blub blub. You know, it could be anything. I'm going down to the club, but I'm pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. Marge, go on. Imagine Marge starts pussy tossing randomly. Pussy tossing. Pussy tossing. Thank you, Striker. My God. Did someone say pussy toss?
Striker_500 has gifted 5 subs. Naughty boy.
Thank you, doll. That's really lovely. Thank you so much. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, not a replacement. You know, I was so close to getting this cat, guys. Let me see if I can show you. It was a cat called Mimi, and it was a tabby, and I was like, I'm like, no. I'll show you the cute little face. See if I can find it. I know. It was a Mimi, and I was like, come on. Don't do this to me. But yeah, exactly. I'll know it's right when it's time. Which one was it? Yeah, it was MEME, and I was like, oh my God. Wait, let's see if she's still available. Oh, Quinn! Wait, that's adorable. Oh, kitties! Let's see if I can find. Oh, they're so cute. Stop it. Oh, stop being so cute. Oh, Cooper looks so cute. Oh, Sophia. Iggy, Monroe, Teddy. Named Grace. Perfect. Sandy. Miss. Oh, I like Miss Smooch as well. Look at Miss Smooch. Look at this girl. Look at Miss Smooch. Oh my God. Sandy. Oh, JJ. Here's Mimi, guys. Look at this. Look at Mimi. Nearly 2 years old. I know. I know. Look at that face. Playful, affectionate, curious about everything around me. I love sunlit naps, gentle pets, and a good feather wand or laser pointer. I'm house trained, enjoy quiet cuddle sessions, and I'll purr you into a happy mood every time. I'm tidy, easygoing, who adores being a part of your daily routine. Cute. A little baby. But yeah, that was Mimi that I saw, and I was like, although we could call them meme. But yeah, this is one of the places I think I'm going to donate to as well. So cute. Oh, you're such a cute girl. Although I don't know where this is anyway. Glen Irons Branch. I think that's not even near me. Oh, New South Wales. Oh, it's 6 hours from me. Right. Okay. So we probably won't be getting her. But you're so beautiful. I would drive for you, babe. I would drive all over the town for you. But look at these cuties. All of them are so cute. Ah. Oh, I like Pastizzi as well. Poor thing. I think they only have one eye. But look at these faces. Oh, Abby. Juniper. Look at Mouse. Look at that stretch. They're planking. Oh, that looks like Kit Kat actually. Oh, oh, cute. Unfazed by dogs. Oh. How cute. No. Every cat should be adopted. Pet finder. Oh god. Elle. Oh, look at that face. Oh, Elle. No, stop. Oh, she's an older kitty. Is she 12? Oh, honey. Oh. Oh. Elle. Oh, let's sleep in the same bed and just purr at each other. Aww. Oh, I want to take her just so she has a place. Foster a pet instead. I'll foster you. Oh, honey. Look at Nacho. Oh, look at Nacho. Ladies, ladies. Not the interview. They got fully interviewed. Oh, Nacho. Oh. I can't foster a medium large dog. Oh. Oh. Oh, that kitty. Look at how cute that kitty is. Oh. Oh yeah, Daddy sounds like a great one. Oh, what cutie patooties. Oh, look at Thunder. Percy. Oh, Biscoff. Chief. What's wrong, Biscoff? Are you young? Are you okay? Oh, they're just born. Oh, they're brand new baby. Oh. Biscoff. Oh. Oh, honey. Oh god, why am I going down this hole? I gotta do my dailies to get me off this website. Sweetie boy! Oh, they're all so cute. Oh, look at Socks. And Simba. Oh my god, those eyes. Simba and Socks. Oh. Oh, Socks is 3 years old. Oh, honey. Litter train, clever little lady, great with kids. Best in cat only home, fully vaccinated, friendly, and confident with other cats. Aww. What a cutie. She's so squinty, I know. Oh, she would love a sniff. She would love a sniff. 2 years and 3 months old. Oh. Miffy? Iggy. Oh, they're all so cute. Miffy. God, they're adorable. Oh, God. Let's go to a rant. Let's go to the 6th page. And get myself off this website. Oh. Bo! Mildred! Mildred! Oh, you're so pretty. Oh, I need you. Mildred is so perfect. Oh, look at her. Mildred. Look at her eyes. Wow. She's so pretty. Oh, you're so pretty. Oh, I can take a photo of this. Oh, you're so cute. Apartment friendly, first time cat owner. Open to live with cats, open to meet dogs, open to meet. Oh, what adorable. I'm putting her in my bookmark bar. She is gorgeous. Look at that eye. Look at that green eye. And she's small. Cute. I love her little ginger features. Okay, I might have fallen in love with Mildred. Let's play it cool. Bo! Oh, look at him! Oh, you're so cute. Stop it. Look how cute that face is. Oh my god. Oh my god. Guys. They're so cute. Okay, I have to do friend swap. I'm fading away. I'm fading. Oh my god. Hard mode? What do you mean? What's hard mode? Any revealed hints must be used in subsequent guesses. What? Oh my god. So cute. Okay. Kitty. Guys, imagine if that was the word of the day. I would... Quinn. Okay. Kitty's not in the word, so maybe, bread. Interesting. Reads. Right, right. Essay. It can't be that because of the thing. Okay. So S is there. Okay, R's not there either, or the first two. That's interesting. Oh, okay. E-R. S-E-R. S-E-R. Poser! Woo! Nice. You're a poser. All right, time to do something I'm really good at, guys. Connections. Yes, ma'am. Yep. Yep. Okay, here we go. I slayed yesterday's connections. All right, how about this? Beam, bell, no wait. Stick. Vault. Wait, horse. Cart. Carrot. And a bell. Okay. Okay. Now what's that? Icicle? Knitting noodle? Needle, sorry, not noodle. Bell. School. School bell. School beam. Cart, horse, carrot, stick. Cart, horse, carrot, stick. I like the vibe. I like the vibe. Doppler, graveyard, vault. No. Needle, carrot. Pointy. Yes. Yes. Nice, nice, nice. You're right. You're right. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I like. Yep, that makes sense. Love that. Love that. Horse. Magnifying glass. What could this be? Hello? Oh, not that. This one's hard, yeah. Graveyard. Graveyard and vault, I feel like are like, because you can put people in like the family vault. So I was thinking graveyard, family vault. Maybe magnifying glass and a heart are all things that vampires love. That makes no sense. Okay. I don't know. There's horse and cart, but like horse, cart, bell. Ring. Beam. Oh. Rings, beam. Horse. Vault. Nice. Yes, yes, yes. Yes. Hi, Fart Man. I'm sorry, doll. It's good to see you. Is Doppler like doppelganger? Like that vibe? Also, any Aussies, remember when people used to call others gangers? Crazy. Instead of slut, people would say, you're a ganger. Oi, ganger. Girl, you crazy. Heart. Cart. No. New South Wales thing? Really? What? More you know. You ever heard of ganger? Oh my god, that's crazy. I mean, I haven't said it since I was in high school. Well, I didn't say it, but I haven't heard it since I was in high school. Doppler. You haven't heard of that? That's so funny. Doppler, sound, bell, sound. Doesn't this have a sound? Sprouters, no. Bell and heart. Heart, Doppler, glass, bell. What was it? Oh, stick shift, graveyard shift, paradigm shift, Doppler shift. Oh, icons on a shopping site. Bell, cart, heart. Okay, that was hard. That was hard. Has anyone turned off their airplane mode? It was fine, by the way. That was hard. People. Bree, what the hell? Damn it. Oh, what? Fat doesn't work. Oh, okay, yes. Fat. Make no sense. Wait, what do you mean, Fartman? What do you mean? Plat. Plot. All right, this one is... Oh, I feel a bit dizzy. Hello? This one you have to change one letter at a time to ultimately get poop. But these words still have to be actual words. It was confusing when I first started. You make custom? How do you make custom? That's cool. You should put them in the Discord. Oh, wait. I'm not ready. Wait. Oh, caps lock on. My bad. Oh. Not my best work. Not my best work. Oh, that's cool. I love that. Purple. And I'm all out of gum. Where's that from? Yes, that's funny. I'm not doing too good with this one, but that's okay. I like it. I'm sax is really good. Girl. Without passion. I love that. Without passion, you're already dead. I actually love that. I mean, I've already lost, but I love that quote. So true. Without passion, you're already dead. Yes. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yes. What was it? Do you see bra? Bras and motorcycle helmets? Hell yeah, guys. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. HBO Max. I was helping Reese on the weekend because he needed a new helmet, but that's crazy. Doesn't my ads at the moment. All right, Daily, let's go. He usually rides a bike. He's not like big biker dude, but he grew up riding bikes with his fam, and he usually rides into work because it's much quicker. But he's not like a hoony boy. Grace, that's my goat. Yes. Oh, that's so off. Today will be a smaller stream, guys, because I just feel a bit weird and ouchies. But the rest of the week should be good. The plus is I'll be able to work on some YouTube. And YouTube's good when I want to be non-verb. I will admit it. I just like go quiet and lock in. Oh, Cass, that's so fair. I would love to as well, but I think I've got to focus on my car license first. Marge Simpson Blue. Guys, that's pretty good. Wow. Yeah, me too, Freedom, huh? I'm excited to finish Simpsons Hit and Run this week too. I just got to plan with Mum the rest of like when I'm seeing her, and then... Oh, that was really bad. Apparently not. Not bad. 46 is good? What are you talking about? That's real good. Oh, her blue again. Okay. Oh, that's perfect. Oh, what do you mean? Oh my god, Cass. Truck Sim is honestly amazing. Freedom. Uh-oh. I think it's yellow. Pale. Nice. Okay, I'm gonna take my thing off airplane mode and I'm scared. Looks like I'm good. Oh, the flying? Oh my god. Yep. Is it purple? Oh, pink. I love Truck Sim. Honestly, apart from how I was feeling last night and today, I'm actually feeling really creative and excited and happy. I just feel a little bit off with my griefy, but I know it's okay. I just gotta feel it. No point beating myself up about it. I don't know what color this is. It's green? Oh, that makes sense. God damn it. Mikey! I got 47 today. What did you get? In my enclosure. That's my goal. Let's do the time again. Okay, here we go. It's like, hey. You know what I mean? It's like, hey. Hey. Mikey, how was your weekend? Hey. You know what I mean? Sorry, guys. I mean, I don't mean to do this to you. But sometimes in life, you need to lock in. You know? I'm gonna do bad now, watch. Hey, I have to make it fair on everyone. You win some, you lose some. Fuck. All right, that's still good. I think I still got what? 40. Okay, 45. Okay. 17 out of 81. What does that mean? Out of the leaderboard? We'll take it. We'll take it. Not bad, not bad. Like ever? I don't know. What the hell? Hate the shape one. Yeah, the shape one sucks, but I love it. Oh, people would play today? Guys, I'll beat them next time. My loves, I'm only doing a little one today because honestly, my brain feels so heavy. But I'm so glad I managed to stream and do friend slot. That makes me really happy. So I'm stoked I was able to do that. But I have to listen to myself a little bit and go, okay, go eat. Turn the lights off. Feel what you need to feel. Obviously, I don't want to. But yeah, I nearly didn't stream today, but I was like, girl, lock in. But the good news is it's the start of the week. And we're going to finish Sims Hit and Run this week, maybe tomorrow, maybe the next day. And honestly, I just want to vibe. I want to do an enrichment day where we watch more things. YouTube is popping off at the moment, guys. Oh my God. If you like content, you're eating. We're back. This is like 2023, Carla. She's back. But last week of your summer. Oh my God. Between you and Chris, I'm fed. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, babe. No. Anyway, I love you guys. Thank you for understanding. A cheeky little 5 hour today. I appreciate the support. I'll see you tomorrow. I will let you know if I'm starting later, if I'm seeing mum, or starting early. But I'll see you tomorrow, guys. I adore you. Bye. I'll try and get a YouTube video up as well. But mummy's gotta eat. Love you guys. Bye.